Here's Zeki. He's in. Stops up backhand and he scores.
I was screaming when I scored the goal.
The game-winning goal.
How are you feeling?
I'm ecstatic.
Hello and welcome to semifinals coverage of the 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship. Brandon Bixby, aka B Major, and the man to my right, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Nick DeMeo, better known to you all as F5 Penguin. And Nick, we had a great quarterfinals last week. The semifinals, however, a lot of storylines and a lot on the line for these four teams here today.
Man, this week flew by as we are getting set up for Saturday semifinals championship action, as these two teams that we're about to see at the top of this broadcast are ready for a fight. They are ready for some high octane battles, and we'll talk a little bit about the team selection here shortly. But Team Canada versus Team Czechia, and I think a lot of people it was surprised by Team Czechia to make it this far, but here we are, Team Czechia versus Canada.
Yeah, not just Team Czechia making it this far, but how they've done it. I mean, you got to remember, last year they were second in their group. We're in a tough group nevertheless, but they had a really tough road to get there. And it was a bit of a surprise that they made it to the semifinals last year, especially considering who they beat, which we'll talk about here a little bit more in just a minute. But Czechia, they've been dominant really all season long. I mean, ended up first in their group, went 6-1-0-1 with 20 points. And then last week in the playoffs, they're like, okay, them and Latvia, that should be an interesting series. Latvia could maybe pull off an upset facing a not less tough opponent than they did last year in Sweden, but a potentially more even matchup than they did with Sweden. And they went on 115-8, Nick. So give Czechia their credit, but boy, are they facing a dangerous duo in Canada on the other side with Regs, with Cat. The story behind it all, we said it last week, there may not be two players playing better than Regs and Cat right now. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how Canada matches up against that.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, especially as we jump into who's up against who, how the matchup's going to look, and more importantly, who the teams were selected. And I think that's going to be the talking point here. Obviously, we have some information about why that is, which we could get into. But yeah, just a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about these two teams on the ice in the semifinals action. Two on board today, Canada and Czechia to start, and then U.S. and Finland, your highlighted matchup for the evening on the other side of this broadcast. But let's get into it, talking a little bit about who we're going to be seeing in matchup number one. When we talk about players on the ice, we can't think of anything else except for, well, if you're asking me, about Cat Cooks.
Yeah, I mean, Cat, he has been in the kitchen really this entire tournament. This is a guy that is plenty accomplished on the sixes side, plenty accomplished on the 1v1 side, but the first time he's ever made this tournament, and I mean, we got to talk to Regs last week, and he said him and Cat are so close. They play together in this tournament. They play together even outside of NHL games like Call of Duty and things like that. When you have two players that are not only the skill, but have that type of rapport of one another, it really is something special. And you've seen Cat all season long, all tournament long, really be able to kind of show some of that skill out. And if you ask me, Nick, I think he is probably the perfect teammate that you could find in the Regs. And that is no disrespect to Safir last year, one of the top players in the world. Absolutely love Safir. But with the way the Cat has been playing so far in this tournament, I mean, like we said, maybe a potential tournament MVP if Canada brings us home.
Yeah, I think you're right. With the performance that he's put on so far, he's going to need a win here because all eyes on him for the first two matches of this competition. We flip on the other side, though. We're talking about his opponent on the PlayStation side for the semifinals matchup in Krejci.
Yeah, and Krejci, the newcomer for Czechia, he's stepped up time after time for this Czechia team, and a lot of the attention going towards Pep Costa because of what he did last season, how he kind of pushed Czechia to this point last season in the semifinals. But Krejci, I mean, you look at him last week, beat Cheever 4-2 in the big game when he needed to. The week before that, he won a couple of big games for Czechia to get them that advantage against some tough opponents in Germany and Poland. So Krejci, maybe not someone that everyone was as familiar with in this tournament before things started, starting to get his name out there, really make his play known with the way he's played. He's going to have a really big obstacle with Cat on the other side, as we're about to see in a few minutes. But if he can step up and maybe steal a game, look out. This Czechia team could potentially do what they did last year, and that is knock Canada out of this tournament.
Yeah, and we speak about knocking Canada out. A little bit of a story there. We talked about it last year. Team choice coming into play. Canada not taking a chance by going with Canada in this round number 2 of 3. Can't use them in the finals if they get there. It was apparent that CAD might not be available for part of this competition. So Reg's obviously picking Team Canada ahead of time, and those teams are locked in. But let's talk a little bit about Canada and their story and how we got here by starting with last year. Let's take a look, and with a little bit of voiceover from Cam, as you know him as Noseleaves. He'll be with us tomorrow for the finals. But for now, let's listen in from him and a little bit of story about Team Canada.
They battle away at it. Here's Pepka on the backhand. He scores. What a huge goal for Pepka. And Czechia is going to move on and eliminate Canada with an 11-9 aggregate score.
And I want to take you back to last year where you told Brandon right here on the broadcast that, hey, we made the wrong choice in our team selection. No longer the case this year. But there's Regs with a chance on the 1T. And a second effort off the rebound, he scores. So the 1T to the rebound, puck goes behind the net. Conversation with Regs on air, not just in chat, as that's Cat again. Oh my goodness. That was sniffed out nicely by Regs, and a one-time chance through the middle, and he scores. A good look there. Bellows puts it home.
Me and Sam have a really good relationship outside the game as well. You know, when we're not playing NHL, we enjoy, playing Call of Duty, ranked play together and stuff, and just talking amongst one another. So yeah, having the opportunity to team with him and try to accomplish something such as a world championship with him alongside me is, it's something that we're both working very hard towards, and we don't want to just win for ourselves and our country, but we want to win it for each other.
As you heard the words there from Regs himself, he wants to play hard for himself and his teammate. Doing so here so far, I mean, the score lines alone in what Canada has done, 22-9 over Switzerland last week alone. And that was just the tip of the iceberg of what he's done for his team so far in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, and like we said, Regs and CAD separately, they can win any tournament that they enter themselves into. But when you put these two guys together, I mean, it's like MJ and Pippen at this rate, but one isn't just that much even better than the other. I mean, they are so even with one another, so skilled in different ways too. Like CAD has that really high, fast-paced game where he's so technically skilled the game in terms of being able to contort his positioning and open up spaces. While for Regs, he kind of plays that Eki style where he's really patient, he cycles it around and just waits for that one little mistake, that one little opening to pounce on. And CAD has a little bit of that in him too, but they're just both so skilled and so good in different ways. This Czechia duo is going to have their hands full. I mean, we're going to see Pep Costa a little later, but kind of focusing on Kirchi. I mean, Nick, I'd love your input. What do you think Kirchi needs to do? I mean, he's not faced anyone like CAD yet in this tournament, or arguably in his career, being a newcomer this first time in this tournament to this level. I mean, going up against one of the best players in the world. I mean, what is your mindset if you're in that situation there?
Yeah, Kirchi with Team Czechia picking Team Czechia. I think it's a little bit of an uphill battle, but anything can happen. And I've said that a million times over. If there's a team that can do the unthinkable, it's going to be the sleeper picks. They could do it. But Team Canada's got a lot to set out for. They have a lot of pride on foot here. They, moreover, have a lot of, I don't want to call it spite, but a little bit of revenge they have to seek out here to kind of get that validation to go back to the finals. I would say they're the odds-on favorite to win. If you're Czechia, you got to keep the game close. You have to manage the game. They're in aggregate. Brandon, you could talk a little bit about aggregate and how that plays out in this 4-game series.
Yeah, something to remember for those that maybe haven't joined us for the first couple of weeks of this tournament. The playoffs do go by aggregate. There's going to be 4 total games, 2 from our Xbox representatives and 2 from our PlayStation representatives. That is going to be all of the games from those combined will be put into a combined score. The team with the highest amount of goals scored wins the series. But if we end up tied after 4 games, pure and utter chaos will ensue, a simultaneous overtime where all 4 players are playing at the same time, and the team and country to score their goal the quickest at in-game time wins that overtime. So let's say that it's a simultaneous overtime. Kerchi scores with 17:34 in the overtime, but on the other end, Reg scored 15:28 in the overtime. Czechia would win that game due to that time differential. So, hey, we haven't seen it yet, Nick. If we were to see one, I would say it's today. Both of these 2 series very close. These 2 teams very familiar with each other. Both of these series we saw in one sense or another last year. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to call it. We get that overtime here today, my friend, and we're just a few moments away from getting those first games started.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it's going to be interesting to see how Czechia plays as Czechia and manages this game. Players are getting ready right now. If we could take a quick look at what that is, we got it right here. CAD versus Kerchi to start. 2 games to start here, and they're going to continue on. The first 2 games between these 2 will be on the PlayStation side, and then Regs and Pep Costa will have the back half of this tournament to see what they're going to do in response to what happens on the ice right now. This is going to get really interesting, really fast here. I think CAD's going to come off to a lightning fast start, and Kerchi's going to have to manage that.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for Kerchi. How do you manage that lightning fast start? Because CAD really has not been slowed down so far throughout this tournament. And it's one of those things where you're just kind of waiting to see who's going to be that one to step up against them and maybe steal a game and keep things a little bit closer. CAD's been nothing short of dominant. And, you know, it's going to be interesting because if Kerchi can't keep it close, you did just see that recap video. Who was the matchup that sent things home for Czechia last year? Pep Costa versus Regs. Nick, the story writes itself. If Kerchi can keep this thing close, you know Pep Costa has to be feeling good going into that matchup. You know that Regs has to be looking to get that matchup back from last year. Things right themselves here in the IIHF eWorld Championship, and we're just a few minutes, and not even minutes, seconds away from getting this thing started.
Yeah, we are. Let's get you down to that ice level here. The first game of 4 coming at you right now.
The first game of 4 is the PlayStation side, CAD versus Kerchi. We are looking at the perspective of CAD moving north on your screen. Well, here comes CAD actually on the left side trying to get things going early. You talked about a lightning fast start, has some space. It is a save by Kerchi. The flying poke check works for him early. CAD still moving it around the offensive zone, and as you can see on the bottom left and right hand corner of your screens, player cams for both CAD and Kerchi. Nick, beautiful job there. The IIHF doing a wonderful job as always, elevating these casts every single time as CAD with a quick chance could not get that to go, but he's still applying pressure. Holds in the offensive zone, gets the shot on, blocker save, and Kerchi finally takes possession to kind of relax some of that onslaught the CAD was putting on early.
Yeah, early start there by CAD. Just got off to that lightning start I thought was going to happen. Now Kerchi's got to do his best here to do the same thing the other way.
As here comes CAD on the attack after the turnover from Kerchi. The offensive end has some space down the slot, holds back and pass across. Couldn't get it to connect. Shot after the fact is held and saved by Vechmelka, but CAD is just attacking relentlessly so far right now.
If I go back 2 weeks ago, 5 broadcasts ago, the first thing I said in the first game of the group stage was manage the game. And I said that even more so in the quarterfinals round. You manage the game, you can win the game. If you don't do that, then you have problems. So far, Kerchi able to do that. See if he can sustain this attack here by CAD once more.
Yes, here is CAD holding it over in the right corner, spinning, contorting his way towards the net. Couldn't get that shot on cleanly. Still trying to do so. Holding it. Not a lot of pressure so far from Kerchi. Just trying to hold him. As you mentioned, there's a quick chance from CAD. And that's what we talked about that Regs always does. But CAD does that in the same sense, but in a different way. Just waited for that little bit of space and almost took advantage with a goal. Just using that body motion to open it up. This is turned over from Cad in the offensive zone, and Kirchi trying to respond on the other end. And so far, you kind of said it, Nick. You do kind of see Kirchi just managing the game. As here is Kirchi with it, held it onto it for a second, and it is going to be a penalty, it looks like, on Cad. So a chance, or actually no, it's going to be a penalty on Kirchi. He had the puck. Not sure what happened. Maybe in that puck battle there was a stick lift there, but going to be a quick power play for Cad. Not what you wanted if you're Czechia.
Dangerous here. Cad can definitely cook on the power play.
Let's see what he serves up. Doesn't have possession right now. It's Kirchi with it, trying to get it out of his own zone, holding it, passing it across, and a little bit surprised that he maybe didn't dump that out, but here comes Cal on the other end, trying to respond, holding it to the right side with Johnson, passing across, backhand, saved by Veshmelka, as Kirchi's trying to get it out, and he'll do so. So here is Cad with it, less than a minute to go here on the power play. Cad slowly moves into the offensive zone, past the blue line, holding it backhand, goes behind the net, looking for an open pass, nothing yet, still holding, across, and he scores! Just put that right over to Dubois, who was standing there, and he finally gets to capitalize on all that offensive pressure, a 1-0 lead, the opening goal in favor of Canada.
And you're going to see that aggregate score on your screen there, so 1-0 in game, 1-0 in aggregate, the total goals will win the series out of 4 games. Cad off to that strong start for his team and Team Canada.
How about Cad cooking up a little bit of room service back there, getting that early 1-0 goal here for his country. Kirchi trying to respond, holding it, doesn't have it for long as it's picked up here by Cad, and he moves it up the left boards, has some space, and he's going to be offsides. Just couldn't keep that puck past the blue line.
Yeah, can't keep it past. A lot of speed there coming into the neutral zone. And if you're Kirchi right now, you got to thank that and try to get back on your feet here. And everything's ebbs and flows when it comes to hockey, especially in ones. You can feel the momentum shift. He's got to do something here to get back into it.
Yeah, I think it all starts with getting some offensive pressure. We haven't seen Kirchi even really get a shot on net so far. I don't know, a dangerous opportunity as the pass over goes through, but it's going to be waved off. Might have been saying there was some goaltender interference after the fact, and it looks like that will be the call.
Yeah, you don't want to go down 2-0 early in the first period, so you got to thank your lucky stars there. That might be one of the few breaks you'll get if you're Team Czechia right now. You can't rely on would-be here in this semi-finals action here on this Saturday.
Kirchi still struggling to draw any momentum here on the offensive end as Cad takes it and moves it up the right boards. Holds it, just trying to keep himself away there from that stick, and does so successfully. Holds it at the right corner. Back behind, doesn't have anything on the path to Comtois, and he'll have to go all the way back to the neutral zone, and it actually is going to be going ahead and calling an offsides here.
Offside, so we'll see where they place that. Yeah, back on the other side of the neutral zone. Yeah, you're right. No offensive pressure so far from Kirchi, so you got to figure out if he's going to feel it out in the first period, make adjustments, or if he's going to try to just slowly change the way he plays the game to get ahead of this very fast counterattack that Cad has.
As you see, Kirchi trying to dump it down low, and still Cad able to beat him to it. Holding his Cad, shot on, saved by Veshmelka, gets it back in the right corner. Holds, spins, to contorts, off the back post! Oh, he almost made it 2-0, but he just couldn't get it through. Here comes Kirchi trying to take advantage on the other end. Has it at the boards, pass it towards slot, pass across, could not connect. Best chance all night so far for Kirchi. A minute and a half to play here in the opening period of the series. Kirchi still on the attack. Holds it behind the net, trying to find something. Looking around, doesn't have any passing options so far. Makes his way to the slot. Holding still, holding, trying to find an option as he gets that pass over to the post. But will save quickly, and here comes Cal on the other end. 20 seconds to play here in the first period. Cad holds, spins, looks, and he draws that trip from the looks of it. What a move there from Cad to do that right there. And that's what we talk about with Cad, one of the more technically skilled players you will find in this game. He just knows so well the movements of each player, able to kind of use that to his advantage to draw that penalty right there. As 1 second left, he'll put that shot on, as it looks like it'll just pop right back out. So a 1-0 score after the first period of game number 1. Team Canada and Cad with the advantage over Kirchi and Czechia. And so far, the story, Czechia just looking to get something going. Just one shot on net, maybe about 2 minutes of time on attack. While for Cad, cooking everything and then some. 5 shots in 5.5 minutes. We're going to go ahead and get period number 2 underway. We're going to switch sides here as well. We're now looking at the viewpoint of Kerchi. So he will now be moving upward on your screen, while Cad on the opposite end. And here comes Cad holding it backhand, looking, trying to get an option, doesn't have, and gives it to Severson over at the point. Severson holding back up to the point to Shabbat at the left side, trying to find an option, doesn't have it. It'll be turned over here for Kerchi. And if you're Kerchi, Nick, what do you think he needs to do? Because you mentioned managing the game, but have to get some offense going as well with just that one shot in the
Yeah, that's
first.
part of it. I think my very good friend Lil John said it best, and I have not said this in a while, so I'll say it now. The best thing you can do in situations like this is shots, 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 shots. Everybody, and there's one right now. That one rang off the post.
I was wondering how long it was going to take you to say that. I've been waiting for 2 weeks and hadn't heard it yet. Finally, the dream is fulfilled as here comes Cad on the opposite end after that shot from Kerchi, holding it. Puts his back over to the netminder. That's what Cad is able to do, able to kind of contort his position so well as he almost got a chance there. Still cycling it around, but Kerchi with a nice job defensively, and looking like he's trying to maybe buckle down a little bit on that end and not allow Cad to stay in the offensive zone for so long. Trying to hold here, gets that forehand off the pass, and he scores. That's Matthew Barzo and Team Canada and Cad up by 2 here in the early going of game 1.
Up by 2, and that's where you want to be if you're Cad. You got to win games on aggregate to win a series. He's doing so far. All things point positively for him, but don't rule out Kerchi just yet. He's put up a couple of big performances on his way to this, winning 4-2 over Chibra. But nevertheless, here, Cad just pouring it on as I said that.
Yeah, and this is where what you said comes in the ring so true. Managing the game. Can Kerchi keep this thing close? You have one more game. You have another period after this one, and even not even looking that far. You have 15 minutes left in the second period, so a lot of time left for Kerchi, but half gives the momentum, and that right there could do it. How about the response from Kerchi? Make it 3-1 after that goal.
That right there could drive a sane man berserk. Right there, a good response back from Kerchi to tie back in to that deficit. You got to get one on the board. You got to start with one. He did so right there. A good, strong answer to that third goal from Cad.
That third goal from Cad did make it a 3-goal lead for long as Kerchi still trying to push the issue. Moves it past the blue line, tried to pass that across, couldn't connect, but gets it back. Nice defense from Cad there, so he'll go ahead and speed up the neutral zone and pass the blue line. Cad creates some space. Did not get that one off cleanly as he got poke check from behind. And here comes Kerchi. Kerchi holding in the zone, trying to find some space and gets it over. Rushes down the middle of the neutral zone. Couldn't get it past the blue line for long, and now here comes Cad on the other end. Holding it after that poke check. Cad looking nice poke check from Kerchi. Again, you're noticing the defense from Kerchi a little bit more shored up, maybe a little more aggressive as well. Cad not able to really sustain that offensive pressure so far this period. As here comes Kerchi back in. He scores! How about Czechia? Here they come on the climb from 3-0 to 3-2, and Kerchi starting to get his momentum going.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. That's a good move by Kerchi right there. Got to feel like you're back in this.
Kerchi with back-to-back goals. And all of a sudden, we've got a game here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Cad trying to get it back. Holds it backhand. Could not get that shot off cleanly as here comes Kerchi. 3-on-2. He has the 2 in this situation. Holding it pass across. Forehand for the tie. Couldn't get it that one to go past Thompson. As Cad will go ahead and toss it out, but it's turned over potentially. The Cad will get it right back after a battle for the puck. Here comes Cad up the left boards, right side of our screen. Holding it, looking, trying to find an option. Twirls, puts it out in front of the slot, trying to find a shot, gets it off, but is blocker saved by Veshmelka. Cad holds on to possession, moves across, backhand, poke check by Kerchi. The Cad still has it. Lowry at the high slot, moves up to the point, goes back down low, and it's turned over by Kerchi, and it's going to be a penalty on Kerchi. Looks like Cad going to get another chance on the power play. He scored on his first one, hoping to score on the second.
Yeah, that's not what you needed right there. You didn't need to take that penalty. I was going to say, oh, we're back in it. We're in a fresh game. We're right back on pace. But then you take a penalty like that, and it kind of resets that momentum.
But here comes Kerchi with some space, with some time. That's David Pasternak, the best player on this team. Czechia team! And the short-handed goal goes from 3-0 to 3 even. Kerchi comes back in the second period.
Fresh game in the second period, halfway through the first game in total. And man, you gotta feel good if you're Team Czechia. I see the flags running rampant in chat there. See how Cad can kind of manage his side of this now. as he's now 3 unanswered goals, 4 and then against.
Czechia, always one of the more well-represented countries in terms of their fan base. Them and Latvia, two of the more prideful that you will see in chat. They have shown it from the time this stream started. I mean, Nick, we saw it even during the stream time starting screen. They were putting those flags all over chat. So representative is this Czechia group. As Kerchi moving into the offensive zone. I mean, this has been a power kill for Czechia right now. It's Kerchi playing on the defense. Now, pass from Cad doesn't go. Shot went wide as he still holds possession here with Matt Barzil. Back to 5-on-5 hockey now. Or 6-on-6, depending on who you ask.
Only if you're 6.
Here's a play from Cad, and he scores on the cross crease. Pierre-Luc Dubois puts it home, and Cad with the exact response he needed to take the lead back.
Yeah, that's the right answer you want to say right there, is doing your part, playing your game, getting right back on track. Cad did so, and a good performance there from him. Just staying close, keeping it together, driving down. You got to stay persistent, especially you're going to have ups and downs. You're never going to win every game outright. It's just not going to happen. So to manage that, we're going to go back to that word every single time, because that really is the true testament of who is going to walk out of here the champion in the semifinals, and then ultimately in the finals is who can manage the game better.
And you know, you love having these two player cams on the bottom left and right hand of your screen, Cad being on the left, Kerchi being on the right, because both of them have had really high swings of momentum either one way or the other. And you know something, Nick? Both of them have been emotionally stagnant. I don't think I've seen a crack of a smile. I haven't seen a sense of frustration. Both of them are locked in, and you haven't seen them really react to anything whatsoever so far, despite all the twists and turns of this game. There's 2 seconds left in the second period. Kerchi not able to get a shot off, and that will do it. Cad holds a 4-3 lead after 2 periods, but period number 2, advantage Kerchi and Team Czechia getting those 3 goals.
Yeah, you're right back in this game. You're a 1 goal down here. You took that goal late. That's okay. You cut back into the deficit. Ultimately, that's what you want to do here, especially when you have to play them back-to-back in this 4-game aggregate.
Managing the game, and that's why it's so important, because not only are you managing the game, Nick, but you're managing the series as well, especially if you are Cad and Kerchi, because you have your teammates behind. There's a chance for Kerchi. He couldn't put it home. The shot went wide, but he still holds possession. Here's Verano with it, holding it behind the net, trying to find it, holds backhand, trying to get that pass across the hurdle, and could not connect on it. It was picked off by Cad, who will now take offensive possession. Here's a pass the blue line with Barzil, holds pass across backhand, puck loose. Kerchi will get that and pick it up.
Good D.
But it's picked back up by Cad. Great defensive play there, Nick, as you mentioned. Here's Cad with it, past the blue line, holding it, backhand, forehand. It was poked at the last minute from Kerchi. That might have been a sure goal, a key defensive play there by the Czechian. Here comes Kerchi now, holds it, looks, trying to find something, goes behind the net to Verana, holding it still, forehand, pass across, but it just went a little wide. He couldn't pick it up. 2 sure goals, 1 from each side, denied for one reason or the other. Here's Cad, holding in the neutral zone. Past the blue line to Shabbat, holds it at the high slot, looking for space, holds, bumped from behind by Kerchi, but is turned back over immediately, and Cad gets it back. White Cloud holds it, spins this way, goes behind the net, holding it as Cad still, just trying to find an option pass, was not there, and here comes Kerchi now on the offensive end. 13.5 minutes to play here in period number 3 of game number 1. These 2 teams, or 2 players rather, will play one more time here for game number 2 on the PlayStation side. Here's Cad holding it back in after he got past the blue line. Couldn't hold it for long. Kerchi will take offensive possession and move it up on the breakout. This is a hurdle. Gives it back to the middle, over to Stransky. Back over to Krejci at the left side. Holding it. Puck loose in front. Shabbat picks it up for Cad. We'll break things out now. 11.5 to play. And Kerchi looks like a completely different player. You could argue he's outplayed Cad since that first period here.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a very different game starting about 6 minutes into the second period. All things pointing positively for Kerchi, but right now the scoreboard is what matters.
Oh, as he tried to change that scoreboard. Nobody home on that pass. Has some space. Bow! Oh, that slap shot from the point goes a little wide. Had the space for that as well. But here comes Cad on the counterattack. Has Dylan Cousins, but it's immediately picked off there by Kerchi, but it's turned back over at the blue line in the zone end. Here comes Cad. Backhand, forehand shot. Puck loose in front. Cad gets it back. Forward, still looking for it as Kerchi will pick it up and it's turned over again. Here's Cad still holding at the point, poke checked away by Stransky for Czechia, and here comes Kerchi on the right side, holding it back with Kempney, and he'll just settle things down, get a line change, and reset.
I just talk about the use of the poke check by Kirchi right now. Unstoppable so far here in the third period. He's been unreal using that manual poke check at the right time, not drawing too many penalties from it, and it's paying off in spades right now for him.
And it looks like Kirchi going to take a minute and call a timeout. We saw him use that line change. Maybe didn't see anything that he liked in terms of the energy that each of his lines had. So 6:40 to go. Going to go ahead and use it now. And I like that strategy. You're down by 1. You don't want to wait until the last minute. Give yourself the most time and the best advantage you can. And here comes Cat after winning that face-off in the neutral zone. Cat holds it at the corner board, trying to find a pass, doesn't have it, it's turned over, and Kirchi, here he comes on the offensive end on the counterattack. Gives it back over to the left side to Verana. Back over to Hurdle. Back to Verana at the left side. Verana holding. Kirchi looking. Doesn't have anything. Goes to the point. Gives it up over to the left side. Holding it. Skates his way in. Pass across, but nobody home. It'll be turned over. 4 minutes to play. Cad with possession and a 1-goal advantage. Here's Cad. Back skates, holds, goes behind the net, trying to find an option, and he'll go all the way to the point to Shabbat. Back to the opposite side, point to Severson, skates his way in, holding it backhand, looking for an option over at that left corner board. Goes to the slot, still holding it. Pressured by Kirchi, 2.5 to play. Cat just trying to find that opening. Back skates, cuts, looks, goes down low, passes it, and he's going to be tripped up here again. Third penalty for Kirchi, and this one at the critical point with just 90 seconds to play. No stoppage yet as the shot on that saved by Veshvelka, and Cat still holding on. He's bumped. Pass across, pass it back, and he scores! What a pretty passing play by Cat with less than a minute to play. A 2-goal advantage, and that goal right there may have just put the icing on the cake.
Extra attacker on the ice. Cad capitalizes, and a great goal there to extend that lead to 2. And you don't want to give up a goal in the last minute of a period. You did so right there. A mistake by Kirchi, as I was praising him earlier for the use of that stick. That one came back to bite him, and that could have been costly.
And trying to be aggressive, Cad was holding that possession for so long, just draining the time with that patient game. Kirchi maybe a little bit over antsy. This is a 2-goal advantage now for Cat. Remember, it's the aggregate score that matters, so still goals to be had here, whether it's Kirchi or Cat. And Cat trying to extend that lead, holds it backhand, gets it forehand on the pass across, couldn't get the shot off. 20 seconds to play here in period number 3. Cat holds it over at the post, left side. Looking for options, just turning and spinning around, trying to get some space, but couldn't. Kirchi gets the turnover, and now he takes it up with Stransky. Pass to Krejci at the left boards, 8 seconds to play. Holds it backhand, turned over. Nice stick lift there from Cad, battling away from that one. 2 seconds to play. No goal to be had, but it's a 5-3 win for Cad, Cooks, and Canada. A well-earned win despite the comeback efforts from Kirchi, and Team Canada starts out game 1 with that 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, they do, and that's exactly what you want. 2 goals, a really comfortable way to walk into the next game. You got that lead. You feel okay about that, especially when things got a little bit tight there for Team Canada in that middle portion of game number 1 as we get you back to the studio here. And welcome back in, Nick DeMeo, Brandon Bigsby alongside with you. Game 1 in the books here. 5-3 your scoreline. And as I was saying, Brandon, if you're Canada, you got to feel pretty good about that result.
Yeah, and I mean, why can't you? You were up 3-0. You lost that 3-0 lead, but Cad able to do what he needed to do the rest of the way to come back. And I think you have to give Cad a lot of credit because I think that the biggest thing, he was able to get that momentum back after Kirchi had it for so long. We kind of mentioned it. Kirchi really stifled the offensive attack of Cad after those first 3 goals. And you said it around that 14-minute mark in the second period, it just felt like there was a flip switch in that game for Kirchi, and you have to give him a lot of credit for that, but Cad deserves an equal amount of credit. It's so hard sometimes to be able to get that back after you had that momentum early, after everything was going your way and you lose that, to be able to battle your way back, earn it, and then get not just the win, but a multi-goal win, winning that game by 2. Give Cad all the credit in the world for the way he played. Give Kirchi a lot of credit as well, because remember, like we mentioned, the aggregate score is what is important. If Kirchi doesn't make that comeback, it's a 3-goal advantage at minimum for Canada going in the game 2. So both players managing the game, managing the series as you would expect them to. But now with this game 2 coming up, their last chance to make a positive impact on this series. So expect that sense of urgency to really ramp up for both Cad and Kirchi. It'd be really interesting to see who takes advantage.
You're absolutely right. So here's what we'll do. We'll take a look at the live standings here. I think I have that ready to go. We'll kind of set the stage for game number 2 between these two teams as we got the standings behind us. 5-3 your score line in game number 1 and in the aggregate. And yeah, you're looking at it right there. 3 more games to go, 2 goals in hand for Team Canada. You just have to move on. That's really the thing. And, you know, the battle for Team Canada kind of comes down to what's going to happen if they do make it to the finals. What team do they select against 2 teams on the other side that both have Canada still able to be picked?
Yeah, and I mean, that's the story, right? Survive in advance. That's what this tournament is all about. Survive in advance, earn your way through, and live to fight another day. And that's what both Team Canada and Team Czechia are looking to do here. And like we said, you've mentioned this term a lot, and this term will continue to mention managing the game and managing the series. Both players doing that so far. Cad getting that early advantage for his team, but Kirchi kind of minimizing that damage. It was that 3-goal disadvantage at first. He got it back tied to 3-3, and even though he did end up losing by 2, the aggregate score, not as bad as it would have been had he not been able to fight back there during that second period. So both players doing what they need to do. But now, this game too, who is going to be able to take advantage? Who is going to be able to either extend that lead or close the gap a little bit to set up either Regs or Pep Costa in that better position going into games 3 and 4? I think that's the big story here to watch out for this game too. It can really be that swing game in a series because you're transitioning from one player to the other, at least with the way that we have it in this series. It can. We saw it last week as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who steps up. Can Cad continue that momentum that he had from the first and third period, or will Kirchi continue to adjust throughout this game and throughout this 2-game set and kind of stifle Cad a little bit, because things were going rather easily for Cad in that first period, not so much there in the last 2.
No, definitely not. And goals aplenty. We had 8 in game number 1. I'm expecting to see more. Goals the name of the game in 1v1. You got to score them to win. You got to make them to score. And let's take a look maybe at some of those goals from the top goals from the quarterfinals just last week. Take a look.
So Costa will move it in. Lots of space. 3-on-2. Splits the knee. Forehand. He scores. Pep Costa right down the middle. 11-7. Czechia leading over Latvia in the aggregate.
And now it becomes a bit of an insurmountable challenge. I will never rule out Latvia. I told you this in the pre-show, but things don't look great for them right now. Pepka, though, for Czechia.
So Antonio Amandon currently leading in the game 5-4, down on aggregate by 5, and here comes Dodds trying to take that 2. Spins, twirls, backhand, he scores! Dodds with the highlight reel play ties this game up.
And we are all tied late in the third period. What a beauty of a goal by Dodds. That's a highlight reel worthy, like you said. I expect to see that in our recaps here either tomorrow or next week. At least in that blue paint. Oh, and a good give and go on an attacking third man in from Tron. Nice little play there. That was sniffed out nicely by Riggs, and a one-time chance through the middle, and he scores. A good look there. Bellows puts it home. 3-1, Team Canada.
We'll see if Jesse can hold on, but Dirty Dangler gets the turnover, sauces it to Sandheim, has some space, can he capitalize? Spins to the slot, shot it, he scores! Oh boy, Dirty Dangler living up to his name, gets it right back after the goal from Jesse on the other end.
And we're not done yet.
We're not done yet as we bring it back into the studio right here. Nick DeMeo, Brandon Bigsby. We're not done yet because we saw some pretty incredible goals in game number 1. And like I said, 8 so far. I'm sure we're going to see more. And I'm sure we're going to see more highlight reel goals just like what we saw in that video.
Yeah, we're not done yet. Canada's not done yet. Czechia is not done yet. None of us here are done yet. Hopefully you're not done yet. Watching here is, this has just been so fun throughout this tournament. Some of the plays and moments that we have seen so far. And like you mentioned, Nick, I'm sure we're primed to see more of them. It's been so fun. And I mean, that was just last week. Keep in mind, some of the things we saw in the group stage the week before that cheaper goal still plays in my mind. The nuttiness that play had between what it meant, the skill that it took. I mean, and that's just one example. Just so many cool things about this tournament, so many great moments that these players have created. And there's going to be a few more. It's bound to happen with the way this tournament is set up. It's just a matter of who is going to do it and what country is going to be able to celebrate it.
Absolutely. As I'm looking at the teams getting ready for game number 2, I looked off to my right on my screen there. Player cams aplenty. They've taken their necessary hydration breaks. I guess you need those. Cad looks like he's in a hotel. So, I mean, 5-star living as he's living for it here to play these games in the semifinals. As Regs is waiting in the wings for him. Pep Costa waiting in the wings for Kirchi to finish game number 2. And if you're Kirchi, you just got to get this to within a goal. I think if you get it within a goal, you're okay, but that's not discrediting anything that Regs can do for Team Canada.
Yeah, and I guess the best way that you can compare whether it's like this to where it's back-to-back games or it's like our usual formats where it's 1-1-1-1, it's like a relay race, really, where you have to pass the baton over to your teammate and just hope that they can run and make as much ground as they can. It's very similar to that with the setup, and I think Cat, he has that early advantage right now out of the first portion, but for Kirchi, you have one more game. You played well in the last 2 periods. The only thing is really just making sure that you don't get into that trouble in penalties. You saw that last goal came because Cat was able to get the extra attacker out and got that goal to do that. So I think it's a matter of managing that aggression for Kirchi. He did take 3 penalties in that last game. Cat took 1 on the power play and took advantage of another really before the power play even got started. So it's the kind of one of those things for Kirchi, manage that aggression, but if you're him, I don't think you can be too upset with how that first game went. This time you need a different result. I think you have to try to at least win this game in one way or another to make things easier for your teammate on the other end in Pep Costa. But I don't think either player could be too upset with how that result last time ended. Now, the question is, how do you build on that here in game 2? Because this is the game that will set your teammate up either in a really good position or in a little bit of a hole.
I'll say this, though. You mentioned, can't be too unhappy with the result. I think if you're Kirchi, we talked about game management. You can't throw away that last goal. You don't have to push as hard. If you're playing 6 periods, you're only at halftime. And I think you pushed too hard. You took a penalty, and it cost you ultimately with the extra attacker. I think that's the issue here, is the fact that that game was not managed well all the way to the end. It was managed great until 58 minutes into the game. And in order to win, you have to manage the game for 60. I'm going to beat a dead horse here by saying it over and over again, but it's really true, because that 1 goal could make the difference if this thing goes a lot closer later on.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times have we seen it? Not just in this aggregate format, but we saw it a few times in the group stages as well, to where the difference between getting in and not getting in would be that 1 goal. So, because remember, that goal differential, that goals for, made a difference on who qualified for tiebreakers. But tiebreakers mean nothing in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, because these 2 teams play their way in here as we have game 2 underway. We are looking at Kirchi's point of view. Moving upward on your screen in the all-red Czechia uniforms. Down by 2 in the aggregate. Cad trying to extend that lead. Kirchi trying to come back yet again as he has possession here in the neutral zone and moves it to Pasternak over at the right boards. Holds it. Kind of back cuts there and stops in the middle of it. So he'll get it back up to the point. Back over to Pasternak at the high slot and back to Veronica over at the left side point. Holding it back and pass across the hurdle. Could not connect. Great defense there from Cad. Kirchi still with possession potentially as Cat ends up getting it away from him for just a moment. Battle for it behind the net. Kirchi comes up with it, and here he goes behind the net. Operating, looking, pass goes off of the pad of Thompson. Pucks are loose in front. It'll be picked up by Cat. A little bit of pressure here early going for Kirchi, and I think that's what you have to do here to kind of counter some of that early start there from Cat that he often gets. But the backhand pass across, poked by Kirchi, and so far, Nick, Kirchi the one with the early advantage.
With Kirchi, it's about taking away the opportunities from Cad. He gets a lot of them. You got to take them away. They're dangerous. Chance there from Kirchi. You got to take away the lanes. You got to take away opportunities when you can. And if you don't, that's when Cad can strike, as we get a little bit of a lag here. I'll try to get this back with you, but something went awry here.
And what's unfortunate is that you won't know if they score because both of them are just so stagnant. They're very poignant, very stagnant. The Cat actually going to go ahead and move things as it looks like there may have just been a pure disconnect. I don't think that was on our end at all. So we're going to go back into the studio, let them get that figured out. Brandon Bixby, Nick DeMeo here with 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship coverage semifinals between Canada and Czechia, game 2 out of 4. A big shout out to our amazing sponsors in Skoda and Strost. And Nick, we only saw 5 minutes there, but I think Kirchi has to be pretty happy with what we saw there in that 5 minutes.
Yeah, you got to love that if you're Kirchi. And man, it's unfortunate that the game had to be abruptly halted as a result of that. But I think that's the style you have to play. So let's do this. Let's take a step back for just a moment to figure out what happened, what we're going to do next. And we'll join back with you here in just a few moments. You're watching the 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship presented to you by Skoda and Strauss. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And we are back. Thank you for sticking with us. Had a little bit of a delay with the connections between these two players, but now we are back and going as Kerchi versus Cad. Game number 2 starts right now. We are looking at Kerchi's perspective of things in the all-red Czechia uniforms, while Cad moving downward on your screen as he has possession here, holds the backhand as he gets that pass across. Almost had a chance there to Johnson, but couldn't get him to connect this. He holds in the offensive zone. It's Brandon Bixby and Nick DeMeo with you on the call. And Nick, we saw Kerchi have that momentum going. You have to kind of wonder, how does he get that back after having such a delay?
Yeah, we count the period, so no goals and the period didn't end. So we start over. Game 2 now, back on it. Hopefully Kerchi can continue that momentum for his team. And in this game 2, he's going to need it.
This Cad speeds his way through the neutral zone, past the blue line, holds backhand, doesn't have anything there, but a nice attempt. Here comes Kerchi on the other end, holding it, goes to the right side, hurdle, pass over to the middle, couldn't get that one to go cleanly. It's a battle for it at the left board. Kerchi and Cad both give chase to it, and Cad ends up with it with Severson. Gives it over to Shabbat at the left side, back up over to Johnson, goes down the middle and past the blue line with Barzil. Holding it, gets a bump from behind from Kerchi, and now Kerchi to respond on the other end. Holds, looks, trying to find space, can't so far, and he'll just put that thing below and gives it up to the point. Takes his way in, doesn't hold it for long, almost got it back, but a nice defensive play there from Cad. And here comes Kerchi now after the turnover from the blue line. Right back over to Cad, however, both teams playing really solid defense here, back and forth early on. 13 minutes to play in the first period. 7 minutes in, no goals, no overly dangerous opportunities here to start out.
Been a little quiet now on the home front for the first 8 minutes.
So here's Kerchi holding it, trying to circle his way back, goes to the corner board, trying to find an option down low. Can't yet, bump from behind. It looks like he's going to be tripped up as that puck goes all the way to the opposite zone. Is Kerchi going to go ahead and get things going here? Breaks it into the neutral zone, holds it, gives it to the right side to Stransky, back over to Kepney, back over to the right side to Simone, holds it, poked away, and it's not going to be a penalty, actually. Thought there was. It looked like Churchy's player got tripped up, but it looks like Cat gonna go ahead and play on the offensive end. There's a almost beautiful play on the deke works. That was so creative from Cat. Wow. Just goes to show you a little bit of that technical skill that Cat has. He knows the advanced skills and mechanics of the game. As a near chance from Kirchy, Thompson has to lay down on it, and that'll bring out a whistle. I mean, a really hectic minute and a half after there was close to nothing there in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, usually when something big happens on one side, it happens on the other side if it doesn't go in the net. So we saw that right there in two top-notch plays as a shot comes in from the point. But yeah, remember that save, remember that deke. Highlight reel stuff happening right now in game 2.
Highlight reel stuff happening as Cad trying to push it into the offensive zone. He does so past the blue line. Holds it backhand, looking for an option. Goes behind the net, circles back over to the post, goes back in front, puck loose in front. Another chance, saved by Veshmelka. Still battling forward, and Cad gets it back. Goes back down low behind the net, holds it, tries to skate back in front, but it's turned over, and Kirchy will pick it up and break things out here for Czechia. 5.5 minutes to play in the first period. It's Kirchy holding in, loses in the offensive zone, and Cad now going to break it in. Pass Sillinger over to the right boards, left side of our screen. Gives it Shabbat at the point. Skates in, holds, turns, looking for something. Trying to find the shot, doesn't have it yet. Still holding it, turned over, and Kirchy will pick it up, and he has some space. Here comes Kirchy down the right boards, gives it over the Pasternak down the middle, back over to the left side. Kirchy looking, circles around the point, gives it back down low, but it's picked off by Cad. A nice defensive play there from the Canadian. And so far, a defensive battle between both of these two players. As Cad gets it past the blue line after that breakout. Holds it, pass across, picked off by Kirchy. And once again, another defensive play. But Kirchy trying to pick up the pace. 1.5 minutes to play. Pass across, back over to the left side. Shot on, saved by Thompson. Cad just trying to bring it out, but it goes back to Kirchy in the neutral zone. 40 seconds to play. Kirchy at the left boards, passed across a little bit too long potentially as Cad picked that up with ease. 8 seconds to play as Cad moves it past the blue line. Holding it, gives it back up to the point to Barzil, skates in, looks, lost, and it's going to be a penalty here, it looks like, on Kirchy, as that will do it for period number 1. A back and forth affair, but no goals yet. 0-0 defense and goaltending to name the game so far.
0 goals is a good thing for Cad, bad thing for Kirchy. Had a couple of chances there, but I believe he's going to start the second period. Yeah, down 1 man now to start period number 2.
And that was something for Kirchy that we talked about after that first game. He took 3 penalties and really conceded 2 goals off of those penalties. One on the power play and then another right before the power play started because Cat was able to bring out the extra attackers. So you're kind of seeing some of the aggression from Kirchy, maybe kind of ire on the side of a little bit of recklessness as you see Kirchy trying to kill off this power play of Cat. He did score a short-handed goal in that last game, so not all bad necessarily for him, as here comes Cal on the other end. Holds it, gets a shot on, blocker save potentially by Veshmelka as Kirchy gets possession, tries to move his way past Pasternak. Holds it to the left side, speeds his way down the left boards, and gets a quick little play off of the pad of Thompson, but it goes right back to Cad, who will break it out and pass the blue line in the offensive zone. Turns, looks, back, skates in, pass across, save by Veshmelka, as that will bring things nearly back to even strength, and it will be even strength now. So killed off there by Kirchy. As you see the player cams on the both left and right hand corner of your screen. Cal on the left, Kirchy on the right. Both just in complete focus here, locked into this game. This is Cad in the offensive zone, operating. And for pass, doesn't have it. Gets it back there after the turnover from Kirchy. Cad holds, skates in, looking, goes behind the net, trying to find a passing option, holds it the high slot, passes over to the post to Comtois, back over to Dubois at the faceoff circle, bumped from behind by Kirchy, and Kirchy will take over possession, but it gets back to Cad. Cad holding it, looking, trying to find some space, couldn't get it, and Kirchy will get it right back after a little bit of a threat. 14 minutes to play here in the second period, still tied at 0. Kirchy in the offensive zone now. Backhand, couldn't get that off as Thompson will scoop that up, and Cad will hold on here for the whistle.
I think if you're Cad right now, this is all rolling the way you want. You know, you got to win the game to keep it at least a 3-goal deficit or a 3-goal lead for your team, but you don't want to let Kirchy back in, and 0-0 right now. Kirchy could be chomping at the bit to get one back here real soon.
And if you are Kirchy, Nick, when do you think that he starts to maybe get a little bit more aggressive and plays with some of that sense of urgency? You kind of get the sense right now that he's fine with where things are, but with that aggregate score being the big thing, where do you kind of ramp it up, I think is the question.
I think at the later stages of this period is when you should start pushing just a hair, and then more so once the third period gets underway.
See if Kirchy does rev it up here. 11 minutes to go here in this second period. Halfway through game number 2, the last time these two teams, or excuse me, these two players rather, will play. 2 more games between these two countries, as we'll have Regs and Pep Costa on the other side in the Xbox end of this matchup. Here is Kirchy with it in his own end. Holding it, circles around, trying to find some space, and does so as he passes up the left side, but could not get that stop pass off the boards to connect, and Cab will take over possession with 9 minutes to play in the second. Poke check by Kirchy, holds it, gives it back over to Pasternak over the right side, but it'll be offsides. 8:51 to play in period number 2.
I think this is where you can start taking your chances. I mean, you're controlling the game well. 0-0 is a good way to play this game against somebody as talented as Cad, but at some point, you got to take your chance, and that's going to be coming real soon for Kirchy, I think.
You do have to take your chance, and you kind of do wonder when Kirchy will kind of ramp things up. You don't want to allow Cad to get that first goal, because then I think you start to not necessarily get into desperation territory, but you definitely don't put the Costa in a good places. He might not worry about that, but the backhand doesn't go. It was saved by Thompson, as Kirchy still operating in the offensive zone. Holding it with Pasternak behind the net. 7 minutes to play. Lost the puck there, and Cad got it back. There's a near chance there from Kirchy, arguably the best opportunity from either player so far in this game. So here's Cat moving in the O-zone, holding it over at the corner board. Back skates a little bit. There's a little bit of a freeze here. Both players kind of looking around.
Oh, man.
As we did have connection issues earlier in this matchup. 5:59 to go in the second period, and yeah, it looks like we're going to reconnect here once again and bring it back over to the studio. So we mentioned that around 5 minutes left to go here in the second period. We are tied at 0. Brandon Bixby, Nick DeMeo with you, and you know, it's kind of unfortunate for this game that we've had so many issues. It's been a really, really tight game overall. Kirchy trying to get those 2 goals back, while Cad trying to extend this lead here for Team Canada.
Yeah, I can't get this one to finish, unfortunately, and you know, the finisher coming up later, but that's neither here nor there. It's more or less of the fact that they just can't maintain the connection, whether it be whatever's going on or the EA hockey gods not letting it happen. Either way, they disconnect again, and it's got to be deflating for both sides here at this point.
Yeah, especially if you are Kirchy in this situation, because you're playing well. You had that momentum there in the first 5 minutes of this game that we did get to see continue. And now you're playing well still. You're down in deficit in terms of the aggregate. You're keeping with Cad. You're in the flow of the game. And then it stops just like that. And, you know, I'm sure Cad doesn't want to see this either. He was getting some opportunities as well. You're up by 2. You want to keep that momentum going. You don't want to afford Kirchy that chance in a new game with fresh momentum to get a start, score a goal, and then all of a sudden all the momentum is on his side. So definitely not something that anyone here wants to see, but hopefully those connection issues will get in order here sooner rather than later.
So we'll do this. We'll take a break. We'll step aside, and we'll see how we continue on. You're watching the 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship presented to you by Skoda and Strauss. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the culmination, the ending point of game number 2 of matchup number 1 in the semifinals.
Third period, and hopefully third time the charm, as these two players have had a little trouble getting connected. We've had 2 attempts. We had the first period and second period underway. So we're going to go straight into period number 3. CAD versus Kerchi. We're tied at 0 apiece. 5-3 Canada leads on the aggregate. As you can see that on the bottom of your screen, the player cams on the bottom left. And right-hand corner is Kerchi trying to get started early. He did not want to wait to score as long as he waited in that lobby as he's trying to get things going on the offensive end. Nick DeMayo, Brandon Bigsby with you, as Nick Kerchi, he is a man possessed right now. He is going at the start of this game as the puck is loose and it had to be picked up by Thompson. It looked like it went past him, but he picked it back up behind him and keep it.
It did. And Kerchi just chomping at the bit now. He is putting his frustration onto the ice right now, trying to get this win for his team.
As here is Kerchi in the offensive end. It's going to be CAD now on the other end after the turnover. He has it. Holds it with Barzal. Looking, circling, backhand, pass across. And it's saved by Veshmelka. Kerchi tosses it out, but a big goaltending play there for Czechia. Here's Kerchi now over at the left side board, holding it as he's bumped off the puck nearly immediately off the boards. Now here comes CAD on the counter, holding, looking, goes behind in the corner, circles back over the high face-off dot, goes back down the Barzal, turned over, and CAD gets it back over at the point. Passes to the opposite side, White Cloud skates in, holds pass across, saved by Veshmelka, puck battle after the loose in front. It's picked up by CAD, who will circle it back again. Holds it, goes behind the net, tries to get that backhand across and couldn't. As it's turned over by Kerchi, he had it momentarily, and CAD gets it back. Holds it with Dubois, looking, trying to find something, pass over to the opposite side, won't go, and here comes Kerchi on the other end. And remember, we will have an overtime if this game continues. It was 0-0 to score on your screen. It's the score in the game. There's a near chance from Kerchi, hits the side of the net. He has it in the offensive zone still. Kerchi holding it at the right boards, under pressure, passes it to Krejci. Kerchi holding, gives the pass across, but it's picked up and stolen by CAD, and here he comes for Team Canada. Comtois has it over at the left boards, right side of our screen. As he looks, skates back, holds, goes behind the net, tried to pass it over to Dubois at the post and couldn't get it to go, but he gets it back. Dubois has a pass over, puck loose in front. Still holding it, and Kerchi will get it back. 9 minutes to play. And, you know, we may have had that long stoppage, Nick, but still the same story. A back-and-forth game, yet have a goal.
Tight.
Oh! That's going to change there. Kerchi gets the opening mark. 1-0 in the game. Then the more important thing, the aggregate scoreline cut in half.
It's a good goal there for Kerchi and a disappointing one for CAD. As we are moving through the third period right now. 1 goal separates them now in the aggregate before halftime.
So after all of those plays, all of those attempts, that's the one that gets Kerchi. They've had another one! Czechia ties it! It's David Pasternak! 5-5 and a 2-goal advantage in game number 2 for Kerchi. He is feeling it, ladies and gentlemen.
It is like he was shot out of a cannon. Here goes Kerchi now to tie this thing.
Here we go. How does CAD respond? He's done so plenty of times throughout his career. Can he do so one more time? 7 minutes to play in this period. The aggregate scoreline tied at 5 apiece. Here's Kerchi after the turnover from CAD. Still a lot of time left, and Kerchi, he is feeling it right now. How can CAD stop this momentum? Gives it over to Pasternak, forehand. He forces it in. Czechia takes the lead.
Unreal. He just went all gas, no brakes, forced it in, banged it home.
And all goals scored by David Pasternak. Kerchi is playing like a man possessed. And oh boy, if you are a Czechia supporter, you have got to be feeling it right now.
6 minutes left. Can he hold on, or can CAD come back from 3 unanswered in the third?
You know what they say, Nick, forces should work. Typically that's for a pass. That one was for a shot. He just pushed that in there and it got through. Czechia up 5-6 on aggregate, looking to hold on. Here is Kirchi. Holds with Hurdle. He has some space, but couldn't get the shot off.
Had one there.
Prospect rolls at the left corner board. If you're Kirchi, do you keep pushing? Do you keep going? Or do you hold on?
You have to. You have to keep going to keep this momentum in your favor.
Hurdle circles around the corner board, holds it, gives it to the point. Back over the left side, shot on from the point. Saved by Thompson, goes wide. And Cousins will pick it up for Cad. 3 minutes to go. Cad needs a response. The aggregate score now is what's important, not the score of the game. So here comes Cad, back cuts and gets in past the blue line. Goes behind the net, double team there by a pair of defenders, and Kirchi comes up with 2 minutes remain now. Big hit at the boards there from Cad to cause that turnover. 90 seconds to play. Can he respond with a tying answer? Here's Shabbat with space. Cad for him backhand, but he couldn't get it off cleanly. 1 minute to go. Kirchi trying to hold on. Gives it to the left boards a Hurdle. Holds it, tries to pass it over Stransky. Pass across, and he scores! Hurdle makes it a 2-goal advantage. Team Czechia feeling it. Kirchi, calm, cool, and collected, has to be feeling it as well.
That's a huge goal right there in the aggregate. 4 unanswered right now for Team Czechia. Cooking right now.
And it's the fast minute. Can Cad get one? Pass across and he scores! Cad with a big response with 5 seconds to go. Cuts the lead down to 1. Huge goal for Canada at the end of the game.
You would imagine what this game would have been like if this was how the whole game was. Opened up here in this closing period.
And we talk about the teammates, we talk about the aggregate. If you look in chat, Regs with just one word, huge. That goal, massive from Cad, but the story of the game, Kirchi with an absolute onslaught of a third period, a 4-1 victory for him in Czechia. And if you're Pep Costa, after all the waiting, after seeing what you were able to do last year, you would have loved to have gotten that extra goal, but you have that 1-goal advantage. And at the end of the day, that is massive considering that Czechia once upon a time down 3-0 in the aggregate scoreline.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As we'll bring it back into the studio here as the game is over. So we'll bring you back in, man. I'm stunned here. I'm stunned from what we just saw. And if you're Regs, I think you kind of enjoy the pressure. You kind of say to yourself, okay, my turn. And that's how we approach halftime here with 5-3 and 1-4, 7-6, your aggregate in favor of Czechia now. So the turntables have turned, so says Michael Scott. And now on the line is Regs versus Pep Costa to see what they can do in these 2 back-to-back games on the Xbox side of this expose.
And you know what? If I'm Regs and just kind of knowing what we've seen from Regs and his mentality with things, I think you welcome this challenge because remember, it was Regs and Pep Costa in the last game of the series last year, and Pep Costa was able to seal the deal. And Regs did not get that goal that he needed to bring it into that simultaneous overtime. And you have to remember, there's a little bit of added pressure. The reason that goal for Cad is so huge is you have to remember something, Nick. No simultaneous overtime for this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a massive goal for Cad. Regs is basically down 2 as is. He has to win outright. That's
right.
something you got to remember here.
That's
so
right.
The story writes itself, man. I mean, give Cad credit to get that last goal.
Yeah,
it was massive in a lot of ways. But he has the work cut out for him. He has to at least win. He has to win it. He can't go to a simultaneous overtime. He has to win it. We'll see if Regs can do it here in 2 games. If you're Pep Costa, I mean, how shifting is your mentality? At the start of that third period, you went from thinking, I'm down by 2, I'm going to have to claw back on the comeback, to saying, all I got to do is just keep this thing even and I'm good. I just have to hold on.
Not so much anymore. The complete story has changed. And I think that's what makes this tournament so exciting. You saw the smirks on their faces, both sides, kind of stunned a little bit of what occurred. But now it's on Regs. Regs, Pep Costa, to see how they can carry that momentum. And I mean, I think if you're looking at what's on paper, Regs is your favorite, but I said it at the start of the broadcast, anything can happen. We saw that there. Anything did happen. And now you're up by 1, effectively up by 2, up against Regs.
And you know how we said that Regs would welcome this challenge? What he just said in chat, in quote, that goal just means I got to win 2 games. It's business as usual for Mr. Regs. He doesn't change that mentality. He's never too high. He's never too low. If Pep Costa is able to pull this off for a second year in a row, that would be quite the story. But I don't know. It's going to be tough. Reg seems like a man on a mission. He knows what he has to do. He's been dominant all tournament long, Nick. This is going to be a lot of fun to see how this thing develops. I can't wait to get this thing started. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see these two face off yet again, especially considering the circumstances that we just saw change here in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I can't either. And I'm looking at Regs off camera as he's getting ready, and he is in a zone right now. You're right. All Regs has to do is win, which sounds daunting if it's anybody else. But if it's Regs, it's not. It's what it's supposed to be. As the teams get ready here, and he's just got to win both games. If he wins both games, he's good. So we'll have to see what happens here. 2 more games in matchup number 1 of the semifinals. Canada versus Czechia, controlling both of the same teams. Let's bring it on down to ringside.
Let's bring it on down the ringside as game 3 out of 4, the first on the Xbox side. We're looking at the perspective of Regs going north on your screen. Here we go, as this is going to be interesting because like we said, Nick, that last goal from Cad big, because if he doesn't get that goal, Regs wouldn't have to just win 2 games. He'd have to win it, at least one of them, by multiple goals. So that goal from Cad may not have seemed big in the grand scheme of things, but that's what makes this tournament so special, is that aggregate scoreline.
Yeah, it's a huge goal for Regs right now, as he feels a little bit better about being in this predicament versus being down 1 more goal to win by 3 in the aggregate.
As Pep Costa looking to do what he did again last season, having a 1-goal advantage and taking his team past Canada, as this is Regs moving it around, holding it in the right corner board, trying to find some space. So still patient is Regs when he has the puck on his stick. Just looking for that open opportunity and finds it. What a play over to Barzo, and he scores. And just like that, throw it all out the window. We're tied here at 7 apiece.
Good start by Regs there. It's exactly what you thought would happen. He's going to come out of the gate swinging, and he does so right there.
As Regs gets the early marker, not even 5 minutes into the first matchup between these two players. And, you know, you kind of have to wonder, did Regs maybe watch a little bit from last year to look back and see how Pep Costa played him? Maybe he adjusted a little bit because, like we said, these two played twice last year. You kind of start to learn those tendencies, and you typically don't get that in this tournament. But with this matchup, Regs has to be a little bit more familiar with Pep Costa, considering what he saw from him last year. This is Pep Costa with possession. Trying to break it in. Finds a man over at the left boards. Holds it over the corner. Hit hard there, and Regs going to get possession. 12 and a half minutes to play here in the first period of game number 3. Here's Regs. Cuts, looks, trying to find some space, goes behind, trying to get an option, doesn't have anything so far, goes to the slot, still holding it, trying to find that passing play. Gets that across to Mercer, but a save by Veshmelka. That patience from Regs paying off so far. Costa looking for an answer to it. Pass over to Mercer. He wasn't looking actually at the puck, so had to get it back, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. He still puts it home. A 2-0 advantage in the game, and Canada back on top in the aggregate.
When Regs sets up in the offensive zone, it's like he stays there for an extended stay hotel vacation. He's there for a while, and he wants you to know that. He'll go, okay, I'm going to get my laundry, I'm going to check in, check out the spa, and then I'll go get something to eat. And when he does that, he goes and gets something to eat by putting a goal in the back of the net. He does so right there brilliantly. That's the work of Regs doing what he does best.
Maybe took a few tips there from Cad, who looked like he was in the hotel room on his player cam, but Regs doing it all from the comfort of his own home. As here he goes, has space, his backhand, but a big poke check by Pep Costa from behind. Regs still has possession. Holds it, looks around, trying to find some options. Doesn't have anything so far. He's behind the net and is pressured. Works his way through, goes back behind the net, over at the left side post, still waiting, still finding something, trying to get an option, still nothing, pass over to Mercer, shot hits off the side of the net, but he gets it back. Mercer holds it for Regs, pass across and he scores! That's, wow, it's a 2-goal advantage, and I mean, Regs is just locked in, vibing out, nothing can stop him right now.
Within just 10 in-game minutes, he undid what Kirchi did in Game 2 for Team Czechia. And he's back with that 2-goal lead, which is exactly where he wanted to be walking into Game 3.
And if you're Pep Costa, you cannot like how this is trending this early on. You have the 1-goal advantage. And I mean, you said it perfectly, Nick. Regs basically just undid everything Kirchi just did. Now Pep Costa is back in the original situation that he didn't want to be in, being down by 2 with virtually the entire series ahead of him.
Plenty of time, though, for Pep Costa to adjust and counteract this attack right now from Regs.
Has to get some momentum on his side, though, as Regs dominating the possession so far in this game. I don't think we've even seen a shot on net so far for Pep Costa. There's 4.5 to play in the first period. Geeky gets the shot on, saved by Veshbelka, but Regs gets it back. Kent Johnson holds it, looking around over the corner board, and Pep Costa gets it off of him. Tried to pass over the left side, but it went away and is turned over. Here comes Regs, holding, turned over again. Nice poke check by Pep Costa. So it'll go over to the left side boards. And takes it into the offensive zone. Holding. Regs gets it back. Breaks it into the neutral zone. 2.5 to play here in period number 1. Regs cuts, back skates in, trying to go back down low and is not able to do so as Pep Costa will pick it back up, tied up, picked up by Regs, though after the battle for it. Poke check, still a scrum for the puck on the left side, and Pep Costa will come out with it with a minute to play in the first period. Fast minute, but it's turned over by Pep Costa in his own zone. Here comes Regs, holds, goes into the slot, cuts, trying to find a shot on, couldn't do so. As Pep Costa picks up the puck, 8 seconds to go, one more chance here for him in check. Holding it, trying to get it up. Gives it up to Hurdle, 1 second to go, and will not get that shot off as a dominant period for Regs in Canada comes to a conclusion. 3 goals undoing the work of Kirchi in that last game. And how about those stats? 6 shots on net, 3 goals, not 1 shot yet so far for Pep Costa on the Czechian side.
Yeah, you can't let that happen in the semifinals. You've got to get something on the board. I think if you go 1 period without a shot, things are not going to look good. But you got 5 periods left here against the number 1 ranked player in Regs.
The number 1 ranked player in Regs, as you mentioned, one of the top players in the world, a multi-time GWC winner for not just North America, but for the world as well. Regs circles it around, gets that backhand off, and it's saved by Veshbelka. Pep Costa will hold on to the whistle.
And the secret here, I think, for Pep Costa is just slow it down. Right now, you're just being dominated offensively. Get control of the puck and take your time. Frustrate Regs a little bit with some puck control and control the game as well as you can right now so you can build some momentum later on as the series progresses.
As Regs is feeling it, he tried to do a between-the-legs shot there after that spin-around back-cut move, but could not get it off cleanly as Pep Costa will take possession, moves up the boards. Holding it, gets in the offensive zone momentarily, but Regs will get it back, and he'll speed up the right side boards. Here's Regs, 2-on-2, holds, gets it poked away, battles for it, and gets it back. Holds with bars with the left corner board, trying to find an option. Looks, waits, goes behind the net, backhand there off of what looked to originally be a wraparound. May have been bumped off of it, but Costa will pick it up and holds on.
Holding on for dear life as Regs is just continuing to get the puck in deep and set up shop.
Face off to the right side of your screen, left side of the goaltender for Pep Costa. Wins the defensive zone face off and immediately moves it up. Regs with numbers defensively, and how about the defense from Regs? He has not allowed much of anything for Pep Costa. Still yet to get a shot on net here, almost halfway through this game. Pep Costa looking to change that here. Trying to break it in the neutral zone and gets past the blue line. Goes into the offensive zone. Shot on from Hurdle. Saved. That's the best chance and the first chance from Pep Costa we see as he's starting to apply a little pressure. Uses it to the point they're on it. Gives it back to Pasternak over at the faceoff dot. Hit multiple times from behind, and Regs will bump that off of him. And here comes Regs on the counterattack. Holds, and he's poke checked away almost immediately after he crossed the blue line. Pep Costa now looking to counter. Loses the puck at the neutral zone, and here comes Regs. Past the blue line. Holds, spins, cuts, trying to find space. Goes behind the net. Bump from the back. Gets it back, however, as Mercer cuts in front through the slot. Puck loose in front. Veshbelka will get a hold of it. And it looks like we're going to see a tripping penalty called potentially on Regs. It's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be on Pepka. Couldn't really tell there for a minute as it all happened pretty suddenly. I didn't see a penalty, but nevertheless, it's going to give Regs an opportunity to extend that lead.
Wow.
As it's turned over, held, and he gets it through. Everything happening in just split seconds, and you see Pep Costa just looking up at the ceiling. He cannot believe what he's seeing right now. A 4-0 lead for Regs, a 3-goal advantage on aggregate.
The wheels are just falling off a little bit too early right now for Team Czechia. And as I mentioned, Regs is in the zone, as you saw him there, feeling that goal to give him a 3-goal aggregate lead.
Regs just keeping things pushing, keeping things going. I mean, from disadvantage to wide advantage. As Rex still not done with a play to Dawson Mercer. Gets another. He's up to 5 on the game. It's an 11-7 lead for Canada on the aggregate. And I mean, if you're Pep Costa, you're just praying for anything to change right now.
I got to know what's in the playlist of Regs' headset right now, because that was the most demonstrative I've ever seen Regs. And I've watched him win championships at in-person tournaments. So he is fired up right now for his team. As we've mentioned before, this is the tournament that's eluded him, and he's looking to make sure it doesn't elude him this year.
I know Regs and Raptors GC have a little bit of a connection. I know this is a 2K term, but Regs hit the takeover button on this game and on this series. He is cooking right now. But Pep Costa looking to wash it up. Has a chance there. Goes a little wide for Pep Costa. And if you're Pep Costa, you just need anything to turn this momentum around, because not only is the game out of hand, but risking the series getting out of hand too with just one game to go. It's Regs holding on the offensive zone. Pass in the right corner. Looking for an option. Goes down low. And Pep Costa calls a turnover. 5.5 to go. And Pep Costa, once again, not able to break it past the blue line as he goes for a line change, and that gives Regs some space. Here's Regs, pass across. Nice defensive play there to get back as he gets another chance and capitalizes. Regs taking the game, taking the series into his own hands. And I mean, the composure, the clutch ability, what more can you say about this performance?
And what more can you say? A Jay-Z song, the Black Album? I don't know. What I do know is when you're up against somebody like this, it is very difficult to try to get anything going. As we see it there, it was, 3 shot attempts, 1 on net. It's just hard to play against a player who's this well established in his gameplay, which is exactly what Regs is right now.
And I mean, if you're Regs, you could debate that you just kind of take your foot off the gas and coast into this thing. But I mean, with the way he's playing, why not keep going? I don't think you ever take your foot off of the gas pedal in this situation, especially when you have a form going like he does right now. I mean, this is form that you rarely see at any level from any player. What you're watching is one of the best players in the world playing at his best right now.
And, you know, going up against Team Czechia now, but if this scoreline holds, you're going up against Finland or USA tomorrow. So you can't really put your foot off the gas. You have to play, because you've got to stay ready to play against a team that is going to pick Team Canada tomorrow against whatever you decide to pick here in just a few moments.
3 seconds to go in the second period. Regs looking for one more chance. Will not get it. And I mean, just kind of, you know, put this out there. Something to remember, Pep Costa beat Regs last year. That's what they had to do, Czechia, that is, to move on to the semifinals, and Pep Costa did it. It's not as if that this is an uneven matchup and Regs is just that much overpowering than Pep Costa. This is just a player in rare form and putting out every little bit of skill that he has available to him. As the third period of game number 3 underway. 6-0 lead in favor of Regs in this game. It has given Canada a 12-7 lead on aggregate. Czechia came in this up by 1. As it looks like we're going to get a penalty here. And that's going to go against Regs. Power play here for Pep Costa. Maybe try to get a little bit of momentum. You have to remember, I know we're talking about Regs, well-deservedly so, but you can't really put your foot off the gas pedal, because if you get a couple here, if you're Pep Costa, you're still in it here for the 4th game. You still have more hockey to play.
Yeah, you are. You got 4 periods left here. So I never want to discredit any team, any player. When you're playing this well, I'm going to say it's pretty hard to probably come back from that, but I've seen crazy things happen. Rouse in chat right now saying this is what happens when you pick Canada in round 1. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a kill shot right there from Rouse, and he might have some personal opinion on that, considering, but Latvia with a really good effort in the quarterfinals last week. We're knocked out by Czechia in that series, and you know, it does kind of go to show you some of that strategy game. You saw Canada wait to use Canada until this round, may have even waited a little bit longer if not for the circumstances with CAD. And, you know, I know that might have had an impact, but you could argue that it might have been smart for Canada to use Team Canada, because it's been pretty close up to this point.
Yeah, up to this point.
You're absolutely right. And if Regs wants this championship, he's going to have to fight for it up against Team Canada tomorrow if the scoreline holds. So if he picks, in round 1, they picked USA. So is it Czechia? Is it Sweden? Is it Finland? I'm going to wager you go with Czechia. But I don't know what Regs is going to do. We'll have to ask what him and Kat are going to consider doing. But if he wants that title, he's got an uphill battle ahead of him after this round, as he's put his mark on this game 3 so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the big thing to keep in mind is that every single team has a different opinion on who they feel or the other teams outside of Canada that are the best to use. I mean, we talked to Eku last week. He said he felt like Czechia was the best team available other than Canada, which is why they saved them last week. They went with the U.S. last week, saved Czechia for this week. So for some, that might be Sweden. For others, that might be the U.S. Every player, every team has their different preference. And it's going to be interesting if Canada is to hold on to see how they balance that against either Finland or the U.S., who still have Team Canada available to them.
I want to thank CJ for the raid in chat. Thank you so much for your support for the semifinals Saturday of the 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship presented to you by Skoda and Strauss. Welcome in, everybody.
Big welcome to everyone just joining us. This is game 3 of the semifinals. 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship. Regs up 6-0 in game 3. Czechia came in with a 1-goal advantage on the aggregate. That is what we go by here in the playoffs for this tournament. Winner will move on to the finals right here tomorrow between the winner of Finland and the USA. We'll have coverage of that here at the conclusion of this series. Regs moving it into the offensive zone, holding it around. 6 minutes to play here in the third period of this game. As right now, Regs cooling off just a little bit as, you know, I don't think he's too worried as, hey, right as I said it, Regs, my apologies, my good man. You haven't slowed down one bit. He heard me. I believe it that he heard me. You will not change my mind unless he tells me himself. Regs puts up a touchdown, 7-0 lead here in game number 3.
Pure dominance. This is what Regs does. And, you know, he mentioned in the interview last week, this is what he wants. And when he sets his mind to something, he said it in the interview, he gets consistent about it and continues to practice to get better. This is Regs on display right now.
And this, like we said, it's one of the best in the world playing at his best. It's a tough thing to go against. And I mean, what are we looking at right now, Nick? This is insane. Czechia went from being up 7-6 at the start of this game to their score in the aggregate now being doubled. You do not see things like this often. You just don't.
No, you're looking at a generational talent in Regs. I've said it. 1s, 3s, 6s, it doesn't matter. He'll go play 2K for all we know and dominate over there. Then he'll turn around and play Tiger Woods PGA, do well there. And then you never know, competitive Among Us and Fall Guys, as you mentioned last week. He's going to win there too. It doesn't matter. Top COD player, CJ says. I firmly believe that. This is Regs right now, and you're watching it happen in 2023.
Honestly, at this point, I would put Regs with the best in the world at Overcooked 2. I don't care what game you put him at. I don't care what game you put him at. He's cooking in this game. He can cook in any other game probably as well. And I mean, yeah, you saw CJ said top COD player too. You heard the interview last week. Regs said that him and Kat played for the COD together. And I mean, they might have a little bit extra time to do that right now. They look well on their way to move on to the finals here tomorrow afternoon. As a 9-0 advantage here in game number 3, 90 seconds to play. And, I mean, turning things over to the other side, Pep Costa, you have to feel for him. Coming in with this advantage, knowing he did what he did against Regs last year, probably feeling rather good. This has to be a really gutting result for him.
Yeah, this is hard, I think, if you are Pep Costa, because you know what you did last year, and yeah, it was a team differential. Here you got a team differential the other way, and it's just dominance, so.
And another one. Double digits now for Regs. 10-0 advantage. 16-7 on the aggregate. I mean, he's scoring so much, I honestly genuinely don't know what else to say, and it is literally my job to say things. This is insane. You do not see things like this often. You just don't.
If you took the under in this tournament, I'm sorry.
You know what they say, some of these goals are important to those out there. You know, whether you're, if you win for Team Canada, you're a happy person. If you win for the over, you're a happy person. If not, then I genuinely apologize to you, my friends. As 17 seconds to go. Regs looking to cap off what has been a dominant performance in game number 3. Holds it backhand, moves it in the offensive zone, maybe looking for one more. Not able to get that pass to go. Still has possession. 4 seconds. Back Hudson almost had that 11th goal in, but it isn't going to matter at the end of the day. A dominant display by Regs. One of the best games I think that we have seen in this tournament, regardless of year, regardless of team, regardless of opponent. A 10-0 victory, and Canada looks like they will be on cruise control into the finals. There is one more game, but I mean, from down in the aggregate to being up by 9 is absolutely insane. In like 20 minutes, that's all it took was 20 minutes. Wow.
It's all it took, and he's right back into form. So he's feeling pretty good. I see him getting up to get a drink. He's ready for game 4, and I think he's ready for the finals tomorrow right here on this broadcast. Yeah, I don't know what you say here. This is what Regs does, and he had an end goal in mind. He knew what he wanted to achieve this year. I think if you're Team Czechia, you had a lot to prove as well. You had to make sure that you could keep the position you had, get your way back to the quarterfinals. They did that. And you had a rivalry with Latvia, and they beat them. So there's a lot you have to be proud of. Team selection is part of this whole endeavor. You know, you look at Czechia, they went with Canada in round 1. You kind of shot the, what do you call it? I don't know the euphemism. You blew the whole thing right there, and it was going to be challenging. We talked about it last week. It's going to be challenging if you pick Team Canada in round 1. Well, it's going to be challenging if you pick Team Canada in round 2. Canada did that this week, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow if they go with, Finland, if they go with Sweden, or if they go with Czechia. I'm probably going to lean Czechia, knowing Regs, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember it was Team Czechia, if I recall correctly, that they were using last year when they lost to Czechia in the finals. So we'll maybe see if they alter that. Maybe that team, because it's the same rosters from last year. It's the World Championship rosters from 2022 in 2023. But maybe they didn't like that team. Maybe they switch it up and go into Sweden or go into Finland. That strategy is going to be very interesting to watch out for. And I mean, really, I think you're kind of at a point here with Regs to where we mentioned that him and Kat have played better than any duo, arguably, in this tournament. Yeah. And I know Kat struggled a little bit in that last game, but I mean, that was a historic performance from Regs. I don't think you can reiterate that enough. And I just want to point something out. Let's just say that Kat couldn't have played the first 2 games. Let's just say that that happens. 6-0 advantage for Czechia coming in. With that game alone, Canada would have been up 10-6.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's ridiculous what just happened. And that's just a little bit of added context into what he just did, because that was absolutely insane. I mean, he came back and shut the door in the same game. You don't see that often. You just don't.
That's our biggest score margin in knockout phase of this tournament. 10-0. The previous one, if we go back in time, we go back in time and we go back to quarterfinal number 1, where it was 7-1 after 3 1-goal games, and that 7-1 was Pep Costa over Rouse. So turntables again have turned. 10-0. Now Pep Costa on the other side of a shellacking there, with what we saw today.
Yeah, a shellacking, a trouncing, a dominant performance by Regs as game 4, just a few moments from getting underway. And I mean, Nick, if you are Pep Costa, considering what just happened, I mean, you have to kind of assume that the morale, the spirit's a little bit low right now. I mean, you just have to go into this next game knowing that you're representing your country, you're representing yourself. Give your best effort out there, see what you can do. And it's a far-fetched goal. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't see it happening if they come back, but still representing your country, no small ordeal at all, and nothing for Czechia to be ashamed of. 2nd year in a row that they made it in the semifinals, and just, he ran into a buzzsaw. He ran into a buzzsaw in that game 3. That's all there is to that.
It's how the seeding works out. And you look at the end of the day, you have different goals for each country. Each country's players had to qualify to get into the group stage, and then from there had to make it out of their group stage. So it's not like we didn't do anything, right? They won their quarterfinal versus Latvia 15-8, and Latvia was your sleeper pick for a lot of people. they were the odds-on favorite to kind of sneak their way into the semifinals, and Czechia put that to rest. Granted, it's team selection, but if your goal is to beat the rival, your goal is to get to a spot, you're going to do what it takes to get there. Knowing you have, on the other side of the bracket, 5 of the top 10 1v1 players on 3 teams representing the countries. Team USA, Team Canada, and Team Finland. So, like, you're going to be the underdog no matter what happens. How far can you get is the question you ask. I think if you're a team that isn't perceived as the favorite in this tournament and you have pride to play for your country, you're representing your country, just like the Olympics where you represent, your entire community and they're supporting you no matter what you do. You made it to that level. There's something to be said there, but now there's a championship to win if you're Team Canada.
Yeah, and you mentioned not being within those odds-on favorites, so to speak. I mean, I think if you were to ask people to rank a list and you were to compile that average, I think it would probably be Finland, Canada, USA, and Sweden. Maybe in a little bit of a different order depending on opinion, but really for that 5th spot, I think you could say that could be Czechia, that could be Latvia, that could be Germany. And, we always have seen Czechia be competitive, get their way close to the finals, because like we said, they made the semifinals last year, just came up a little bit short. But, I mean, nevertheless, like you mentioned, Nick, still that country pride to play for, still one more game to go. The players are ready. They're in the lobby, and they are getting things set up as the opening face-off for game number 4 down and underway. We're looking at the perspective of Regs, who in this game, I think that you're just kind of preparing yourself, getting fine-tuned for the finals tomorrow afternoon as he's in the offensive zone, still looking to continue that momentum.
Yeah, 3 p.m. puck drop for game 1 tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And there's another goal right there. We'll be with you at 2:30. 2:45 will be the pregame as Regs just feeling it right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. And I mean, you see Rouse in chat, who, by the way, just played Pep Costa last week, was kind of the victim of a blowout himself, as you mentioned earlier, said Pep Costa is a great player, no doubt about that. Really unfortunate to see this. And I mean, I think if you're anyone outside of maybe a Canadian supporter, you have to agree with that, because Pep Costa, a great player, he's proven that before. Remember, he, like we said, he clinched Czechia's spot in the semifinals by holding off Regs last year. So it just kind of goes to show you that it's not necessarily a matter of Pep Costa's skill level, just Regs is a player possessed right now, quite frankly. I don't think we've seen a performance like this in a really long time from any player in any space, 1v1 or 6s. He's still not done. Isn't in the offensive zone, wasn't really able to get anything past there, as here comes Pep Costa reversing it. Costa with it. Cycling it around, holds it over at the corner board, trying to find an option, gives it up to Simone. Holds as he passes it down low, and it's going to be turned over. But here comes Regs down the right boards. Regs holding, looking, trying to find another option here, looking for will be his 12th goal in the last 3.5 periods. Can he find it? Almost got the chance. Shot on the second time. Saved by Vejmelka, but Costa will hold on to the whistle. Remember, more coverage here of the semifinals. We'll have the USA and Finland rematch of last year's finals matchup in 2022. Meeting here in the semifinals, we'll have all 4 games of that here in just a matter of moments after this series concludes. As here comes Regs, gets it after the turnover, moves behind the net, tried to pass it back up to Cousins over at the right side, couldn't connect on it. Here comes Pep Costa, moving it down past the neutral zone, couldn't get it past the blue line cleanly. Now Regs to pick up the turnover and moves up the ice. Holds it with Lowry, tries to pass it over into the middle and couldn't get that to go. And now Pep Costa looking to counter, has Verana with some speed, holding, forehand, could not get that to fall. And Regs will take up possession now, 9.5 to play here in period number 1. As you kind of just see how this game has flowed so far, but Costa trying to find a little bit of momentum. Like we said, the result a little bit of a formality in terms of the aggregate score line, Canada being up by 10, but still wouldn't mind winning this game. One of the best players in the world. You take it as a learning experience, a chance to maybe show a little bit of yourself that you can win against some of the top players in the world. So still something to play for here for Pep Costa, even if the journey to the finals ends here. As here is Pep Costa moving into the neutral zone. Gets it past the blue line. Forehand! He scores! Pep Costa ties things up here in game number 4. Cuts the aggregate score back down to single digits in the process. As the goal there for Pep Costa, his first of the series, gets on the board. So that 11-goal run for Regs will end there. But nevertheless, Pep Costa trying to keep things in it, still fighting for his country, still playing for his country, as it looks like maybe the aggression there from Pep Costa erring on the side of recklessness a little bit, a penalty, and it's going to lead to a Rex power play.
And you said it right about a sentence ago. Pride for the country. No matter what happens, play till the end. We've seen that in almost every single game in this tournament so far, and that's what makes this tournament so special. You're playing for country pride, not just team pride, not for a bracket pool championship. No, you're playing for your country's pride for the year. There's something to be said about that, and it's why we see the play style we see so much here in this semifinals.
And you saw the signature forehead shot from Regs. Leads to a goal there as he backs up a little bit for us. Much appreciated, my friend. As all of a sudden, just like that, Regs right back in the league, right back to a 10-goal advantage.
You know, our tournament director that we work with behind the scenes was like, oh, I'll message Regs to get to take his camera down a bit so we can see more than his forehead. I didn't have the chance to type back, but I wanted to be like, no, that's a Regs shot. Like, that's normal. Like, that's Regs. I don't think I want to change that because this is how Regs plays. And it's kind of funny because that is his play style. He gets right up on the camera. I've watched him for years do it. This is just the way he plays. As he look at the reaction from Regs every time he scores.
I mean, he's feeling it. He's buzzing, and this is the physical depiction of when they say the boys are buzzing. Regs is buzzing. I mean, and this was no different. I know it's easy to kind of feel that way when you're up by 11, but let me point something out. It was no different when it was 7-6 and he scored the first goal.
Exactly.
It was no different at all. Same mentality, same feeling. I mean, this is just how Regs is. He's never too high. He's never too low.
He's able to moderate the emotions, and that's what makes him a true competitor.
I mean, what more can you ask for right now if you're Canada? I mean, still 2 more periods of play as well. Up 3-1 in the game. You're winning the aggregate pretty convincingly. This Regs still not done. It's a pass saved there from Veshmelka. This Regs still continuing to try to pour things on here. As in the neutral zone, 10 seconds to play here in the opening period of game 4. This Regs doesn't have the pass available to him. Pep Costa will get it, turned over in the neutral zone. A spin move there for Flair, and that will do it for the first period. A 3-1 lead in this game, and Regs and Team Canada on cruise control for tomorrow's final.
Good look for them as they prepare, and we'll talk to Regs at the end of this game number 4. We'll have an interview as well with Team Czechia right before we get into matchup number 2, USA and Finland for the semifinals.
Yeah, and you're going to want to make sure to stick around for that. As we kind of mentioned earlier, that is a rematch of last year's final. Eki returning to Finland from last year and the year before that. Well, for the U.S., 2 new players in top shelf, Cookie and Dodds. So a little bit of a different look for the U.S. this year, but still the same precedent. The U.S. trying to knock off Finland after being denied of that championship last year in that simultaneous synchronous overtime. So we'll see if they can get that done, and we'll see if Finland can go to a 3rd straight final. We'll have that, as Nick mentioned, right after this series, but still a little business to take care of here as Regs moving in the offensive zone. Couldn't get that pass off across. But still finds his way back to the puck after the poke check. Moves it around over at the point. Gets it down over the left corner. Batherson back up to the point to Severson at the top left. Holding it, skates his way in, spins, holds, tries to find something, couldn't. He goes to Barzal in the corner, and Pep Costa will create the turnover, goes back to him, holding it, puck loose in front. Veshmelka will pick it up for Pep Costa, and he'll hold on for the whistle.
Talked about that synchronous OT. We've not seen it so far this year. I'm kind of curious if we'll see it in this semifinals between Finland and U.S., or will we see it tomorrow for those finals?
Yeah, and I mean, you do kind of have to wonder, especially with this next game, because with this next game, it's a little bit different in terms of the teams that are being used. We'll touch on that a little bit later here for the pregame, so make sure you stick with us for that. But Nevertheless, Reg still holding on to that 11-goal advantage. Acosta trying to maybe claw back into things. Reg gets another one, just adding to the list, put it up to 20. And Nick, back-to-back weeks that Team Canada has put up 20 goals or more in the aggregate. This has been rare form from Cad and Regs really backloading a lot of that work here in this round.
22-9 last week in the quarterfinals versus Switzerland when they were controlling Team USA. 20-8 right now in this aggregate game 4 with plenty of time to go.
As here is Pep Costa, big save by Drager. As Pep Costa tried to respond with one of his own, but he was denied by the goaltender. Here comes Reg, spins, trying to get that across, but couldn't. Still holds on to it behind the net, holds it backhand, goes all the way around, and he scores. And I mean, you're looking at Reg because you've done this about 15 times already. You know, you're just kind of like, oh, okay, cool.
Couldn't have said it any better, Brandon.
Second of the game for Dubois. 21-8 the score line. Halfway through the final game here in the series. Rags moves it up the ice, holding it, looking, trying to find something, couldn't get it, and Pep Costa creates a turnover, battle for it in the corner board. Rags ends up coming up with it. I mean, he's getting everything right now. Every puck battle, every shot on net seems like it's going in the way of the Canadian. Rags holding on to possession, looking passed over to Mercer, and he scores yet again. 22-8 the score.
I don't know what you can say at this point that hasn't been said already with what we're seeing right now in the semifinals with Regs.
Regs putting up the performance of a lifetime. I mean, there's plenty of questions you could ask him right now. And I mean, looking forward into tomorrow, I don't care if you're Finland, I don't care if you're the US, you have got to be really looking at this game and looking at what Regs is doing and looking at what Cab did earlier as well, despite the Game 2 loss, and saying, boy, that's what we have to play against if we move on. Pep Costa with a chance there, wrong off the post. Nice little play that was set up there, just couldn't bring it home. So here comes Regs here on the counter, creates some space, has a partial breakaway, goes backhand and saved by Veshmelka. Gloved it in and kept them from scoring another. Big play by the goaltender, and he'll hold on for a whistle.
Gotta wonder if, you know, what Team Canada is thinking about right now as they are going to watch very intently with what happens in the rehash of the finals last year. Coming up in a little bit, Finland versus US. As I don't know who they want to play more. I know that Regs loves to go up against Eki, but I know that there's some US-Canada rivalry also brewing afoot there. So two GWC winners could also be going against each other in Regs and Cookie. So we might see that as well. There's a lot of storylines as we get ready for the semifinals and the finals tomorrow here at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and you know, something you have to keep in mind is the US and Canada, they both came out of Group A rather, victorious. And, you know, it's interesting with them because you have to remember, Rags and Cookie, as you mentioned, played against each other, not just in GWC, but in this tournament 2 weeks ago. Cookie beat Rags in that game 3-2 in overtime. It's the only game that Rags has lost so far in this tournament.
And I will say,
a minute to play.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, like, I like the strategy behind the team selection. I think it's really cool for the knockout stage. I don't like it for group stage. I think everybody should just be Canada, and it is what it is. But for the knockout stage, it requires some strategy to look ahead, to know who you're up against, and to make a decision of who you're going to play. You have to make that choice. And I enjoy the added wrinkle into the 1v1. It makes it a little bit more exciting. It shows off the skill of the players a little bit more. And it really does kind of force you to be strategic on who you use and when in each round.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And something that we often hear from players when talking to them is that they love this format. It's unique. It's different. There's no other tournament that does it the way that this tournament does with that strategy play. And you mentioned it, it adds in that extra wrinkle. When do you save Canada? Do you wait for the finals, as we've seen Finland do the last 2 years, or do you use them in the middle round the way we saw Canada do, or do you go ahead and use them early, as we saw a pair of teams do? We saw Czechia do that, and now there's been some questions like, hey, do you maybe wait and use Canada because of that? Like, that's a genuine question, and that strategy plays a part in this when the overalls are the way they are. Now, hopefully we will one day have that team balancing aspect for a competitive mode, and that's kind of what you ideally would hope for, not only for that reason, but just so everyone can use their respective countries. But I do think that that is the one advantage despite that, as you mentioned, is just that strategy. It adds in that extra element, and I think you kind of feel like you've earned a little more, because not only did you have to have that play on the ice, but you had to strategically put yourself in the position to be able to win it all.
That's exactly right. And if you're doing that part too, then you're doing more than just the moves on the ice. You're requiring yourself to adapt to different players, to adapt to different ways that they play, to adapt your lines, to put the people that you want in the right spots. There's a lot more to it. There's more nuance, and it's what makes 1v1 so exciting.
It is what makes 1v1 so exciting. And, you know, you kind of look at Canada, and gotta give props to the chat here for pointing this out as well. And we kind of precursored it a little bit, but, you know, you said it, Nick. Regs, he's going to have a really tough competition, either a GWC winner in Cookie or a GWC winner in Eki. So, regardless of the matchup next week, if you're going to see Regs face off against another former GWC champion. I mean, that's what you want. That is what you want, I think, not only if you're us, not only if you're a viewer, but I think if you're Regs, he thrives and embraces those matchups typically. That's going to be really interesting, and you know he's going to be watching intently here in the next couple of hours to see who that is he's going to be facing off against.
Yeah, he turns it up when the pressure's on the most, whether it's in person or online. Regs thrives under the pressure, as we've seen here in the semifinals. But, man, to go up against Eki again would be a rivalry waiting to happen. To go up against Cookie, I don't know the background on those two battling it out. I know they've crossed paths a couple of times, but I'm sure, you know, at the end of the day, for the viewer, you got three of the best players in the world geared up. Two of them will be in the finals here in just mere moments.
Yeah, and something that adds in an extra wrinkle to the potential Eki versus Regs matchup, if that happens. Eki won the European GWC last year. Regs won the North American GWC last year. So you would essentially be getting a GWC Grand Final within this tournament. I mean, the story writes itself, or you get a classic matchup between Regs and Cookie, USA versus Canada, former champion versus former champion. I mean, this is setting up to be such a good series no matter who it is that wins it. And I'm really excited to see this next series on tap, because both Finland and the US so matched up with each other in an even aspect, as another goal for Regs, 23-8, a hat trick for Matthew Barzal, and just adding on to the formality of Canada moving on to the final.
I was just going to mention it, and the chat just mentioned it as well. And they've already squared off mere months ago, like in November or December. Yeah. They fought in person at the Islanders event. So, like, there's just so much to do here when it comes to these players and the rivalry that is afoot between the two.
I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more. And then, like we said, if the U.S. wins, you still get that same element. Cookie and Regs, plenty familiar with each other in terms of the reputation, as Regs trying to put up 10 yet again. 3.5 minutes to do so as he holds it backhand, couldn't get that shot off. But we are set up for a really fun matchup on tap. But you have to stick with us to find out who that's going to be. USA versus Canada, a rematch of last year's final, a semifinal for this year. Do not go away, as we will have that matchup after this series conclusion. We'll also kind of go through some of those storylines for that series here. But 2 minutes to go in this one, as Regs still pushing the issue, trying to find that 10th goal, up 25-8 right now. I would love to see what the record is for most goals scored on an aggregate, because I have a feeling that Canada may have just broken that record in back-to-back weeks. 22 last week, or 23 last week, 25 this week.
Yeah, 22 last week, that was the final, 22-9.
Yeah.
And right now we're at 25. And I think you're right, this is probably the highest. Although I think in aggregate, I think Finland at one point did have 33 last year. I'd have to check back on my notes.
That's going to be a little outreached. That'll be a little outreach if that is the record, but nevertheless, record or no record, I don't think Regs and company are going to care too much about that. They want the result, and they are going to get it in convincing fashion. 35 seconds to play. Costa on the power play, but Regs on the power kill. Holding gets that pass across the Barzil, and I mean, I said it once, I'll say it again. He scores. Back-to-back games, he puts up double digits. Regs with one of the dominant performances that we have seen in IIHF eWorld Championship history. There's no doubt about that. 20 seconds to go. Getting another potentially, as that's poke checked away from Pep Costa. Give Pep Costa all the credit in the world. Represented his country graciously. Played well, as he said, hey, now enough about next week, enough about Regs. I'm still here. I'm still fighting. Puts one in for Czechia to make it 26-9.
Gotta fight. Gotta play for your country. I can't say enough great things about this tournament and the countrymen that are representing each country so well.
So Pep Costa gets a second goal in this game, but the story all about Regs, from down in the aggregate to a dominant performance. Canada moves on to the IIHF eWorld Championship Finals for 2023. Regs pulls them through, Cad set them up, and they're waiting the winner of Finland versus USA, but Canada reach the final stage for right here tomorrow. They will be in the final game for the chance to be champions of this tournament for the first time in their history.
Hats off performance for Canada in the semifinals. Uncertainty looming, pressure mounting, and they do it. They walk away emphatically and with a lot to prove as they get geared up, as you mentioned, for this finals matchup tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern.
And like we mentioned, the winner of Finland and US going to be the ones to face off against Cad and Rex in that final. We'll go back into the studio. Brandon Bigsby, my friend Nick DeMeo to the right of me. And I mean, Nick, what more can you say about that performance there from Regs? I mean, it feels like we've kind of said everything. We'll hear from Regs here in a few moments, but I mean, just insane what he put on. We felt like Regs could do it. We felt like Regs getting that goal from Cap put him in a good position. We're like, okay, you know, Regs, he's going to have to win both games. He knows that. He can do that. But to do it in this fashion, I mean, it felt like the series was near decided by the second period of game number 3. Genuinely. And that's no slight against Pep Costa. But with the way Regs was playing, the way he set himself up, I mean, you have to feel for Pep Costa and Czechia. You just do.
Yeah, I think you're right. And hats off to them for playing as well as they did up through this point. And that rivalry between them and Latvia was amazing to watch to get us to this point. What a great performance by Team Czechia all the way through.
Yeah, and, you know, like we said, give Czechia a lot of love. They were one of the most dominant teams in the group stage, won their group with really out any competition, really. They dominated their group, were great against Latvia last week. We saw Pep Costa once again last week step up against Rouse in what was going to be a decisive game and win that game convincingly. 7-1 was the final score, but unfortunately for him, ran into an absolute buzzsaw in Regs. And I mean, I said it once, I'll say it again. That's one of the best players in the world playing at his best. That's always going to be something that feels near impossible to go up against. Unfortunately for Pepka, it was a little bit too much. It looks like we're about to have Regs join us here in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, we are, as we're going to talk to him right now. He's behind us on our screen. Let's talk to the man himself. And Regs, man, it felt like just a mere days ago we were talking to you, and I said, how do you do it? Well, I guess the same question is here. I mean, I watched you on camera this time, which I rarely get to do. You know, there was uncertainty coming into this game. We knew that already going into it. That's why we had the team selection, I believe, of you picking Canada for the best chance here. Obviously, it worked out in your favor that wasn't the case, but still, you're able to put up 10 goals in each of the 2 games against Pep Costa, who's arguably one of the better players in the EU. Again, I ask, how do you do it?
Yeah, you guys can hear me this time, right?
Yeah,
Am
we
I
can.
muted, like,
Loud and clear.
all right. All right, perfect. So, yeah. So just a little bit to what Nick was speaking to. Yeah, we didn't know if CAD was going to be able to show up today. Just him showing up and you know, although I know he wasn't happy with his performance, being down only 1 goal on the aggregate compared to having to win by 7. That alleviates a lot of pressure from me, and that sort of went into the team selection for choosing Team Canada. And I knew I wouldn't be able to beat Pep by 6 or 7 goals, Czechia versus Czechia, and that I think that sort of displays my respect we have towards Team Czechia and how good they actually are. So I knew if that was in the event of that I needed all the advantage I could possibly get. So yeah, no, I mean obviously there's that team discrepancy between Canada and Czechia. We got awarded for, getting past a tough Switzerland team using a weaker USA team. And now myself and CAD look forward to fighting for gold against either USA or Finland. We know we have an uphill battle. I'm not sure if you guys have announced it yet, but we will be using Czechia, and I'm sure either one of them will be using Canada. So we know what we're up against, but both myself and Sam feel very confident we could get it done.
Yeah, we hadn't announced that yet, so Reg's kind of breaking the news to us. Much appreciated, my friend. You kind of mentioned it earlier, just the respect that you guys have for Team Czechia. And I know going back to last year, you played against Pep Costa in those 2 games. Obviously, didn't go your way in that one, but you looked like a man possessed, a man on a mission. Was there anything that you did looking back at last year to adjust for this matchup this year around?
No, I wouldn't necessarily any adjustments. As I said, obviously having Team Canada instead of Team Sweden like last year is a major difference. And, obviously falling short last year, Czechia did what they had to do. But this year for me personally, I had a little bit extra to play for to get that one back and to prove something. And, I was able to do that today, fortunately enough.
We looked at what the teams might be in the finals with US and Finland around the corner here. You mentioned it, both using Canada, probably the likely choice, but both of them haven't used it yet. You're up against with Team Czechia as your controlled team. How is that discrepancy gonna kind of translate for you? And I don't know if you could speak for CAD, but it's got to be a little bit more difficult. You've kind of made it difficult for you already. You had a lot to prove last year. Kind of talk me through what you're envisioning this is going to look like with that team difference.
Yeah, so I actually think Czechia has the best line in the whole tournament with Pasternak, Hurdle, and Verna. All fast, all great shots. So the game plan is going to be to use those 3 guys as much as possible. You really don't notice the team difference until you get into the 3rd and 4th line of Czechia and the 3rd D pair. So it's to make sure you're capitalizing on your opportunities you're getting with your top 2 units, both on offense and defense, and then just playing super smart when you have those sword grinders out on the ice, and making sure that you're not letting your teammate or your opponent steamroll you with goals at that point. So just keep it close with those bottom couple lines, and then capitalize on the chances you're going to get with those top 2 lines.
Yeah, kind of looking forward to next week a little bit. You're going to face off against one player or another that you're rather familiar with. If it's the US, it's Top Shelf Cookie. If it's Finland, it's Eki. So kind of knowing that you're familiar with both of those players from not just GWC, but from other tournaments as well. What is it about you? Because you always seem to just go up another level in those games. What is it about you that kind of brings that out in you?
I think it's the confidence I have within myself, and how highly motivated I am to prove that I could compete at the top levels. I just love competition, whatever it may be. Sports, other esports, anything really. So it's always just trying to prove that I can hang with the top people, and in the unique format of this event, I said on the past broadcast, but I'm not just playing for myself. I'm playing for Canadians. I'm playing for Canada. I'm playing for North America. And so, I'm hoping me and Sam could bring Canada gold in the one event that Canada hasn't really proven themselves in. So,
last question for you, Regs, and we'll let you get out of here. I had the distinct pleasure of watching you off camera get ready. I'm not going to pull too much behind the curtain here, but I was watching you kind of nod out, vibe out. What playlist do you have in your headset right now? I have to know.
The new Morgan Wallen album was in my ears the entire day today. So some good country music.
Country music hitting top cheese, winning by 10 to 0, and then 10-2, all because of Morgan Wallen. I mean, I that was the last answer I would have expected you to say, but it's completely fitting for your vibe, and I definitely appreciate it. Listen, Regs, best of luck to you tomorrow. I know you faced these guys before. I know what the uphill battle looks like for you. Get some rest. We love having you on. Thank you so much for representing NHL esports for us. We wish you the absolute best of luck.
Appreciate it as always, guys. I look forward to watching Finland and USA. I just want to wish them the best of luck, and I look forward to facing either of them tomorrow.
Regs, everybody, thanks so much, man. Look, top-notch guy, Morgan Wallen. I don't know how you say it. Nevertheless, not what I thought was going to be the answer there at all.
Yeah, you see a lot of players usually have the EDM music in the background, or maybe a rock playlist. I thought it would have been something to that nature, maybe some Drake, something. Morgan Wallen was probably pretty low on the list. I mean, honestly, I may have even thought like Dolly Parton or something before Morgan Wallen. But hey, maybe more Morgan Wallen on the playlist tomorrow as he's going to face either the U.S. or Canada, Eki or Top Shelf Cookie, as we mentioned. So, hey, Finland or U.S. on the horizon. Maybe a little bit more country music on the playlist here in 24 hours. But, so much love for Rex, man. Top-notch guy, as you mentioned. Always so fun to talk to, just to kind of see his perspective. And, you kind of alluded to it, Nick. He's always so composed. He always just has that same mindset. I mean, you saw him in the chat before these games he was starting. He said, I just have to win 2 games. That's all I have to do. I win 2 games and we're good. He did a little more than that. He did a little bit more than that in that series. Much credit to them. And once again, congratulations to Czechia on what was a really good run. Both Kirchi and Pepcosta represented their country really well. Their semifinals appearance, which is something that I don't think many people would have had them penciled in for the last 2 years. So, just got to keep on pushing. You might be back here next year and representing your team, maybe in finals here at a year's time.
That album, Regs mentioned, 36 songs on that album. Just launched yesterday, so he was primed to be able to reach it out all the way through, even if the games went to overtime. He had enough tracks on that playlist to be good to go, should that have ever happened, but he was able to make work do for him. 10-0, 10-2, your final 2 score lines there, as we start to turn our attention to the other side. The matchups around the corner are afoot. We're going to be back with you in just a little bit. Finland versus U.S., 2 GWC winners vying for their way up. Will Finland work their way for the three-peat? Will the U.S. get back into the finals? We will know in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this Clash of the Titans. These 2 Goliath teams going head-to-head. It's Finland and U.S. here after the break.
He's in, stops up, backhand, and he scores!
I was screaming when I scored the goal.
The game-winning goal!
How are you feeling?
I'm ecstatic.
Finland versus the United States. Coming up to you in just about 5 minutes. 2 GWC winners, 2 newcomers, all top players as they vie for their chance to go into the finals and take on Team Canada with Regs and Cad. It is going to be, as Tim the Tatman would say, a certified banger as we welcome you into the studio. Nick DeMeo, F5 Penguin, alongside this guy over here, Brandon Bigsby, aka B Mage. And let me tell you one thing, man. If you were excited before for what Canada did and the heroics that was Regs, the tension that was Kirchi and Cad, you're in for a treat. We're starting off on the PlayStation side, Yesiel and Dodds, and then Eki versus Cookie. And you can write your storylines however you want to. But the fact of the matter is, Brandon, this one's going to be fun to watch if everything goes the way we anticipate and expect it to go.
Yeah, I think this might be the most highly anticipated series so far, not just in the playoffs, but arguably in the season. You could maybe put one for Canada and US during the group stage, but this right here, the storylines behind it, these two teams met in the finals last year. It took us all the way to that synchronous overtime where Eki and Vatu took it away from the USA. Now the USA looking to deny Finland a chance to even make it to the finals. And not only that, but Yessi, the newcomer, versus Dodzy, the newcomer. Eki, a former GWC champion, against Top Shelf Cookie, a former GWC champion. Stories like these write themselves. It's going to be so fun to see who comes out victorious.
And we have a story for you right now. So let's take a look about this rivalry between Finland and the US to set the stage for what's to come in a few short minutes.
Sends it back, and now on the breakout is Eki. Eki now across the line, still has the puck. Shot, oh, he scores! Eki's gonna end it in overtime, and Finland is your 2022 IIHF eWorld champion!
Oikeanpuolisella näyttää, Eki lähtee hyökkäämään, Eki lähtee hakemaan ja sitä enemmän. Ratkaisua! Suomi on maailmanmestari! Eki ratkaisee! Eki ratkaisee! Eki ratkaisee! Ja ei tarvitse miettiä!
Which means the return of the finals battle last year now comes to the semifinals. Finland versus US.
Holding it for Team Finland. Using Team USA and can't use him again after this matchup due to the rules. And he scores! Yessi operating his way through, dancing his way past the defender.
Nice to get some revenge.
It feels amazing. I know I played in it last year, didn't qualify. This year I took 1v1 in this game a little more seriously, and I've been pretty successful this year.
God's looking, spins in the offensive zone, goes down low. Has him behind the net, trying to find a pass across, but he shoots himself and puts it in himself. How about Dodds responding accordingly?
I have a lot of trust. Trust in my teammate, I have a lot of trust in myself.
Thank you for supporting, and I'll try to get the job done next weekend.
So you see it right there, laying it forth. Eki said it best. He has a lot of trust, a lot of faith. He's excited, a lot to prove. The trifecta for him, for Team US. 2 new players for this Team US looking to get their gold after being robbed of that by Finland last year. They want to get in to take on Canada to do the whole US-Canada thing. Hey, real quick though, Brennan, let's talk about this team selection as we get into this PlayStation matchup between Yesiel and Dodds. Take it away here. What do we got lined up for the team selection?
Yeah, we're going to see, and this is the first time we have seen this matchup all series long. Team Finland using Czechia for their team, while the US using Sweden. Not something that we have seen from anyone yet so far, not just this year, but last year as well. So the first time we'll be getting a look at Team Sweden. We know that Eki told us last week that the plan all along was to use Czechia this round because they felt that was the second best team. For the US, very interesting. They chose the US last week. This week, choosing Team Sweden and saving Team Canada for the final. So that's going to be really interesting to see that dynamic, considering it's a team that we've yet to really cover in terms of in-game.
Yeah, a dynamic and a challenge here. And again, we talked about it. Team Czechia waiting in the wings by Canada. That's what they selected. So both of these teams are going to go on. Whoever wins is going to pick Team Canada. And that's what you got to have to worry about, is how to take that on. But hey, that's tomorrow. Right now, we have today, and it's coming up in just a few short moments. I would say, as Regs talked about, Yesiel and Eki do have the favorite with that pasta line that we talked about from Regs. But hey, I've seen crazier things happen. I know Sweden's a pretty powerful team, and there's obviously a reason that the USA chose them up against this matchup against Team Finland.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be interesting too, because when you look at this first matchup that we're about to see with Yesiel and Dodds, that's going to be interesting because remember, Yesiel had to step up in a big moment last week to even push Finland through to this round right here against Germany. He really had to step up and put on a big performance, which he did. Dodds had to kind of do the same thing. He had that 6-goal advantage, but Antonio Mannon really played well with him. I think he has a little bit more to prove. I know we talked about this a little bit before we went on air, but I think that there's a level of the US that we haven't really seen just yet. I'm waiting to see if they hit that level right here against the champs in a rematch of last year's final.
Me too. So let's get into it. It's USA and Finland, the rematch from the finals, happening in front of your screen right now. As we bring in the players, you see their cameras right there. Yesiel on the left, Dodds on the right. We're following Yesiel going north on your screen, controlling Team Czechia. And a stoppage here early. Is Yesiel standing up while he plays? That is top-notch focus by the Finner.
Kind of reminds you of like the old Wii game that you had back in like 08, 09, where you physically had to shoot it with the stick. Maybe you got a little bit of that going on back there.
No, I did this when I played as my competitive days in Madden. I absolutely did the same thing, so I can't halt it there. As a one-time chance there, denied by Dodds, controlling Sweden. He's got it now. Down low, looking for a lane. Backhand chance off the pads. They'll get pushed out to the left side. Yes, he picks that one up. He'll bring it through real quick into the offensive end. We'll take a first look here with Yessi on offense. He'll lay that one across, but it'll be picked up by the defense from the Swedes. Controlled by Team USA. Straight down the line now, left side. Working behind the net, trying to find a way into the front. Can't get there, up top center point. Shoots it out to the right side, back to Larson, back through, tip shot in. And that's corralled nicely and cleanly by Team Finland. Quick up the right side off that line change. Here comes Yessi. Backhand pass there, denied. And turnabout's fair play. As the two going back and forth up the ice, takes a shot late, no penalty. Outstretched stick from the Czechs on the ice. Dodds keeps it at bay. He'll send it in again low. Liking to work from behind the net. We saw that with Dodds last week. And he gets a goal and scores! So the move Dodds likes works there, and an early 1-0 lead for Team USA.
Yeah, you had mentioned it, Nick. We saw him operate around that post area time after time. He's patient, waits until he gets that opening, and right when he does, typically, he's able to hit on it and capitalize as he did there. That's a big first goal there for the U.S. to start out with.
And I feel like a shootout might be afoot between these two teams, so we'll keep an eye out to see how that looks as we get later into the games. For right now, though, just one goal on the board. And not many shots, if any, for Team Finland. Dodds 3 wide through center. He's got that up, halfway gone through the first period. Will be picked up from the corner. So Yessi, after that one, bounces off of a stick of the Team US player. They've got it again. He's rubbed off that at the left circle. And a line change will happen again. Quick line changes early on in the first period of game number 1 of this semifinals. Nick DeMeo, Brandon Bigsby alongside with you for this 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship presented by Skoda and Strauss. Good fed up pass, one-on-one now. Room for Dodzy. Backhand shot, scores! A good effort from the defenseman Ekman Larson makes this a 2-goal lead for the U.S.
And you know, I said it before we started this game, it just feels like the U.S. has a level in them that they have yet to hit. Dodds trying to ensure that they hit that level with a quick start, already 2-0, and Yesiel has his work cut out for him, has to get some momentum going here.
And he does! There's the momentum shot, a 5-hole wrister with a lot of energy on it. Makes this back to a 1-goal lead. Good shot there by Yesiel right there from like a low point area, Brandon.
Yeah, kind of low point area. He just ripped it on and was able to beat the goaltender. Not a shot that you see go in super typically, but boy, when it does, it looks nice.
The turnaround shot there, right in the slot area. That one's kept away and tries that short side one-timer. A little bit delayed. It didn't go in. Trying to do what Regs and Dodds love to do. I know Cookie likes that move as well, but he's more of a Junior Penn's D-to-D guy. But Yesiel's got it now. Lost it, but kept it in. Still in the attacking zone, center point, looking for a lane. Finds one down low, hurdle, feds across, and that one was on net, but denied by the keeper. We'll get a stoppage late here in the first period.
Boy, in this game, you said it earlier, Nick, but I just have to kind of reiterate it. You could tell this game and this series is going to be very back and forth. Every single play is going to matter, and every single play is going to make a difference. It just kind of feels like one of those. It could be a classic.
Yeah, if we're talking about managing a game, you have to manage a shift here in this semifinals. I don't think it could be said any better than that. You have to manage each individual moment as a shot rang across, and a stretched pad save keeps that one a 2-1 game so far. Dodds back on the attack, though, after being in the offensive end, or defensive end for his own self for a while there. Gets a stoppage, and he can make something here with 8.3 seconds left.
Yeah, there's a lot of time here, and if he can make something out of it, keep in mind, obviously, game 1 is going to be the aggregate score, but that aggregate, at the end of the day, every goal makes a difference.
Time winding down here. Maybe a last-ditch effort in the first period. Nope. Poke checked free, and that's going to do it for the first period. 3 goals so far. And it's 2-1 for Team USA.
2-1 for Team USA, and I mean, if you're Dodds, you have to feel good about the way you're playing. Yes, he's getting some nice opportunities on his own end, but we mentioned it, Nick. This is a very even matchup. Two guys that have yet to play in this tournament before. They've both been solid. Yes, he stepped up last week. Dodds looking to do so this week.
As you don't want the game to run away from you, he didn't do so there. That was a good answer goal by Yessi at the right time, because 3-0 is very different from 2-1. As we got a chance off the post there. That's Dodds. Fired one, beat the goalie, couldn't beat the post. 2 men in, now 3. They're set up in the offensive zone is Team Finland. Down low for Hurdle. Stop, look for a lane, found one from Verana. Try to fire that one on. Deflected away. Now behind the net again working. That one stripped nicely, clean pass out. And Dodds will move it out of the zone. Right side, holds at the half boards. Comes out to the center point, down low, shot across. And a diving player in front. Kept that one away from the stick of a would-be scoring chance. Fed in front, though. That was a good effort to get that one to the streaking player from Team Finland. But we're back on the attack there. Down low shot. Pass, excuse me. As that couldn't find the intended recipient. Dodds slowing things down in the offensive end. We're seeing that a lot. Dodds playing a little bit more methodically. So far, it's working out for him. Kept in the zone, but it'll come outside there. Good effort. 13:01 to play here in the second period.
And that's such a good way to phrase that, methodical. And that's something that we have seen from Dodds really throughout this tournament. He loves to kind of take his time and wait for that prime opportunity to kind of show itself. And when it does, typically he's able to take advantage of it. That same strategy working for him so far in this game. And it's interesting because we saw Yessi use that same strategy as well. So two patient guys really trying to wait for their opportunities and capitalize when they come.
As we've got play here in the offensive end for Team Finland. Halfway gone in this game now. Game number 1 of 4, aggregate. Now Yessi's setting up. We saw what he could do last week. He was the hero of that series between Finland and Germany. Pressed up against the boards. Finally coming out with that. That was a lot of back and forth for a while there. But now we're back on the attack for the U.S. Right side, finding a way in. Down in front, shot, score! High slot area, right in between the hash marks. 3-1, U.S. up ahead now.
And we talk about the patience with Dodds, but he's a guy where when he has that space, he can strike and make you pay. That's exactly what happened there. He got in the zone. It only took 2 really quick passes for him to get that chance. And he saw he had the open space, took the shot on net, and capitalized to make it a 3-1 lead. Dodds is so good at being able to do that, and he's put himself in the U.S. in a really good position here halfway through this first game.
Slap shot in, and that one's held on, gloved out of the sky. That could have broken things open early. But Yesiel able to deny that chance so far.
I think the question now for Yesiel is how can you get things going? He had the 1 goal right after the faceoff in the neutral zone to make it a 2-1 game, but he hasn't been able to really capitalize on that sustained pressure. What does he have to do to adjust?
Late shot coming in, and Yessi, no problem holding on and taking the draws. He's happy with that right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to be happy with that. And for Dodds, you're in the offensive zone. You're able to set up. It keeps you alive to get another chance to score.
Yes, he wins that faceoff back cleanly. He'll come all the way around the net, out through center. That's where it'll get broken up, though. Be taken away from Ekman Larsson, now Nylander. The Swedes by control of the U.S. Shot in, blocked. That fell to the stick of Hurdle for the Finns. 5 to play in the second period. Huge shot at the blue line there. Wrist shot on rebound chance. That was dangerous, but it fell to the U.S. stick. Line change there. It gets a little bit dangerous as well, but Dodds has it. Shot in, trying to go 5-hole. Couldn't get the shot across. And keeping it away from the forechecker is Yesiel. He'll move it up once again.
Beats at the corner. He'll push up against the wall again. Dodds likes to play that wall play in the corner. It seems to be working so far. Delayed penalty coming up, though, on Dodds. Shot scores. It's not going to matter as Yesiel takes advantage of the delay, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, you mentioned how Dodds likes that corner play and gets it over by the post to typically get a chance on the opposite side end. Well, Jesse's saying, hey, man, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. And that was a massive goal. He would have had the power play anyways, but it wasn't mattering with that opportunity. He set himself up, and he was able to get that in the goal. That's a massive goal here with just the last minute of the period approaching.
About a minute left, as you said. Yessi looking to tie this up late in the second. Turning with it. Keeping it away. Finding his way across the ice. Drops it up right point. Spinning once. Drops it back at the half boards. 10 seconds to go. Rebound chance. Waffled up and over the net. I don't see that save very often. It happened there, and it kept Dodds out of trouble. 3-2 your score now at the end of 2.
Yeah, that was very, very dangerous right there. Dodds has to be very thankful that that puck kind of skied its way over. But something I want to kind of mention, 11 minutes of time to attack for Yessi, only 8 shots. That was something that we saw last week where he would play it behind the net a lot and just really be patient. You kind of have to wonder if maybe he switches that strategy up just a little bit, considering he's down, considering the way Dodds is playing, or does he maybe keep to it and hope that things open up and rely on the defense to keep Dodds from scoring again?
Yeah, that very controlling play worked in Yessi's favor last week. We'll see if it does against Dodds, who's a lot more aggressive on the puck. And those two play styles will clash at some point here in this 4-game aggregate. They played 2, and the 2 games here, Brandon, a little bit different than last week and earlier today. They're going to not be back-to-back. They're going to happen PlayStation, Xbox, then PlayStation, Xbox again.
And that is the traditional format, just had to switch up a few things due to scheduling reasons, but nevertheless, it is that traditional 1-1-1-1 format, so both Dodds and Yessi going to be able to take a break, adjust a little bit, and watch their teammates set themselves up here for game number 3, but right now, trying to put their own teammates in a position here with game 1 with a win.
Yessi going to work in the offensive end again, fed that one right to the Swedish stick controlled by the U.S., so nothing doing on that scoring opportunity. They'll bring it across center once more. 5 gone so far here in the 3rd period of game number 1. As time is flying by here in the first game. Only 1 penalty, but it wasn't any penalty time as a wrist shot there. Rebounded and kept away from harm. Yesiel once more. Left circle. Finding his way to the middle, and Dodge just shoring up the middle. The shots that are coming in from the outside. Nothing doing up the middle right now for Team Finland.
Yeah, and I think that Finland, you're just trying to find something because now the time is starting to become a factor. You're just down 1, but with the more that this time extends to go, the better things look for Dodds, and the more it goes to an advantage, and the more he can personally take advantage of it by just draining that time away.
Now, this is one of the few times where, oh, and a good chance there off the pads of the goalkeeper. And that one-time attempt again. There's a shot off the iron and scores. It looks like it might have been tipped in. And this game is tied.
Oh boy, here we go. How about Dodds getting things going, really feeling it, making it that 4-2 advantage. And, you know, you have to wonder here if you're Dodds, like we mentioned, maybe a level from this team that we didn't see last week, considering the circumstances. He is showing it out so far.
As our good friend King Lime would say, heat up.
Gotta get the feeling that Dodds is heating up here a little bit, as it looks like. Yes, he may sense that same thing here, Lime, or Penguin. Lots of commentator references here. It's easy to get confused. Heat up, as Lime would say, but, you know, you gotta feel like he is heating up here. Yes, he might have sensed that too, calling that timeout.
As we got the aggregate score working now. Something, a little bit of a bug there, but we got it fixed up. Thank you for calling that out. And I was going to say, you know, offensive draw here. I'll get back to that in a second. Face off 1. Yes, he's got that. Shot in there. Waffled up and out of play. I'm going to say, you know, any other day, you look at the score line and you go, okay, 2-goal deficit. Eki's on the other side. You're probably okay. But then you have Cookie on the other side of that contest, and it's not so easy anymore.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, too, that we've yet to mention, but you've probably seen it on your screen. Team Sweden, if I'm correct, they're one of the only, if not the only team that has an X factor at the goaltender position. Linus Ullmark, with the way he's played in real life this season, has an X factor now on this game. So that is a aspect that you have to give an advantage for Team USA. Having an X factor goaltender in net, something that most other teams wouldn't be able to have.
That's exactly right. It's Dodds now. Got around, but not in the net and scores! The wraparound we saw last week, he does it again here. And a great goal there to get that 3-goal lead extended.
Oh boy, and you see Dodds, he is vibing out in the bottom right hand of your corner, feeling it. He knows he's buzzing. He knows he's setting his teammate in top shelf Cookie up in really good position. The question is, can he hold on or extend it?
It's time winding down in the third period. And now you got a 3-goal deficit if you're Team Finland. You've got to get one here. Try to keep the score close. Again, game management is the key. Shot there off the side of the cage. Picked up by Yessi. He's got it. Boards down low. Hurdle. Trying to find his space through the middle. Spins around once. Switch directions. Now he takes out in front. Tries that wraparound himself. And that'll get played out by Dodds. Straight lining. Down the middle. 2-on-2 now. Here come the trailers. That backhand chance couldn't get off. That shot didn't get through. Got blocked there. Scooped up by Team Finland. Going north on your screen. Stops and goes. Turns once more. Looking for the forehand. Shot and scores! A beauty of a pullback wrister. A laser from a very dangerous area. And this is back to a 2-goal deficit now for Team Finland.
And you see, yes, he's standing up, rolling up the sleeves. He knows what he has to do, and that was a pretty passing play to cut that deficit. Remember, even if he can't come back and win the game, it is that aggregate score line that makes so big of a difference. You want to make it as easy on Eki as possible. Don't give him too deep of a hole to climb out of.
Managing the game. It really is the secret of this style of play, this aggregate format with 2 different players on your team. Under a minute go. Real time, 60 seconds to conclude this game. Backhand pass there. He tried to feed that one to the trailer. And he did, but it got poke check free. Saucer pass off the boards now. Yessi. Looking for a way in. Couldn't find one. Dodd's going to take it down low. No, he's going to cut across instead. Shovels it on net. Still has it. Backhand. L skating there. Good L skate there by Dodds, but he couldn't get the shot off. Now 23 seconds on the clock. Maybe one last effort here for Yessi in game number 1. He's got it from the corner. We saw him do this last week. Shot there, blocked by Dodds' defense. He knelt down to make that save. That might have been a surefire goal.
That's massive. Keep that play bookmarked of this series since up close.
Under 5 now. Another effort here. Fires it on. Loose in front. Scooped up. 1 second left. Might be time to pull the goalie and just fire one on quick.
Yeah, I think you have to. You got to try to win the straight and fire one on from the point. It's the only chance that you have if you're Yessi to get that one more goal.
Ned and Cole. So that's gonna do it. Your final score in game 1, Yessi 3, Dodds 5, Team US now with a 2-goal lead.
And you know, Nick, I have to go back to that defensive play. I mean, I know that it was a 2-goal advantage for Dodds in this game, but still, as we mentioned, the aggregate score line, so big. That's big to give top shelf Cookie a 2-goal advantage going into game number 2 rather than just a 1. It's not about the wins and losses as much as it is about the aggregate. As long as you have the aggregate score line on your side, you have a chance and have the advantage of moving your team and your country on to the finals. If this ends up being decided by 1 goal, that is the play that you have to bookmark. It looked like a surefire goal, but the defensive play from Dodds to get in front of the lane and block that denied it. That is a play that you have to keep a track of.
As we take a look at maybe some replays here, love our teams for doing that. I'm already looking ahead. I see Eki and Cookie in the room waiting as they're ready to pick up game number 2 here on the docket today. What a performance there from both sides. And another opening, Brandon, 8 goals to start game number 1 in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, high scoring, a lot of action. Dodge started out with that big advantage of 2-0, and then he just, 30 seconds after he took that 2-goal lead, came back and scored another. But I think you have to give a lot of credit to Dodge with the way that he played this game. It kind of felt like last week, even though he had that 6-goal advantage, he didn't really play as well as maybe he is capable of. And granted, he had a tough opponent in Antonio Mannon, but you kind of have to wonder, and we talked about it, if it wasn't for that 6-goal advantage, Ekin not being able to play the first 2 games against Cookie, where would that series have gone? And you kind of just felt like with Dodds, he had another level to where he hadn't reached yet, that we hadn't seen yet. And that right there showed what he is capable of when he is playing at that top level. He's going to have one more game against Yessi at minimum. Now, if you're the US, 2-goal advantage, you have this game with Cookie and Eki, you got to feel pretty good about where you're going right now if you are USA. And for Finland, maybe things looking a little bit scary to start out, but you have Eki 2 more times, you have Yessi 1 more game, you have a lot to look forward to. You can't get too discouraged or change things up too much based off of that first result.
Yeah, you got 2 champions on this matchup coming up with Eki and with Cookie. I can't imagine it's a blowout. I've seen it happen, but I can't imagine it's going to be a blowout game on paper. So if you get into a 1-goal lead, if you're Finland, you're okay. You're still good. For Cookie, you want to get a good start early. I think you want to make sure that Eki's, I say it every time, Eki's going to play his game. So if you allow that to happen for a long enough period, it's like counting cards in blackjack. Eventually, you're going to get ahead. You can't let Eki do that. So to counter that, you've got to play your game early to give yourself the best chance to get one up on him before he starts building that steam engine that he has.
Yeah, and I think that is the big thing. And as we mentioned, Eki and Cookie very familiar with each other in terms of the GWC history. I mean, whether it's playing against one another, whether it's seeing against each other play or play in that same environment as they have before, these are 2 players that are plenty familiar. It's something that you get a little bit of in this tournament sometimes, but not as often because there are so many players from different countries that have not gotten to play against one another. This is not the case in this situation. Eki knows Cookie and what he looks to do. Cookie knows Eki and what he looks to do. How are you going to be able to mitigate that a little bit? And for Cookie, you hold that lead as of now. You got to feel good going into it. While for Eki, you have a little bit of work to do to get your team back into it here. As you kind of mentioned it, like a 4-quarter football game. After this game, it's halftime. So if you're Eki, how do you put your team in that position to close that gap? Or if you do well enough, maybe take that lead going into that half.
Absolutely. As we look at the live standings right here for you.
Yeah, you see it right there. Dodds getting that 5-3 win over Yessi L. We're going to have 3 more matchups. We're going to see the Xbox side between Eki and Cookie, as we mentioned, for game number 2. And we'll go back to where we started, Yessi L and Dodds for game 3, and then Eki and Cookie for game number 4. And we, obviously, we don't know where this series is going to go, but if it ends up being tied or a difference of 1 goal, Nick, you have to really feel good about Eki versus Cookie. I mean, anyone in the world that you're choosing to win you a series to take you to the finals, win or go home, I mean, both of them are at the top of the list, at least for me.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if you're going to pick somebody, if you're playing daily fantasy sports, you got to pick a player. If you pick Eki or Cookie, you're going to be okay. But if you're Cookie for the US, I think the pressure's on a little bit to maintain the lead. And if you're Eki, I think everybody's looking at you to do what you typically do. So this is a story of unstoppable force versus a movable object. We're going to find out what that looks like in a few short moments.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting because we've seen Eki often be in these situations and really step up. Last week, it was the reverse to where Yesiel had to really take things home for Team Finland and get his team into the semifinals. Now we're seeing Eki in a situation where he has been in time after time after time where he needs to step up. His team needs him to really do something big at a big moment. He steps up and does it, but Top Shelf Cookie, he's been in these big games. He's played against these high-end players with a lot on the line. We've seen it in other tournaments. Everyone else has seen it in other tournaments. This is a situation that both of these two players are comfortable in. They thrive in these scenarios. I mean, we mentioned it with Regs earlier. Both of these guys thrive when the pressure is on them in the clutch. It's just a matter of who is going to be able to execute and who is going to be able to step up here in game number 2, because there is still those 2 games ahead after this one.
Could be a comeback moment for Cookie as well, as we want to make sure we're mentioning this. If you're wanting the Finnish broadcast, make sure you head over to our friends at Sports Gamer GG on Twitch. They have the amazing Irspa and I believe a co-commentator there bringing you the Finnish broadcast produced by none other than Guido, an amazing man there. We love our friends over at sportsgamer.gg. Make sure if you want the best action and the best production in 6v6 esports, they're the place to go. But for right now, they got the 1v1 Finnish broadcast happening on their channel, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not love some of the things the Sports Gamer are doing? I mean, from the World Finals tournament that they had going last week, that was really just a spectacle and something we've yet to see on the Sixes side. Loving that they're representing the Finnish side of things here in the 1v1. So shout out to everyone at Sports Gamer that worked so hard on that. Our friends over here as well. And, you know, it's going to be interesting because right now, Finland down early, US looking to make up for what happened last year with the new duo of Cookie and Dodds. So far, for the Americans, I think it's looking pretty sound. We'll see how Cookie maybe adds on to that here with the second game coming up.
As I'm looking on my screen right now, I think the teams are ready. So we'll take a look and see if they're ready to start. It looks like they are. So here we go. It's going to be a clash of the Titans. I'm really excited for this matchup. I said this last week on the broadcast. This is my favorite matchup to watch for this week. And here's exactly why. These two players did not get to play last year in the finals. It was Junior Pens. So now it's Cookie versus Eki.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it, just the history and the pedigree of these two players, but now with country pride on the line, a trip to the finals on the line, and this is just game 2. We're going to get one more game with these two players in game number 4 as well, but right now, you have to focus at the action at hand. Eki versus Top Shelf Cookie, US with that 2-goal lead.
US with a 2-goal lead. We're still watching the Finnish feed going north, so Eki on your screen going north. And here we go. Game number 2 underway. And Eki's got it first in the attacking end for his team. Down by 2. Good poke check there, breaking that free. Another second effort there. Denied. Cookie. We'll see what he can do if he plays that same paced game. Rebound chance there. Maybe he won't. He throws that one on early. A different look here from Cookie. We've not seen Cookie in this stage in quite some time. So semifinals action, that one's blockered away. For the inaugural NHL GWC winner. Is gold internationally on the doorstep for him. Or will Eki make this a three-peat? Slap shot in, gets saved away. Cookie's got it again, sends one up center point. Nice move there, left point now coming across to the middle. Spins around once. Lots of room there, should have taken the shot. But he held up and tried the pass instead. Now he's got it from the corner. Cookie's way in control now. Eki giving him some room. Respecting the cross crease right now. He'll fire that one on. That's blocked by the defense, though. He's got it again. Loose puck. Comes out with it. Hurdle. Got pass over to Kentney. Line changes a foot. And a good flurry early by the Americans in period number 1.
Something to remember with Cookie is that he didn't play last week at all as well due to Ekin not being able to play. So this is his first taste of action here in this tournament in 2 weeks. So something to kind of see. You maybe wonder about the rust. So far, none showing whatsoever.
And that knockout phase changes the way you play. And he didn't have to play. So that's our first look at Cookie in this playoff bracket. Bounced off a skate. Now come back in for Eki. The multi-time champion, as you mentioned, European GWC winner. He looks for his way to get the puck back on his stick to go the other end. Cookie will find that in the corner. He'll pick it up, left point now. Cross ice pass at the top of the blue line. They'll cycle it in, try to feed that one in the trailer. Good effort to do so. Better effort to deny that by Eki. That's off the boards, though. Eki will lose that puck off the quick counterattack. And back with it comes Cookie.
Good shot in and scores! The cross ice feed on the sauce right to the tape. And Cookie gets the first goal between this battle of two champions.
And how about that perfectly set up play there from Cookie? You see Dodds in the chat of the USA emos. You see Cookie at the bottom right-hand corner with the fist pump, feeling himself getting that opening goal. And we said it, these are two of the best in the world scoring off. Getting that first goal in a game like this, so critical. And it's Cookie that gets it in favor of the US.
6-3 now, your aggregate. Does that change the way you play if you're the Finns rhetorically? We'll find out here in a little bit.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does. If you're Eki, you have been in so many situations. You've played in so many tournaments. It's still 5 minutes to go in the first period. You have to play your game. Now, if it's still like this in the second period, halfway through, I think you have to ramp it up. For as of now, I think you have to keep playing your game.
Breakaway chance here maybe for Eki. Tries to send that one across, bounce off of a skate. Second effort there, sprawling out. The goalkeeper does make the save. Now Eki's got it with a little bit of pep in his step. Circle into the middle, will be pushed away. Cookie on the counterattacks, got it low. Fed in front, saved out. That bounced to the goalkeeper. And it skitters its way back to safety, which is the offensive zone for Eki. Wrist shot, blocked in front, loose puck, chance! And played out, here comes Eki. Eki with it, and he capitalized. No, huge check there by the defense. Good move by Cookie to get that one out of the way. A dangerous chance. Cookie made the mistake of throwing that one out a little bit too late. Backhand pass that found its way to the left circle, now up top. Working with it, shot in, rebound chance, scores! So it looked to be a nonchalant shot, ends up in a goal off the rebound chance for Cookie. It's 2-0.
But that's the thing with hockey, and that is the thing with this game. You put that puck on net, you never know where it will go. You never know what will happen. You just have to be in position to take advantage of that second chance or that third chance when it comes to you. When you put that puck on, you get that rebound. You never know what can happen, and Cookie takes advantage. He's looking good with the Americans right now, but Eki says, hey, I'm not done yet. Cuts into that lead.
Eki with the response. I saw him sit up a little bit in his chair after that goal by Cookie. He did that and then bang, sends one home off the iron into the net. And that might have humbled Cookie just a hair, I think.
Yeah, you see Cookie at the bottom right hand. He's shaking to say, he's like, okay, that's all right. He knows what he's getting into when he plays Eki. Whenever you play a player at that caliber, you know they're going to respond. As it looks like we are gonna go ahead and take into the second period, but I don't think that shocked Cookie all that much. You kind of saw the reaction. He was like, okay, he got one. And that's what Eki does. I think you know to expect that, but that's a massive goal for Eki just to get that momentum at the end of the period. And you kind of mentioned, he kind of set up a little bit. When Eki locks in, it is a scary sight. So this second period going to be really interesting. And whoever scores the next goal, it could really be telling to see on where this goes.
Some would say when Eki locks in, it is a scary hour.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
It would be very dangerous because then that means the opponent can sometimes get vertigo. But nevertheless, Cookie is a prodigy. Okay, I'll stop. Something about.
Well, I mean, I would say he has
Frolunda.
fans in the chat, but it might be more of an entourage at this point.
Tries to lay that one out early is Cookie, and the back checker was there. I was gonna make a Frolunda reference. I don't know, like a tunnel vision. There was so many ways to go. As Reg says.
Reg's appreciated it. He appreciated it in the chat. He gets it.
Sometimes I broadcast just for the viewers. You know, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. This is the time that I did, and I appreciate that. As now Eki back on his stick. 7-4 your aggregate in game number 2. The U.S. up by 3. Top shelf Cookie being accosted in his defensive end. Got to get that one out. He does. And finally able to move it along. Now he's got it up the right side of your screen. Right in the middle. Shot there. Gloved and bounced away from the glove. As we welcome
Ya boy Frank with the raid. We appreciate it. Welcome in. We are in game 2 of the second semifinals matchup of the broadcast. Nick DeMeo, F5 Penguin, alongside Brandon Bigsby, B Major, for this 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship, presented to you by Skoda and Strauss. Cookie up in this game, 2-1, up in the aggregate, 7-4. Junior Pens in chat, D to D to D to D to D. As Cookie bangs one home off the same play that Dodd loves to do. It's now back to a 2-goal lead in game number 2, 8-4 in your aggregate.
A raid and a Junior Pens appearance later, top shelf Cookie puts it in for the Americans. You can tell he's really in form right now. And you mentioned for Eki, when do you start to maybe change up the game plan and ramp things up? I think right now is that point. After that goal, halfway through this game, you have to have a little bit more of a sense of urgency being down by 4 in the aggregate.
Sense of urgency indeed. They've got one more game to play at the end of this series, but for right now has some work to do. Down by 2, down by 4 in the aggregate. Eki right now has just got to slow down Cookie's attack. That counter rush there from Cookie has really been what's his success so far. As he goes D again, shot comes in and scores from downtown.
And a little Michael Jordan shrug there at the end from top shelf Cookie. And you know something? Finland, the defending champions, things are getting a little scary. Dodds and top shelf Cookie are one unit right now, cohesive as can be. And right now, Eki going to take some time and call a timeout. He has seen enough.
A huge goal there. A turning point goal, if you will. As we'll see how Eki responds right now. As he's got it, center point. Settling in there, trying to L-skate his way through. Denied there. Lots of players back for Eki. Trying to feed it across there. He'll deny that chance. Now another chance there for Cookie. Can't get that connecting pass. 6:45 here to go in the second period of game number 2 of this 4-game aggregate. He's got it again. High slot area. Hates out to the right side. Now back to the left. Looking for a way in. Look at all those sticks outstretched. Eki now with the control. He's starting to feel it. Got it behind the net to work. Looking for his way around. Fires it through. Shot scores! Found that backdoor pass that he likes. And that stretch from Eki tells you he's starting to get into his groove now.
Yeah, he's starting to get into his groove now, and I didn't know if that chance was going to make because it looked like Verano, when he got that puck on the pass, kind of bobbled it a little bit, maybe hit the skate and then got it back off of the stick, but there was so much open net, Olmark not able to slide to that right side post, and it gave Eki all the time in the world to get that puck on the stick and put it in off the backhand, and you saw Cookie once again kind of shaking his head saying, okay, that's fine, we still got an advantage, there's nothing to panic about, but if Eki gets another before this period ends, look out, it could mean danger.
The honest to goodness composure of these two players right now, that one was sent across, is something to really note here. Nothing phases them. They just stay in their moment, and that's the key to success. That one's off the face mask of the goalkeeper. Second effort there goes just wide. And he'll drop that up, but it'll come out of the zone. 2 men will meet there. Eki's going to pick that up from the corner, from the bench area. But Cookie will come out with it. A couple of new players on the ice. Everybody will complete their change. Eki dances his way through the middle, now up the left side. He's going to L-skate through. He does. Can't get that backhand shot off. We got about 30 seconds to go. 10 seconds real time to conclude this second period between these two behemoths. Leveled out there from the half board. Cookie will play it out. And he'll be okay with just slap-shotting it on and dancing his way into the second period completion as we get into the second intermission here at 9-5 in the aggregate.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see how this third period shakes out. This could be the biggest period of the season up to this point for both of these two sides. Can Eki get things going, or will top shelf Cooking continue to? And I think the story right now, the chances being denied in terms of what's available right now to Eki. 7:06 time on attack. just 4 shots on net. That shows the defense that Cookie is playing, not really allowing Eki to get things going. I know Eki likes that patient game. He likes to wait for things to open up for him. But I think now you're at a point to where not only are you down by 2 in the game, but you're down by 4 in the aggregate. You have to switch things up and find a way to get chances, maybe some more rebound shots or something of that nature. Eki is a great player in terms of adjusting when he needs to. Let's see if he does so here in this third period.
Great insight there, Brandon, as we get ready for the third period of game number 2. Intercepted early from Cookie. The barrage could continue here, but a penalty now. A tripping call, and Cookie goes on the power play for the first time tonight.
And this is big, and something that I want to mention because some of the conversation in chat going about between the difference of Sweden and Czechia. Remember, we talked to Eki last week. He said he felt that Czechia was the second best team aside from Canada. So this was 100% their choice. And Sweden going a little bit against the grain, or U.S. going a little bit against the grain, choosing Sweden. No one chose Sweden last year. This is the first time anyone chose them this year. There's always been the U.S., Canada, or Czechia that have been the choices. So some of the opinions going on in chat, just wanted to make sure to note that.
And a brief 4-on-4 for about 1:18 in-game time. A foot here from that trip, that spillover, if you will, between Cookie and Eki's players on the ice. Lots of open room, though. Cookie breakaway. Flying poke check makes the save. A good effort there by Eki, as he's got it. Back on the counterattack. Off the wall. Picked up. Sent around the net. Out of the box comes Eki's player. Now it's 5-on-4 for about 10 seconds. He's got it now. Cross. Shot in. Rebound chance. Cookie will pick that one up. Penalty times expire. That's flipped out. Everybody will reset off some line changes. And we are still a 2-goal deficit for the Finns in game number 2.
And Eki set up a tip play there on that. That's one of the different things I think we might continue to see him do.
As we welcome in Risto, the representative from the Florida Panthers in chat. Welcome in. You're watching international play here in 1v1. Parity of the teams forces teams to pick who they're going to choose. You can only pick one team to use per round. You can't use them again. You want to save the best for last because the overalls are so different across countries. So in the group stage, anybody can pick anybody. Everybody pretty much picked Canada. And in this playoff knockout phase, so far we've seen a bunch of different teams. But right now, Team Finland controlling Team Czechia. Team USA controlling Team Sweden. Both of them will choose Canada in the finals. Whoever makes it there. Wraparound chance off the post! And saved by Eki. 11:38 to go here in the third period.
Something, too, to mention, just in case those that weren't with us earlier didn't hear it, something that is interesting, too, about this format is that it adds in that level of strategy. Do you use Canada early? Do you use them in the middle? Or do you use them late? Those are the risks that you take. We saw some wait, and it didn't pan out for them last year. We saw some use them early and not pan out for them. So just as a matter of what you feel gives yourself the best advantage, that is why it kind of adds in that extra element to the series.
Off the post and in off the one-timer. Cookie is fired up, and it's now 10-5 for the U.S. Americans.
Had cooks, but Cookie bakes, and right now he is feeling it in this game. They've doubled Finland on aggregate, and I mean, I know Daz is watching. He's been in chat the entire time. He has got to be smiling ear to ear watching his teammates step up the way he is.
Now Eki's got a little bit of pressure here to manage the game, to get back into this. Sent across there. That one's almost an own goal off of Cookie's defender. As a soft-baked chocolate chip cookie would be so nice right now. So nice right now.
I haven't had anything to eat today, so do not tempt me. Do not tempt me, my friend.
The one-time chance from the corner across again. Eki. The defense broken down there, and Cookie goes up by one more.
And Cookie is fired up. I'm looking at him on his player cam. He is yelling. He's saying, hype up, chat. He is absolutely feeling it. And you're seeing the American supporters in chat are all over it right now. It is all USA. And I mean, he's putting up a Res-like performance in this game, but this is a little bit different. Eki's one of the best in the world. You do not often see this from him, but this just goes to show you how well Cookie is playing and the level that he is playing at right now. A dominant performance, and he's still looking to pile it on.
Another chance there off the rebound. Crawling out goalie, the puck didn't make it off the second effort. As we have to remember, this is a peer-to-peer connection. Reg said in an interview, it feels better than playing on the Hut servers, even with the larger ping. So, not a factor for most of the players competing in this tournament, Brandon.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you have to keep in mind. It's different for everyone, but I mean, like you said, you mentioned Regs. He said it doesn't bother him. He feels better playing in this tournament against Czechia or against Germany than he did playing in Hut servers against people that are within his own country or continent. So it's a difference for everyone, but everyone deals with the same connection as almost Cookie put in another.
As the pressure's mounting here for Eki. Down by 6 going into game 3 is not a good look for the Finns. As we're offside here, you got 90 seconds left on the clock. Well, 87 now. You got to get one in, try to get this thing creep back into that aggregate slowly.
And you have to remember, too, if you're Cookie, you have to still stay composed because the job is not done. You have another game after this. Eki and Yessi, they can come back from 6 down, so you have to keep pushing it. You cannot get complacent.
Yeah, they absolutely can. We'll talk more on that in a little bit, as Yessi L was the hero from last week against the Germans. Up against a really red-hot U.S. right now. He will go back for it. Eki comes out. 40 to play. Back checkers aplenty. One-time chance, scores! Fed in front, connected on the recipient of the pass, and Eki at least gets one more here late in the third.
You saw there was a little stretch there from Eki on the player cam, and Cookie a little bit upset with himself to give that up. Like we mentioned, you have to keep pushing. You cannot let them creep back in this one. You have to take advantage and give yourself the best possible lead going into those last 2 games, because 5 is not impossible for Finland. You have to keep going into the U.S.
Definitely not impossible. Here goes Eki once more. 20 seconds left on the clock. As he's going to scoop it up from his own end, carry it out. Maybe one more chance here. He's in. Holding, sent in front. Oh, and that one got loose. Flipped out, not out all the way. Eki, one last effort. 3, 2, and 1. That's going to do it, though. So walking out with a 6-3 victory. Cookie takes game 2, and it's 11-6 in the aggregate.
Yeah, and I mean, you just have to feel good right now. If you're Cookie, if you're Dodds, if you're one of the supporters in chat that are rooting on the U.S., you have got to feel great about the way this is going, as you see Junior Penn spamming the USA emotes in the chat, supporting the country he represented last year in the final. And I mean, how about that game from Cookie? I mean, it's one thing to play at that level in the semifinal, but against a player like Eki, one of the best in the world, that is extremely impressive. Still the job not done here for the U.S. 2 more games to go. We'll see Yessi and Dodds on the other side for the PlayStation end, but the U.S. looking good right now, and for Finland, they have got quite the hill to climb if they want to reach back to the finals here for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah, they absolutely do. So this is going to get tough here. And now we start talking about what Yessi L can do, as we'll bring you back into the studio briefly here. Nick DeMeo, Brandon Bigsby alongside. We'll bring down the game sound as it's red hot here, and we'll flip it back over to Maine. Yeah, now we talk about Yessi L, who last week against the Germans in their first match, 4-3, kept it pretty close. He lost 3-5 here against Dodds in game 1. And then in game 2, lit up 4-0 against Dirty Dangler in game number 2. We've seen it with Jesse. He's done it. So can he do it again against a really good Dodds right now? I don't know, but if anybody can, he can get back into this game. It's only a 5-goal deficit. Like you said, do not count them out just yet.
Yeah, but I think that the pressure is really on Yessi, more so than we even saw last week in the situation that he was in, where he had to close it out in his first ever playoff series. As we mentioned, the final goes by aggregate scoreline. So right now, the U.S. up by 5. If that were to hold, even if Finland won both of the next 2 games by 2 goals, it wouldn't matter. The U.S. would still hold that 1-goal advantage on aggregate. They would move on to the final. And I think that the big thing here is that not only for Yessi do you have to win, but you more than likely have to win by at least a couple of goals here. I mean, you saw what Top Shelf Cookie just did. You saw the way he was just playing. If you're Yessi, I mean, you have to play with a little bit of desperation and with a chip on your shoulder, because you know you have to win this game, and not just to win it. You probably need to win by a few goals here just to set Eki up in a good position, because with the way Cookie's playing, I don't think you can count on Eki going and putting up 4 or 5 goals and winning by that score alone. I think you have to kind of put a good dent in whatever game that you play here and really chip away at this lead. And I mean, right now, if you're the US, you're in a really prime position. You got to be feeling good. The biggest thing, holding on and not letting Finland get too big of a run. If they can do that, they should be able to move on. But if anyone else is capable of doing it and pulling off the comeback, as we've seen, it is Yessi and Eki on that finish side.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it all series long, all system long, like whatever you want to call it here. I've talked about game management when you're down. Like, you don't want to give up that next goal if you're down. I'm going to flip it here and put it on the Americans and say, this is where you have to manage the game. You can't actually take your foot off the gas here as much as you want to, because you have 2 more games to play. It's not impossible for Eki to pick up a 3-goal win. It's not impossible for Yessi to pick up a 3-goal win. You've got to play here. I think there's more pressure on Dodds than anyone else right now in this competition.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think the pendulum of this series will swing on this game number 3. And, you know, you mentioned it. It's not even about both players picking up a 3-goal win. If Yessi picks up a 2 or 3-goal win, and then let's say Yessi wins by 3, if Eki just wins by 2 against Cookie, we go to a simultaneous overtime. And that's all you need. You saw Finland do it last year against this same team. They could do it again. It's not impossible at all. So if you are the US, you have to continue to push. It's great to be excited. It's great to play the way you were playing, but you cannot let up. You cannot sleep on this Finnish side, because they've just always had that knack of finding a way. It's very Tampa Bay Lightning-esque, as I'm sure you love that person, Nick. They always seem to find a way, no matter what the situation is, no matter what the opponent is that they're going against. They just always seem to get themselves in position to win games and win series. This is the first time we've really seen them have to come back from a deficit like this. It's going to be very interesting, and I think that if you are Dodds, if you are Cookie, you control your own destiny. Is your position in the finals to lose? Do you seal the deal, and do you close it out? That is the question, and I think a lot of that is going to be dictated by this game that you see being set up right behind us on the screen.
2 minutes until game 3, and I think you're absolutely right. You control your own destiny now. You got yourself into a really good position against a really hard team. You made it here. Now, what can you do once it's here? And I think this is where, for lack of a better pun, I'm not going to make the pun. I'm not going to say it. This is where I think the true champions are made. If you can hold on to the lead, not what happens when you come from behind, not what happens when it's 1-0 and you made it 1-1, then you go ahead 2-1. What can you do when you actually have a definitive lead against the 2-time defending champions? Can you etch your mark into the upper echelon of NHL 1v1 here on an international stage, something that the US have not been able to do and the Finns have done twice?
Yeah, and I mean, that's something you have to remember. This is our 3rd time with this tournament. Finland won the previous 2 every single time, and Eki was on both of those teams. So really, it's kind of a question is, who's going to knock off Finland? Will anyone knock off Finland? That was one of the storylines heading into this thing. The U.S. so close last year, earning their way in with Junior Pins and Jost last year. And I think the question this year was like, hey, new duo with Cookie and Dodds, 2 players that have yet to represent, but 2 players that are very accomplished and have been around. And, you know, right now, this is looking like arguably the scariest chance that Finland has had in terms of not being able to complete that. I don't think we've seen them down to this extent throughout their runs in these playoffs. And like I said, they are talented enough to go out and win one game by 3 and win another game by 2, or to win both games by 3 or more than that. They have the talent to do it, but at the end of the day, as you mentioned, Nick, it doesn't matter what Finland does. Everything rests on what the U.S. does. What does Dodds do? What does Cookie do? How do they handle it? How do they manage the game and manage the series? If they're able to do that just enough, all of their work in games 1 and 2 could carry them through to the finals, but you have to be able to manage the game just enough against this Finland team. That is the difference between who's going to go to the finals and who's going to be watching from tomorrow.
Manage the game. We say it over and over again. We've seen it come to fruition We know what it looks like. We know what happens when you don't do it. What happens when you do it? We'll punch your ticket into the finals tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. You and I, will be joined with Cam and Grizz for a big show at 3 p.m. Eastern. Pre-game starts at 2:45 Eastern time. So, and I'm never going to stop saying the word manage the game, because that's really what it comes down to. If you give up that late goal, if you give up an early goal, if you let 2 run away from you late, that's what changes the tide here. That's why the Eki goal was so important. Going from 11-5 to 11-6 in aggregate changes the story. And we've seen these one-goal games, Brandon, decide the tournament. We've seen them decide the outcome. And that's why we know, covering this for 3 years now, we know that one goal makes all the difference when it comes to the aggregate score.
I mean, last year's quarterfinals, where we speak to me, Czechia versus Canada, Latvia versus Sweden. Both of those games were decided by a goal here and a goal here, there. Some of those at the end of the period, some at the beginning. And it's just one of those things to where momentum shifts like that mean so much. And, you know, there's something else that's a little bit of an added twist to this. I know this is more spoken on the Sixes side of things, but the U.S., they have the chance to make the finals of North American sweep here. Czechia's out. Finland trying to get back in, but we could see that U.S. versus Canada matchup that I think a lot of people would have figured that we would have had that before this third tournament, this third rendition, but we had them in the first group. Both games, it was rather close. Cookie and Regs with the OT. You saw Cad and Dodds have a really good series where Cad was able to pull away towards the end of it. I mean, the story sets itself up. Or does Canada play against Finland for the first time in a final? So this is really interesting. There's a lot of storylines that are built into this, and really all of it rests, I feel like, with who was able to do what in this game 3. I'm not saying that Eki can't go and win by 4 or 5 goals against Cookie, but from what Cookie just showed us, it's really hard to imagine that happening. And like I said, not because of anything on Eki's end, but just because of the way that Cookie is playing and the form that he's in right now.
I think you're absolutely right. They are who we thought they were. And they showed themselves so far through 2 games. We're at halftime. 2 more games to play. The PlayStation game, Yesiel and Dodds. And then to culminate this series, Eki versus Cookie. What better way to decide who moves on to the finals than this setup right here in front of you, as the teams are about to get ready to go, I'm told. Once they hit that button, they go, and we can actually start this game. I can't say anything more. So that's really what it comes down to, Brandon. We're here, we're waiting, and we're ready for the action to come up. Finland versus USA.
Yeah, and I mean, now you get Yessi and Dodds back at it, and something I'm really interested to see is that in that first game, you kind of saw that Yessi, he continued to play that kind of slow game to where he was trying to work things behind the net, waiting for that pass to open up towards the middle or towards the opposite side post, and Dodds, for the most part, shut that down. There were a lot of kind of waiting around and waiting for that opportunity instead of shooting the puck. And I'm really curious to see if Yessi, considering the situation, considering how that first game went, if he maybe changes that strategy up. It worked for him last week because he had the lead. Now he and his country are down by 5. They have a deficit to kind of climb out of. So I feel like you kind of have to adjust to that a little bit and maybe change that play style.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And the changing of the play style is what the question really is. How much do you have to change to try to get at least a 2 or 3 goal lead and win if you're our team Finland?
Yeah, I mean, for Finland, that's the big thing. You have to try to put a dent in this aggregate lead as much as you can, and a lot of it starts here with this game number 3 that we're hoping to get started here in just a little bit. Trust me, I'm just as antsy to get it going as you guys are, but I think that's the big thing. Can Yessi put a dent enough in this to make Eki's job a little bit easier? And if you're Dodds, can you just kind of hold on? Can you maybe even extend the lead a little bit here? And this game 3, like I said, I think this is the one that kind of swings the way that we look at this game for whether Finland has a large gap to come back from, or if they close it in a little bit and give Eki that chance to make that comeback happen. As we get game 3 underway for both of these two sides, we are looking at the perspective of Yessi moving upward on your screen in the all-white Czechia uniforms. This is a quick shot on from Yessi from the right side, blockered away by Olmark. As we see the player cams for both Yessi and Dodds on the bottom left and right-hand corner of your screen. As here comes Dodds trying to keep things going for the U.S. the way they have been. They have been on quite the momentum tear over this past couple of games, trying to continue that here. Here comes Jesse moving into the offensive zone. Shot on, hits the side of the net, but he gets it back. Holds it with Pasternak. Skates into the middle, shot on, blocked in the front, but gets it back again at the left side. Pass across it, he scores! Jesse with the quick opening goal, not even 3 minutes in. And we said it, Finland has that ability to come back. That's a good start to do so right there.
Hey, we talk about pace, we talk about the delta. Down by 5 now, down by 4. Early on, you open the scoring now. If you're Jesse, you got to feel pretty good just to kind of get one under your belt as early as you possibly could.
Getting one under your belt early, and that's exactly what Jesse does, and he may not be done, but it's poke checked away right at the blue line. Dodds looking to get that goal back. Gives it to Ekman Larson, moving it up the left side boards. Holds it to the slot, puts the shot on, saved easily by the goaltender for Jesse, and he'll move it up the ice. Goes down the middle of the neutral zone, not able to pick that up as now Dodds will go ahead and take possession, trying to break it out, and you're seeing a little bit of a different play style from Jesse, a little bit more of a transition game for him right now. Winning his Dodds, he scores! Nipped it top right corner, and Dodds gets it right back in a heartbeat.
Dodds with a dot. That's exactly what he had to do right there, and it wasn't pretty. That one was kind of a sloppy goal, but it got in through traffic, and he was able to bang it home with the extra player sitting right there at the doorstep.
You know what they say? They don't ask how, they ask how many, and that is number 12 for the USA. Getting that 5-goal advantage back. Dodds has it in the opposite zone. It's poke checked away to the neutral zone, and both him and Jesse will give chase to it, and Dodds will come up. Breaking it out here with Pettersson. Gives it back to Gustafsson and over to Asplund. Skates in the opposite zone, holding, looking for an option, goes down low, and Hurdle will pick it up here for Jesse, who will take it up here into the neutral zone up the right boards. 12.5 to play in the first period of game number 3. Gives over Rob the toss, and he scores. That's Pasternak. A pretty passing play from Jesse. Cuts that lead back down the floor and gives Jesse the lead here in game number 3.
An outstretched tic-tac-toe play. Jesse L, yes he can. Gets the go-ahead goal here early on in the game, and that's the pace you have to maintain here. You've got to bounce back every single time you're down, and he did so marvelously right there.
Dodds looking to coordinate a response over at the corner boards. Holds it, tries to go down low, but Jesse was there waiting for it the whole time, and here he comes on the counterattack. Has it up the right boards, holding, trying to get something, goes behind the net. Puck loose and is picked up by an Islander for Dodds, and he'll skate it up. Ekman Larson now has it halfway through this first period, turned over at the blue line, and Jesse will pick it up here for Finland, using Team Czechia for this matchup. We talked about earlier, Eki saying that he felt like Czechia was the second best team on the game. The U.S. going a little bit out of the radar using Team Sweden. No one has used them yet. And so far, that strategy has worked wonders here for the American side, looking to clinch their spot to the finals for the second straight year. As that puck was loose and went right over to Dosto, and it looks like Jesse just going to hold on to it.
I think the big key for Jesse right now is winning a period. I think if you start there and treat every 20 minutes like its own game, play for those 20 minutes, that's how you're going to get back into this game.
Face off to the right side, defensive zone to Jesse. He wins it on the tie-up and gives it to Pasternak at the right side. Holding it, trying to sway his way away from the defense, and able to do so as he gives it to Verano on the corner board. Holding it behind the net. This is what we saw Jesse last week really like to do, operate behind the net, but Dodds doing such a good job defensively of shutting down all the lanes. Dodds gets it. Up the right boards, left side of our screen. Holds with Asplund, gives it to Gustafsson. Gives it over to the corner boards, holding it, looking for an option. Skating his way down low, puck turned over, picked up by Verana. 5 minutes to play here in the first period. Hurdle with it now. Jesse looking, holding, defended well by Dodds, who's applying the pressure. It's poke checked away past the blue line, and the defense for Dodds has been the story so far.
Yeah, defense for Dodds has been outstanding in this game early on. He's been able to hold on from the barrage that is Jesse L. And that's kind of been the magic there, is this game could have been a lot differently than it is right now.
As here's Dodds trying to attack on the offensive end. Gives it around after ringing it down low, holding it, trying to find an option, hit off the bottom part of the boards there. It'll bank off over to Jesse, who will pick it up. 1.5 minutes to play in period number 1. Jesse trying to claw his way back here for Finland. Dodds trying to hold on. Uses it up at the blue line. Dawes is trying to take his time. No reason to rush anything with this lead on aggregate. So he gets it past, gets bumped off, and yes, he's still applying that pressure. 7 seconds to go. Dawes breaks the blue line. Shot on. Blocker save. One more chance here. 3 seconds left. Slap shot from the from Grunstrom, and he scores. Those goals are so huge when you get them at the end of the period, and Dawes puts it in at the perfect time with just 1.9 remaining in the first. 5-goal aggregate lead for the U.S., and what a way for the Stars and Stripes to end that first period of Game 3.
When we talk about goals that matter, we talk about goals like that. That is the key and the important factor about these kind of performances. When you can score goals when you don't expect them to be scored is when you control the pace of a game. That ties it back up, and that first period is a wash, which just benefits the Americans.
And you know something? How about this? A play to Junior Pence will be proud of. Put in the D to D emote in the chat. He likes what he saw. And it gives Dawes the tie game in Game 3, but more importantly, the U.S. with that advantage. Back up the 5. There's a chance there from Yessi, saved by Olmark, but he gets it back. Holding it with Pasternak, gives it over to Hurdle, shot on from a side angle, saved and played right back out by Dawes. He wants to keep things going, doesn't want to slow this game down at all. As Ekman Larsson speeds up the boards, goes behind the net, protects the puck, pressured by a pair of defenders, and Yesiel will come out with it and will rush it up the ice. 3-on-3, Verano with it at the right boards. Between the legs, Deke holds it at the right corner, spins, tries to go behind the net, but it's picked off by Larsson after the poke check. And it'll be a line change here for both sides. Here comes Dahlin. Dawes holding it with speed, turns towards a slot, and is poke checked away. Trying to get that play right down the middle, but wasn't able to do so cleanly. Now Yessi to counter. That's Pasternak. Shot on wide. Another chance. Oh, it was blocked on the side. He couldn't get the open net. What a defensive play. Here comes Dawes on the counter. Looking, trying to get something, taking advantage of that play on the other end. Gives it back down low. Holds it, tries to skate in front, couldn't do so. And Krejci picking it up for Yessi. But how about that block there by Dawes? Huge play. And another one there as he went down to block that one. I mean, that's the 3rd time we've seen him do that between these 2 games. As here comes Dawes on the offensive end. As Pedersen moves it across the Ghosts, and then, oh, he got that backhand to go. Didn't get the second chance until it was picked up. Would have had a rebound there if he had gotten to it. Still has it, however, after the turnover from Yessi. Holding in the corner board, goes behind the net, looking for a play. Nothing so far. Gets a sneaky pass to Ekman Larsson, but it hit off the side of the net. And Yesiel will pick things up here for Finland. 10.5 to go, almost halfway through game number 3. The last time we will see these 2 players meet, unless we reach that simultaneous overtime. It's the pass across, saved by Olmark, and Dawes not going to play that one out. He's going to hold on to it.
You mentioned it about a period ago, the defense of Dawes. We saw it right there in that sequence, back and forth. Dawes going big, just the wide open net blocked, and then that dive in front to keep that second effort away.
These 2 players using the World Championship rosters for Sweden and Czechia. As you see right now, it is Dawes within the offensive zone. Skates in, tried to get a shot on it, was blocked before it meant any harm. And here comes Yesiel after creating that turnover. Speeds his way down the middle of the neutral zone and passes it to Pasternak at the left boards. Holds, cuts, got hit from behind, but was able to get the puck back. Battle forward the left corner board, and he found Wardle at the top of the face-off circle. Back over to Pasternak, and he scores on the wrister. Evades the pressure, gets past the defense, and puts the puck in the net. Yessi with a big-time play to keep himself in this game.
That's what you want if you're Yessi right now. Control that period, try to get back, crawl your way back in it. Anything you can to close that gap to give Eki the best chance for yourself in Game 4. And great job there from Yessi here midway through the second period.
Second goal of this game for Pasternak. And Yessi maybe not done. Shot on, rebound was picked up by Dawes. And we talked about that, maybe trying to stray away from the patient game and just valuing those opportunities and the volume of shots. Yessi doing that here so far. As Dawes turns it over in the offensive zone, Hurdle spins, gives it to the right side to Verano. Holding to the backhand, gives it back across, puck loose in front, still has it as Yessi, and he goes in the right corner. Gives it to Hurdle, moves his way to the high slot, looking, gives a pass over to Verano, puck loose again, but Pasternak picks it up. Turned over and picked up by Nylander and given to Ekman Larson, who gives it back to Nylander. 4 minutes to play in period number 2 of the 3rd game of this 4-game series. U.S. up by 3, and William Nylander makes it 5. A shot on puts its way past, and all of a sudden Dodds counter-punching every time he tries to get back into it.
The counter punch is a great way to call it. Dodds doing exactly what he needs to do in this game. Like, Dodds is controlling the pace. He's making sure that things slow down, he answers. Things get ahead, he answers. Anything that's happening with SEL, he's able to find a way to just provide a retort to the statement. I mean, it doesn't have to be a flashy game from Dodds. This isn't the game for him. This is where I talked about in the pregame. He has to just control the pace, and he's doing so beautifully right now.
There's a chance there from Yessi on the backhand goes, and I know some of you may be sick of hearing it, but it still rings true. This is what we mean by just managing the series. Knowing the position you're in and playing based off of that, and Dodds, by being able to counter to every single goal Yessi had, he's doing exactly that. If he doesn't counter, you're looking at potentially a near-tie situation on aggregate. So Dodds doing exactly what he's needed to do so far, as Dodds right now has possession in the offensive zone with 2 minutes to play in the second. Holding it. Looking around, nice little spin move. Almost got it. Another chance there, but Dodds still picked it up. And it'll be thrown back out by Yessi, but it's battled for at the corner board. Yessi will come out with it. A minute to play here in the second period. A fast minute in this period. And here comes Pasternak for Yessi. Forehand, can't get it through cleanly. Puck in front. Omar picks it up and will be passed out. 30 seconds to play. Here comes Dodds. Moves with Nylander. Holds. Spins. A little back cut there as it's poke check from behind. 5 seconds to play. One more chance for Yessi. Holds it forehand, 2 seconds, can't get the shot on. It's a nice poke check from Dodds, and that will do it for a high-action second period. We're tied at 3 in the game, but the story, the U.S. holding on to that aggregate scoring line, and if you're Eki, you have to really be looking at a grim situation going into the final game.
20 more minutes for Yessi to represent his country and make his mark here. His last chance in this semifinals to do some damage and get one ahead on Dodds. Can he do it? With the game on the line, the series on the line, for him at least, before we turn it over to Eki.
Game and series on the line as we see Grizz just joining chat. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend, here for the final. Make sure you all tune in for that. As Canada punched their tick with a dominant performance over Czechia earlier, the U.S. looking to do so by closing things out against Finland. One more game after this between Cookie and Eki, but right now it's Jesse and Dodds looking to take care of business in game 3. Here's Jesse with a shot on, glove save by Omar, passed it back out, another save by Omar. Dangerous play from Dodds, a little bit surprised to see him playing that out considering he has that advantage. Things will settle down in the neutral zone, and Jesse will take it up. Spins his way past a couple defenders, pass a shot on, blocker save by Omar. And another chance here for Yessi as he gets it back. Pass across to Verona, hits the side of the net, but gets it back to hurdle down low. Yessi operating behind the net. Spins, looks into Verona, shot on wide, but a big save once again by Omar. The goaltending right now showing itself here for Dodds. Back to the point here as Yessi gets it back. Poke check the way past the blue line, and here comes Dodds with time and space. Has it. Spins, holds, he's going to just wait for his teammates to gather from that line change, wisely so, as he keeps it here. Dodds at the corner board, works it to the point to Larson. Holding it still, looking for that passing option. Gives it up over, back to the right side. Holding it, looking, trying to just take his time. This is smart for Dodds, doesn't have to score, but he's working his way as he got that backhand, but couldn't get it on strong. Does get the puck back, however, as he works it all the way over to the opposite side. Holding it at the point. That's Darling. Gives it to Larson at the opposite side. Holds. Back to Asplin. Just Dodds working around that cycle. The time is his friend right now, and he's taking every little bit of advantage of it that he can. It's turned over, and here comes Yessi. Actually at the right boards. Cuts. Looking for a passing play. Only one player with him. Make it 3 and now 4, as it looked like there was a line change there for Czechia. Yessi working it in the offensive zone, has it at the point. Holding it the right side, and if you're Yessi, you have to get something shot on, blocked in front, but picked back up by Krejci. Holding it now is Yessi, using that behind the net play he typically likes to go for as he tried to get that quick pass to Dervenka, but could not do so cleanly. And here comes Dodds, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, just holding on despite the game being tied. As Yessi trying to put a few in here for his teammate Neki, who's waiting in the wings here in game 4. Yes, he has it in the offensive zone. Couldn't get anything that was poked away past the blue line. He'll have to reset for the offsides warning. Trying to get it past once again, not able to do so, and that will be offsides, and Dodds just locking it down right now defensively.
And if you're Dodds, losing by 1 isn't the worst thing right now. Obviously, you don't want to do that to give them a chance, but not the worst thing as you've got another game coming up later. Dodds doing exactly what he needs to control this for the Americans.
See if he can continue that over the next 8 minutes. As right now, Dodds with possession of the puck in the offensive zone. Shot on, blocked in front. Puck loose over at the bottom right corner, and it will be picked up by Yessi, who will move this thing up. Down the middle of the neutral zone, gets it to the left side and breaks it past. Holding it, trying to find something here is Yessi, trying to get his team back into things. And the shot on! Blocker save once again by Olmark. And we talked about this a little earlier, but Olmark having that X factor, maybe showing itself out a little bit here. Here's the play for Dodds on the spin to the pass to Kelvin backdoor, taps it in, and Dodds with a massive goal. The lead up to 6 on the aggregate. He takes the lead in the game. 5.5 to play, and Finland things getting a little trepidatious here.
Trepidatious indeed. Dodds said, no, I'm not going to lose by 1 if I can help it. I'll go up by 1. I think we'll do that instead, as he did so right there. He's got the go-ahead goal late here in the 3rd period of Game 3. All signs pointing positive for Team USA right now.
Yes, he needing to get something. Dodds trying to continue this right now with his team up by 6. Feeling good and just one more game to play. Yes, he has in the neutral zone. Just once again, Dodds locking down that blue line. Creates the turnover. Moves into the offensive zone. Holds it. Gets it to the point. Trying to find a play here. Nothing so far. As it's going to be a line change as it's 1-on-4, now 1-on-5. And Dodds works his way back to the neutral zone and goes back in and finds some space. Otterblom holds it. Bumped off of the puck, and he gets it back over the corner board. A minute to play here in the final period of Game 3. As shot on, hit the side of the net with another chance. Shot on from the slot. Saved by Dostal, and Yessi will go ahead and play this out. Full minute here in the 3rd period. Yessi trying to tie this game up. Moves in the offensive zone. Holds it the right face-off. Dodd is turned over. Great defensive play there from Dodds. That's William Nylander with it. Speeds his way past the boards. Pass across forehand, and he scores. Great defense to great offense, and Dodds up a touchdown on Yessi. 9-16 in the aggregate score, and that goal right there may have just put Game 3 away for the USA.
Dodds' transition play through the neutral zone, the key to this entire series so far. His ability to just move it through smoothly and generate offense from turnovers in that center ice area has been magical.
20 seconds to play in period number 3, and Dodds' work is done. Up by 7 in the aggregate, up by 2 in the game with 10 seconds to play. And man, the USA making a statement right now against Finland as Dodds holds it. 4 seconds, turned over. Yes, he will get it. Won't look to do anything, and that will do it. Dodds with a just beautiful play to cap this game off. A resounding victory, 5-3 the final, and the U.S. 3 periods away from punching their ticket to the final and ensuring that we have a new champion here as we go back into the studio. Brandon Bigsby, a.k.a. B Major, the amazing man on my right, running the production, running the commentary. Nick DeMeo, a.k.a. F5 Penguin, as we have one more game on tap. But Nick, the USA looking to knock off the defending champion. It all comes down to that GWC champion matchup. Cookie for the US versus Eki for Finland.
As we've heard a million times before, it all comes down to this. This is what it all comes down to. I'll say this. If anybody is in a prime position to try and win by 8, it is Eki. But it's going to be really hard with A, the GWC winner, and then B, Cookie playing the way he is right now.
Yeah. I mean, I have to agree with you. And I mean, I know if you're Canada, we talked about this earlier with Canada. If you were Finland or the US, seeing what Cat has been able to do in these playoffs, seeing what Regs has been able to do in these playoffs. And I was kind of saying it earlier, like, hey, if you're one of those teams, you're watching Canada, you have to be like, ooh, I'm not looking forward to having to face off against that. But firstly, all these players love the competition. So that's just not true. And secondly, not only that, but the U.S., they're playing just as well as Canada arguably was. I mean, 16 goals with another game to go. both Dodds and Cookie are playing as well as anyone that we've seen in this tournament in terms of what we have seen from them in this round. And I mentioned it before the series started, it just felt like there was another gear that the US had that we just haven't seen from them yet. This was that gear that we were talking about.
Yeah, it really is. We had that question mark all series long, let alone all, even last year. What is that extra mark for the US? What's the combination that it's going to be? I think between the performance of game 2 from Cookie and specifically the game 3 performance from Dodds, not game 1, I think that's your lethal combination. I think that's your best chance to take on Team Canada tomorrow, and it's your best chance to put away the defending 2-time champions Finland right now.
Yeah, and if you weren't with us earlier, Canada did defeat Czechia 26-9 to win that series, and as of now, the US up 16-9. Dodds getting a 5-3 win to start out, then Cookie getting a 3-6 win to follow that, and another 3-5 win for Dodds, as you just saw. Is right now, if you're the US, if you're Cookie, I mean, you don't want to go on cruise control necessarily, but I mean, there's definitely been left some room for error if they do happen to slip up a little bit. I mean, we've seen Eki do some pretty remarkable things. If he were able to somehow pull this off, I mean, this would have to top the list, right? I mean, down by 7 just to push it into a simultaneous overtime. It would take 8 for him to win. I mean, if anyone could do it, it's Eki. But I mean, like I said, Cookie on any day, I feel like would hold that lead, but especially with the way he's playing right now and the form that he's been in lately.
Yeah, I think this is the conversation we've been having all year. The way, I mean, someone said in the chat, the unorthodox way of Cookie, but I think moreover, it's the age-old put shots on net is not a bad thing, and it generates chaos and it generates opportunities. The EU takes their time and picks spots. Generally speaking, they have lower shots and a higher scoring percentage per shot. The US just doesn't care about that. The Canadian players do not care about that. NA does not. What they just do is fire pucks on net. And I think it's an odds game. I think, you have a lower shot percentage of scoring, but you have a higher chance to score. So I think what we're seeing is the dichotomy of two play styles that have ultimately clashed together 5 times in the last 6 months, this being the 6th. And honestly, we're seeing what's actually working to the style of the way the game is playing out, and it's favoring one particular play style.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because I know we had this conversation just a week ago on the Sixes side, but you kind of have to wonder, considering the success that the North American side had in that bout and the success that we've seen both North American teams have today, with Canada dominating against Czechia and US right now dominating against Finland the way they are. You gotta wonder. That opens up that conversation a little bit. I know 1s and 6s are very different games, but still the type of play that those two continents and areas play are still drastically different. Just the mentality of how they play and the way in which they operate to open things up offensively. It is much, much different, to where now you do kind of wonder if the US pulls this off. Just saying, it just makes you kind of open that conversation up a little bit as we hope to get game number 4 underway here in a little bit. And, Grizz, he's already providing insight, Nick. He said in chat, Cookie plays like no one. He simply plays like Cookie,
yeah.
And that's a really true statement. His play style is very unique to him. It's not really like anyone. It's just very unique. It's very hard to go against it. And, it's kind of like Junior Pence. We've heard say in the past, my play style is so different, it's hard for people to adjust. Cookie is the same way, but that play style is much different than even his.
Yeah, and we talked about it last year with Junior Pence. We said, he has his own style. We talked about it this year with Cookie. He's doing his own thing. The meta is there, but it's a unique meta that they play their own way. And if you know what the meta is and you adjust to it, how do you do that when it's against the play style you don't play against normally? That routine thing that normally happens doesn't happen. So how do you adjust to that? And I think that's what Eki's struggling with right now.
Yeah, and you have to consider it's been a really long time since him and Cookie have ever even played against each other. So, I mean, that has a lot to do with it as well. As game 4 getting underway right now. The U.S. looking to cap things off. Finland looking to come and pull off a magical comeback.
As we are following Eki on your screen, going north, Cookie going south. A 7-goal lead for the Americans in game number 4. As we start off, Eki's just going to have to come out guns blazing here and get things going for his team. All Cookie has to do is just make sure the unthinkable doesn't get thought. As Eki has it now through the middle. Gonna get a shot on. Be a second effort. Puts one across. It snickers its way through. Snickers its way, skitters its way through. Either way, you're not you when you're hungry. And Eki gets one here early on in the first period of game 4. That's a great start for Eki. He's got 10 on the board now in aggregate. Can he make it 11? Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. As Freudian slips are fun, aren't they? As he lays that one out there and stuck behind the goalkeeper. Was Eki there looking to pile that one on quickly? Just 5 gone so far in the first period. That could have been 2 dangerous ones there. But just 1 is the result, at least for now. Fine change of foot. Cookie didn't get his fresh men on there. 1 touch deep failed. That'll come back out through center. Now a breakaway. Cookie trying to slip that one through. And he still has possession. Up top now working. Center point. Gonna fire that one. No, he'll think better of it. Now he'll wrist it on. That will flutter its way slowly to the goalkeeper. And Eki will play that out through the legs pass, rather. At the left side boards now. Shot on, rebounded. And that X factor that Brandon talked about might be coming to play here with Sweden, controlled by Team US. Cookie behind the net. They're going to bring that one around front. That'll get denied there and stopped. Eki going to rush that one through the neutral zone. Driving his way in. Short side chance and scores. Eki with the 2 on screen. He's made this one a 5-goal deficit. And Eki just unfazed by what has transpired so far. He's put 2 on the board. And I think he's starting to get into his bag a little bit, Brandon.
He's starting to get into his bag a little bit. And for Cookie, you can't panic whatsoever yet. You still have that 5-goal advantage. But if you're Eki, you have to keep pushing. You cannot let up. You have a long way to go still. But that's a great start here for Finland if they want to pull off this comeback.
So Eki now, as the tilt is in his favor right this second. Cookie might have to put an end to that soon here. Wrist shot on and scores! 3 on screen! Do not count Eki out. I said it, if anybody can do it, it's him. It's 3 unanswered goals in the first period, and the Finns are not out yet.
And you see Eki, he looks like Reg's a little early. He is vibing out back there on that phase cam at the bottom left-hand corner. And I'm no top player, but if I'm Cookie, I'm really contemplating calling a timeout right now because Eki is buzzing. You need to kill this momentum off as fast and as bluntly as you can.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here as we have a new... We asked what happened with the Americans. Can they hit that new level? Well, this is Eki's Super Saiyan level right now that we're seeing on screen. As he's got a chance there. That one just misses wide. As Cookie's just going to throw that out to neutral ice. And good thinking on him as he's got to get this deep into the zone. Greg saying, don't take the timeout. Force Eki to use lines 3 and 4. Good thinking there.
See, that's why I'm not a top player. Greg's is one of the best for a reason. That's why I'm in the booth. Just going to clarify that.
You're not wrong indeed. As we wind down the first period, this has been a flurry. As Eki looking to extend that lead to 4. Game 4. Under 2 minutes to go. Eki steals that one away from a scoring opportunity. Bounced off a skate. Still with Eki now. The Finns moving it up. Lots of room up the left side. Just throws it on net. Rebound chance thrown out again. Holding Eki. Far side scores!
The mistakes are being capitalized by the Finns right now. The 4 on screen now, and it's getting close if you're Team Finland.
And you see Cookie still with a smile on his face, but you can kind of tell it's becoming a little worrisome for him now. 3 goals with 40 in-game minutes to go. That is plenty doable for Eki. And boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game. We may just have a story on our hands right now.
As time winds down in the first period, a penalty coming up here, a tripping call, dancing around the backhand chance. And we're gonna get a draw here. Eki fired up right now in the cameras, you could see it.
And Eki is a guy that does not show that much emotion often, but you can tell he is feeling it right now. The end of this period couldn't come soon enough. Cookie needs to just relax, compose himself, and get things settled in.
Didn't pull the goalie, wins the faceoff, fires it on, and that's gonna do it for the first period. 4 unanswered goals from the Finns, and they're inching closer to tying up this aggregate. They're only down by 3.
Yeah, they're only down by 3, and we said it, if anyone can do it, Eki can do it. And what's interesting about this is that typically you would have figured that, hey, Eki's gonna have to get 2 or 3 goals a period. Well, he went ahead and doubled down on that and got 4 in that first period right there alone. He's feeling it. There's a lot of time left for him to come back. And if I'm Cookie, I absolutely have to get a goal here ASAP. If Eki gets this next goal, he's gonna come back and tie this game.
Brandon calling it right now on the power play, though. Got some time. Slap shot comes in. That's a laser. Blockered away. About 1:20 left on the power play. Better cross there for Cookie. Can't get anything going in the offensive zone right now. Eki back on the attack. And advantage still on. Time winding down in this power play early in the second, though. As Cookie just looking to clear. He will. It'll come out all the way down to the end. He'll pick it up behind the red line. Couple of passes through the neutral zone, up the left side with some space now. He'll drive to the circle dot. Stops and goes, looking for a room. He gets leveled there as time expires on the penalty. Coming out of the box, though. Cookie's got it. Lost it just as quickly. As fresh legs will come out. 3 gone so far in the second period. 4-0 right now in game 4. Rebound at the doorstep. And Cookie able to keep that one away. Smart play there. Eki right back on the attack, though. As the pressure just has to be mounting. He keeps that in. With shot on and a good save there. And he plays it out to an own goal. A mistake there. Grave one. And it's 5-0.
Oh, this is getting really scary here now for the U.S. You have 2.5 periods left. Eki has cut it down to 2, and that's a situation. I know Junior Pence just said, but I agree. You have to hold the puck. I know things aren't going your way, but the aggregate is what matters. The game score is not what matters. You have to hold that in that situation.
That's 3 goalie throwouts that Cookie has done in 2 games that have all led to goals. We talk about points on turnovers in other sports. That is the case right there. 3 goals. That is dangerous against Eki, as he's got it back on his stick, and now you could just feel the pressure mounting against him here. Cookie's...
Yeah, and you can't play too tight if you're Cookie. You have to kind of loosen the grip on that control. You're a guy that's won GWC. You've played on the big stage. You cannot let the situation get to you. You have to loosen up a little bit. He's playing a little tight right now.
Get back to what took you to the dance here, as that was 3 efforts. 3 chances from Eki, all denied right there by Cookie's goaltender. That X factor coming into play, as we talked about a couple of times, but another delayed penalty coming up here on the Americans. Eki tries to get it going, touched up now, and we'll get another penalty here. Eki fired up, Cookie trying to shake it off, and this is a crucial face-off in the defensive end for Team USA.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive face-off. If you're Cookie, you have to try to kill this thing off. You can't let Eki get this goal, get this penalty killed off, and use it as momentum to maybe charge ahead and get a goal back of your own.
Cookie just trying to get this cleared, build some momentum, and get this down the ice. Just get it into the zone for a little bit is what he's thinking, and he's doing so right there, at least for a brief moment. 45 seconds gone, the power play, but a potential breakaway coming. 3 men on the ice there. He shoves it in and scores. Oh my goodness, we're within one. The power play goal, 3 Czechian players controlled by Team Finland there to make that goal happen.
And I have to be honest, like I said, I'm not a top player for a reason. I understand the line strategy, but for momentum alone, I don't understand not using the pause and calling a timeout. I don't. And I mean, at the end of the day, I understand that Eki is a top player. You want to try to give yourself an advantage with the lines, but with the momentum he is on, you need something to change. It's all about the aggregate. The game itself doesn't matter here. You have to find something, and Eki has turned this game on its head, and the series in itself as well.
Throw out there the other way, though! And the throw out, Eki paid the cost for doing the same thing that Cookie did, and finally Cookie gets back on the board.
And Eki knew it was a mistake right when he did it. You saw the reaction. He was livid with himself, remiss that he did that, couldn't believe that he gave that one away after all that momentum he has as well. As here comes Eki trying to make up for that mistake, couldn't cross past the blue line without an offsides warning. 7:14 to go, and we have drama here in the semifinal. The winner of this will move on to play Canada in the finals right here tomorrow. You will not want to miss it. Myself, F5 Penguin, Grizgol, and No Sleeves will be on the call for that. As here comes Cookie trying to get something, but Eki creating the turnover.
We're over halfway through this game, the final game of this aggregate. The Americans with a 2-goal lead over the 2-time defending champions, Team Finland. As that falls to the goalkeeper, he throws it out safely that time. As every time he throws it out, now I'm getting a little bit scared. Cookie will flip that out. It won't connect, but go to a defensive player for the Finns. They'll try it up the right side. Is Eki. He'll lose that at the half boards. That's wrapped around behind the net for Cookie to flip that out. He will. It'll fall again to Eki. So he just can't get the traction there, as this is getting wild. This tournament is fun, is what Grizz said. Perfect statement and also an understatement. You are 100% spot on. This is insane sometimes, and we're seeing it right here in the last semifinals of this competition. Oh, he bounces off a check there. Rebound chance. That'll be pushed off to the left side. Sticks will meet. Out comes with it Team USA. Spinning. Cookie still with it. Lost it once, lost it twice. Finally stripped. And now we're down to the final 30 seconds. Real time 10 to conclude this period. Eki. Right side. Throws it on off the post! And he just cleared the danger. 20 in-game minutes left. 2 goals is the deficit for the Finns. It is all on Eki. Can he continue the heroics, or can Cookie hang on and get to the finals?
And you saw Eki there in the bottom left corner. He was really upset that he didn't get that goal. And it was said in chat, I was waiting for the opportunity to say it. But you know something? You have to wonder if that mistake from Eki gave Cookie that little bit of extra momentum to put him through. Maybe that little bit of extra gas to get him across the finish line. Can he finish it, or will Eki make the comeback complete?
Neil down in front, that cross crease right there. 200 IQ move from Cookie. Eki still on the attack, though, sends it across again. And that one's just thrown off the boards. Luckily, it falls to Cookie's stick. He's met by 3 defenders right there at the center ice face-off circle. Eki back with it. Left side now to try it. High slot, holds, lots of room. Trying to shovel that on. And Cookie clears once more. Oh, man, that's intercepted again. Eki right back on the attack, though. Just insurmountable right now. That's blockered up high, and he throws it. Oh, man, the heart was in my chest for a moment as he threw that out again. Luckily, safely, he's flipping it out again. Just giving it to Eki each time, though. They haven't got out of the red line. It's been 4 minutes of in-game time so far. Wrist shot in, that's blocked in front. Fell to the goalkeeper, and he'll hold on. You need to stop here. Eki fired up.
Yeah, and you kind of sense the little relief on the right side there for Cookie. He's kind of shaking his head. He's like, whew, and you can kind of feel this game is tight. They both know what it means. Eki fired up, Cookie locked in. Who's going to punch their ticket to the final tomorrow?
You can't play to not lose. Eki's hoping that that's the way Cookie's playing. Cookie's just not getting it out of the zone right now as he's got it in front, does Eki. That one fell to the stick of his teammate. Played out again! And I don't know what's happening here, but Cookie able to not pay the cost on that throw out. I know it's March, but man,
even though it's hockey, you could say it's also madness.
Madness indeed. That one's wristed on. Oh, 2 players in front though. Eki couldn't bury that chance. That could have been a game changer. As it'll fall all the way down, it's icing with 12:04 to go here in the third period.
Yeah, and Cookie didn't know if that was going to be an icing there or not, but you don't want to give Eki that offensive zone face-off as he's going to stand up, maybe walk around. You see Cookie's reaction. He knows the predicament he could very well be in, but he only has to hold on for 12 more minutes and 4 more seconds, and then all of the comeback efforts for Eki will be gone and forgotten, and he can move on to tomorrow, but he has to close this out. He has to find a way, take a swig of water, calm things down, and finish the job. That's all you can do if you're Cookie. The question is, can he execute?
Tater's saying it's not helping his blood pressure. My heart rate, my watch on my wrist has been going off nonstop for the last 10 minutes, saying my heart rate's way too high. Has traffic in front there. Cookie able to keep that one away as well. This one might fall fortuitously for him. It's a race. He's got it at the red line. Spinning around now, throwing it on net, and that was a close one there. Eki able to pick it up. He's got it on the counterattack. His shot on, rebound chance. He just threw it on net. Cookie throws it out again. Eki picks it up. Short side chance, he scores! Throwing out the puck. 4 goals scored on that opportunity. Eki's back within 1.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, I can't believe he keeps throwing it out. I'm really stunned at this. I mean, you already saw 2 or 3 go in based off of that. You saw Eki gave 1 based off of that. I know you don't want to let Eki set up in the offensive zone, but I think you just have to trust that you can get your defense going and win the faceoff in your own zone. Throwing it out, it's giving Eki those really quick chances where the defense is caught off guard, the goaltender's not in position, and now 1 goal separates. Oh, he tied it up! Oh, Nick! We have craziness!
The series is tied. Eki doing the unthinkable for his country, for his pride, and for his teammate. Can he do it again? And he does! The lead for Eki! It is with the Finns! They have a 1-goal aggregate lead with 10 to play here in the third.
This is unbelievable. Complete chaos in the semis. One side elated, another is stunned. Cookie has to make a way to come back. He has 9 minutes, but Eki has looked unstoppable so far.
Eki looking to pour it on now. What does Cookie do to answer this call? He's got to pick it up here. Eki spinning around, shovels that on net. Hurdle still with it from behind the net. Working it to the middle, backhand chance, that stick checked away. Falls to Eki's stick at the blue line. They're gonna bring it back in. Oh, he's leveled there right at the blue line coming into the zone. Cookie on the counterattack now. Stops there at the half board, drops it off up top, but lost it from a stick check. Oh, they could have raced there on that rush through the middle, but that's going to bounce and fly up into the air. Cookie's going to slow it down just for a minute. That's intercepted one more time from Eki. He's just not gotten into the zone. 5 to play here in the third period. Eki there checked off the puck. Finally gets a pass out. Cookie through the middle, trying to speed it. He's got some room. Oh, the flying poke check worked again, and Cookie couldn't close it down. Eki, left side, now center. Flipping past and exchanging positions with his teammates, controlling it. And now it's all Eki to hold on. Can the U.S. come back? They're down by 8 in this game. Nobody thought this would happen. Could this be retribution for the EUNA conversation? Can Cookie come back here? Just has to get 1 to tie it and force synchronous OT. Just need 1. Got 1:10 to go. Real time, 60 seconds to conclude this game. One-time chance there, that's denied. As Cookie's got it. Oh, he tries to sauce that one across. Ice pass is intercepted. Eki's gonna slow things down here. In the neutral zone. Oh, good steal there. Cookie on his stick. Left circle. Tries to feed that one through, and it's stopped there by Eki. 2 men down low fighting for it. Out comes with it is Eki once more. He stops it up the half court, throws it across to the right side, up the right side now. 30 seconds to go, 2-on-1 chance. That's a good stick check there from Cookie. Can he convert this to a scoring opportunity? No, it's gonna fall all the way back to Eki. 20 seconds to go now.
Have to pull when you can if you're Cookie. The minute you get that puck in transition, you have to pull.
Now we got about a dozen. Eki taking his time through. Lots of space into the corner. Holding, spinning, 6 seconds to go. And they've done it potentially here. The Finns have stapled it on, coming back from down by 7. Eki does it, and the Finns go on to the finals to defend against Canada, their 2-time championship, looking to make it 3, and Cookie falls to Eki in Game 4 of this aggregate.
How about that? The comeback of the century. When you thought they were down, they rose again, and Eki writes another chapter of his illustrious NHL esports career, and this one may just be the most anticlimactic that we have seen yet, from the overtime last year where he came in and won the championship to a 7-goal comeback in one game to do it. Eki just pulled off the unthinkable, shocking the world, and Finland versus Canada right here tomorrow in stunning fashion, 9-1 after being down the way he was. Unbelievable.
I'm going back to the studio just so you could see my face. We needed player cams. We needed the player cams for what we just watched on the ice from the European top-ranked player in Eki, down by 7. And he said, you know what? Fine. And he does it. He dropped game 1, 6-3 versus Cookie. I don't know. This is why I love Eki. This is why Eki does the things he... Holy cow. What an upset on the grandest stage of them all. Here in the semifinals of the 2023 IIHF eWorld Championship. My goodness gracious.
I think one of the first things I'm going to do when we wrap up is go and find the clip on the Sports Gamer side to listen to that, because I know that call on the finish stream was probably insane. But, I mean, I can't believe what we just, I mean, unreal. Just unreal. I mean, this tournament is fun, it's crazy, it's chaotic, and anything can happen. And if there were ever a time to doubt that Eki could do something, it was this time. Never doubt him again. None of us. No one in this chat, no one in this booth, no one playing against them. Never doubt that man again, because every single one of us, I think, other than Eki and Yessi, have a freezing cold take that the US and Canada were about to go and play in the final. Eki just said, come on, let me take you for a ride, and backpacked his team to the championship.
He did.
That is a performance that we have never seen in this sport before, and I don't know if we ever will see again.
Yeah.
That was insane. He needed 7 and got 8.
He needed 7 and got 8. That's the best thing.
Against one of the top players in the world. Insane.
Yeah.
You only get that here. Only here.
You do. I'm trying to get set up for Eki here, as we're working on getting him all punched into the system here. So bear with me as we get him going. Yeah. It's unreal what he's done for his team, for his club. You saw it right there, and that's remarkable from Eki.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like that. I don't know if we'll see anything like it again. And the man, the myth, and I mean, undoubtedly the legend at this point, the man of the hour in Eki, is joining us here in just a few minutes as well as
yep.
we get that set up. But as you see, I mean, I would love to see a before and after screenshot. It was 16-9 at the start of this game. And Finland all the way come back and win at 18-17. I mean, Eki didn't even need the overtime. Yes, he just got the sit and watch. He didn't even need the overtime. He took care of it all on his own in that game. I mean, what more could you want out of a finish? I mean, and looking at the other side, I mean, you have to feel horrible for Dodds and Cookie because both of them played so well this entire tournament, this entire series up until that fourth game. I mean, Dodds took care of that first two games that he won. Game 1 and 3 took care of. Cookie dominated Eki in game 2, was by far the better player. And I mean, Nick, we were saying if Cookie just plays a fraction of the way he played in that second game, in that game 2, I mean, the U.S., they're going home. He can allow 5 goals and still come in and win, and the U.S. goes in. Yeah. But, I mean, it was a complete contrast from what we saw in game 2 and what we saw in game 4. On both ends. Eki looked like a man that we've never seen before. As great as he is, that was a different level from what we've seen him. And with Cookie, I mean, like I said, you just got to feel for him. A lot of mistakes in that. I know that he's going to be playing back in his mind. Would love to have back. And you just don't think that something like that would happen. Not on just Cookie's end, but on Eki's end. I know Eki is great. I know Eki is elite. He's one of the best to ever play this game. But to come back from down 7 on aggregate and to win it without even needing the simultaneous overtime is insane. Finland versus Canada right here tomorrow for the championship, and in absolutely stunning fashion.
Absolutely. So let's not waste any more time as we are getting ready to talk to the man here. My goodness gracious. I've got his video. I don't have him on audio yet. Hopefully he'll unmute it. As soon as he does, I will get the notification. And he is. So let's flip it over here. We're with Eki. After probably one of the biggest Herculean performances I've ever seen. Down by 7. And not only did you come back to win, you counted each goal on camera. I saw you, Eki, counting them on camera. What? You needed 7 and got 8. What went through your mind after that first goal to prepare you in the mindset you needed to be in to keep pushing, to keep trying, to do what you could to try to win that game?
I don't know if I can get even words out. Like I was just like I felt surprisingly positive heading into the final game. Like I know I'm able to beat good players with high scores if I can just get it going early. And I don't know. I was just thinking that my every strategy was set as aggressive as possible. I shoot it every time I can. I think I had 30 shots in the last game, and just hoped for the best. And that's like that's the best game I've ever played. Like I had to play totally different, like I usually do. Way more aggressive, way more straightforward. Like, yeah, I don't know, pretty insane stuff. I just fell to the floor after the last game. I had no idea what was going. Like to actually win that last game down 7 goals, it's I don't know, ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely insane. And I know you mentioned just being aggressive was the mentality for you, knowing that you were down by 7. But I'm not sure if you caught the stats, but you held Cookie just 3 shots in that game. He scored 6 in the first meeting between you two. I mean, what were the adjustments that you made defensively? Because you could score all you wanted, but you also had to have that in combination with being able to shut him down. What felt different for you in that 4th game, not just for you offensively, but to keep Cookie at bay as well?
I didn't think about defense, not at all. Only thing I tried every time Cookie had the puck, just take it as soon as possible. Nothing else. I didn't think about anything else, and it worked. I don't know. I felt like Cookie played outstanding game 1. I didn't play that good, and especially on this high ping, I noticed like, I don't know, defending is very tough, and even like everything is tough you do. Looked like when I tried to take space away in game 2, it was a tough adjustment for Cookie. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like,
I mean, we talked to you last week, Eki. You said, your heart was set on making it to the final, being the 3-time champion, kind of putting some pride back into your performances. I know some of the ones tournaments haven't gone your way. Does this answer that question for you, or do you feel redeemed from your performance today, or are you still looking at that final like, okay, this is the last step for me?
Of course, we want to win the whole tournament. Like that's been the goal all the time. Sorry. Oh, I need water. Okay, never mind. Yeah, winning the tournament has been the goal the whole time. Obviously, at some point during the series, didn't feel like that maybe would have happened, but here we are, and now we just focus on the final, and we will have a team advantage as well to the final. So I think we are in a great position. We play 2 great players with Team Canada. Yeah, will be interesting to see how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of looking towards next week. I'm not sure if you heard, but Regs talked to us earlier, said him and Cad will be using Team Czechia for that game. I know you and Regs are very familiar with each other from the IELTS tournament and a few of the previous GWC tournaments. I mean, what is it kind of being able to play such tough competition, but in a format like this where things are remote, you're playing for your country, kind of has to feel like it's a little bit ramped up because of that pride that's behind it all.
Yeah, of course, this is the only tournament where you really represent your country. Or obviously, there's the NA against the EU thing going on in the community all the time, and yeah, that kind of makes it more interesting also. So yeah, I'm especially happy to play Rex. But first thing, I think we both need to play better heading into the final. I don't know how sustainable my game was from the last game, or how sustainable that play style is. Like, yeah, we need to play better overall. Like, we lost 3 of our first games today. Yeah, we can't do that against Canada.
Yeah, definitely not. Last question, Eki. I mean, we're gonna flip the script here a little bit. I talked to Regs earlier. He off camera and then on camera was nodding to some music in his headphones. He said it was country. I saw you nodding your head as well. I have to ask, was there any music playing on your playlist that took you to glory here today?
Yeah, game 1 I was just in the quiet, didn't listen to anything, but game 2 when I had to score so many goals, I just decided that the best thing to do is just like feeling as fresh and positive as possible, listen to some music. And yeah, I just had like electro music and some rap, like motivating stuff.
Well, listen, Eki, man, I'll let you take a moment to process this, and I know that you and Yessi will be on the Finnish broadcast right now with Sports Gamer. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the finals tomorrow against Regs and Cad.
The finals are tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Okay. I thought it was next week. Okay.
Hey, he was so locked in, he wasn't even thinking about tomorrow. I respect him, man.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm glad I could be the first to inform you that your road to glory continues in just under 24 hours, my friend. I'm glad I could be your friend in this moment and keep you aware of what's to come.
Yeah, thank you. All right, welcome. I will head out.
Have a good one.
I will head out. Thank you.
Greg says, there goes my forfeit win. Sorry, Regs. Sorry. I thought he knew. It's on me. That's my bad.
Oh, man. I don't know if Regs is going to be too pleased about that one. I don't know. I mean,
oh, my goodness.
Eki having the hustle home and making it for a final that he didn't know existed would have been quite a storyline. But I don't think Regs would have been upset if he would have stayed not knowing, if he would have continued thinking it was next week. I don't think he would have been mad at that at all.
Yeah, I'm not the one to always be the bearer of bad news. I guess that was good news for Eki, bad news for Regs. Here, at least we make it fair, though. At least we make it fair, though. That was the funniest thing that I've ever encountered live on air. That was good. I appreciate that. Wow, just no words for him. But let's change our focus here. Let's jump into it. So we're talking now with the man from the American side, TSC Cookie, and we got to see your reactions on camera as what unfolded. Your reactions just off the cuff here now that you've had a couple minutes to process what just transpired on the ice over the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's nothing. It's just calling it is what it is. I mean, just simply playing up against a better guy. I can't afford to lose a game like that. It's just a choke job, simple as that. And I think one of the things I think that was difficult, I think Eki did a fantastic job clearly at adjusting. I think game one he allowed me to get some chances. And then game two is just, I joked around. It's kind of the opposite. I was like, I felt like that was a whole different player. I was like, oh my gosh, Eki just, he got the double controller boost going or handed it, next to somebody and they just went off with it because it was just, a complete 180 from game one. But, I think like ultimately like it was a fun tournament. I think I still kind of impressed myself a little bit. I know the hands don't work like they used to as we're getting older, but it's the biggest thing that I want to share and take away is what makes this tournament so unique, right? Is how you have a teammate, and ultimately today Dodds did his job. And I didn't. And so, it's hard as a competitor where it's, we typically play 1v1. You've got yourself to blame, right? And that's it. And then here it's like I've got almost, I feel, double the weight. It's I let myself down, but I also let Dodds down because Dodds played a heck of a game and a heck of a tournament all around.
Yeah, I know you said that playing Eki in that second matchup felt like a different player for you going into that fourth game. Did the strategy remain the same despite having that big lead, or did you maybe kind of want to play a little bit more cautiously considering it? Because we know as you were throwing it out a little bit, it felt like you wanted to kind of maintain that aggressive play style there.
Yeah, I think it is definitely odd. Like when you go into a game and you've got the lead, I think or internally you're sitting there and you're like, okay, just play very possessive, play very slow. But I think it kind of throws everyone for a loop when they have that opportunity to play with the lead. So, I think the way I looked at it is like once you start to get down, and even though you have a lead, you want to try to close that gap, or I guess extend that gap. And I typically when I play, I always throw the puck out. I always try to move quick, and I just it's simple as that. I didn't adjust, and Eki sure enough took advantage of it for one of the greatest wins in this tournament.
I got to ask you, team choice. You were the only team to choose Team Sweden in the knockout phase. Hindsight being 2020, obviously 3 of the 4 games went your way, but would you have changed your team choice knowing what you know now against what you just played against?
Honestly, no. I think I think we played. I think like the team choice was exactly what we wanted. We knew that Czech had a very good first line. We wanted to have defense that could compete with them. And it really just came down. I think even with the team advantage, to be honest, I think Sweden we might have had an edge, especially with Olmark. Having those abilities kind of gives us an edge every game. And essentially, it's at the end of the day, it's the person behind the controller. How they're doing. And today I. Simple as that got worked. So, but hey, I it's a great experience, and I think what I take this as is another learning experience. I think really in tournaments, it's it's very very difficult to get blown out as badly as I did, and somehow I found a way. So, I'll take this as a learning point, and if there's any tournaments later on this year, just use that as a way to move forward.
Firstly, I absolutely love your attitude mentality about that. Like, I really respect that a ton. Just staying positive with everything. But for you, you're a guy that has accomplished a ton. You won the GWC in 2019. You've played and won on some of the biggest stages, but your first time playing in this tournament with the IIHF eWorld Championship, what are some of the things, both just in terms of learning and just the experiences that you had, that you'll take away from your time in this tournament this year?
Yeah, I think it's there's a couple things. I think a lot of the players, majority of the time we're playing Ultimate Team, and a lot of obviously very high overall players. And so when you switch to these teams, you've got a little bit, it's a different play style. A lot slower players, shooting's not as great, so you have to kind of learn to adjust and really just find a team that fits for you. And so we had plenty of time this week, and in terms of like scrimmaging, Dodzy and I played each other a bunch, and we got very used to it, and we felt good about it. But I think, in the future, it's just really just learning how to stay composed very well. And, historically, that's something I was always usually pretty good at, staying calm under pressure, no matter what's, at stake. And today, just once it's like when it rains, it pours, right? And so it just was a tough thing to work through. But nonetheless, like it's ultimately, yeah, I'm upset. It's we're out. But like I said, it's mainly for my sake. I feel I feel for Dodzy, because like I said, Dodzy played a heck of a tournament and he deserved a better outcome. And unfortunately, I let him down.
Cookie, this is the first time I've gotten to talk with you in this capacity, and just a heck of a class act, man. I think the chat says it the best, but you talk about champions, you being the GWC champion, you, Rags, Eki, top class acts across the board. So just love the way your handle is. Let me do this for you. We've done it for everybody that's exited the tournament. Anything you want to say on this stage now that we've gotten a chance to talk to you, talk to the fans, the people watching, the country, all the people supporting for the IHF? The floor is yours for final thoughts and comments here.
Yeah, I want to thank friends, family, and viewers for supporting us. I think like I said, this tournament is a very unique tournament every year. Some of the top talent, and to be quite frank, like, was I a part of this top talent group? No, definitely not. I think I definitely had a couple things go my way throughout the qualifying standpoint for the USA side. But really, I think this tournament is such a great way for players to interact with each other. Really get to learn kind of that team environment. I think 1v1, right, is historically all by themselves. So when you throw a teammate into the mix, it really brings a lot more out of the players, seeing who can really succeed at those top stages. I know it's kind of redundant at this point, but it's obviously very hats off to Eki. I think regardless of if you're playing someone good or bad, I mean, it could even be a buddy that doesn't even play the game. It's hard to win by 7 or 8 goals. So I just, got to tip my cap to him, and I wish him the best in tomorrow. And I think you viewers, it's probably a good thing that I didn't make it into tomorrow, because you guys will have an absolute blast in the broadcast tomorrow. Great matchup ahead.
Listen, Cookie, man, top-notch act from you here, making it this far. Thank you so much for your time, man. I know circumstances didn't pan out the way they are, but I'm so glad we got a chance to talk with you. And I'm looking forward to seeing, I don't think those thumbs are dead yet, my friend. I'm looking forward to seeing what those things can do in any future NHL tournaments coming up real soon.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for, the broadcasting. Did a fantastic job. A lot of good clips, a lot of good moments. So obviously not the result I wanted, but a lot of good memories from this. So thank you.
Take care, man. TSC Cookie, man, that a heartbreaker there to close things out, but nevertheless, class act to make that to come on here and say what he said about his opponent and about this tournament as a whole.
Yeah, and obviously unbiased, but you definitely, those are the kind of guys you hate to see have to go through that, right? I mean, he took that in stride, was still upbeat, was still positive, and gave Eki all the props in the world, because, I mean, you heard him say it. I mean, it's tough to come back from 7 goals or score 7 or 8 goals in just a normal game against a friend that is picking up the controller for the first time, let alone going in, doing it against a different player on a different continent that you're not used to playing, and that player is one of the best in the world. And I mean, I don't think Cookie's giving himself enough credit. I know it's easy for him to be a little bit down on himself right now. Personally, I think he 100% deserved to be here. I think he showed that even despite that last result, because you have to remember, he beat Eki 6-3 in that first match between those two. So, I mean, it's a tough result. It's a tough way to go out. You know, you feel for him, you feel for Dodds, obviously, but I mean, nevertheless, man, I mean, he has a lot to be proud of, so I hope he doesn't hold his head down too low. He definitely represented the USA well, not just in terms of the way that he did play, especially in that first matchup, but just the way that he carries himself. And there's a lot of people, not just in the community, but in the world, that could take a little bit from him in terms of that aspect. So big ups to him. I know it didn't go the way that he and Dodds wanted to, but he kind of said it. We've got a great matchup on tap for tomorrow with Finland and Canada. As you get a look here at those final results, Finland over the US 18-17. We'll kind of take you through really quickly what each result held. Dodds won that first game on the PlayStation side versus Yessi 3-5. And then, as we mentioned, the first game between Eki and Cookie. Cookie was the better player, dominated that game for the most part, won 6-3 in the final. And then, you know, we saw Dodds in that third game win 3-5 again. And we were like, hey, a 16-9 aggregate scoreline lead for the U.S. They should be well on their way to being able to cruise control to that thing. But, you know, I guess if there's anything you learn, never doubt the heart of a champion and really just the skill level and the determination of a champion. Eki finding a way to pull off the unthinkable, wins 9-1. He needed 7 to tie it and take it to a synchronous overtime. Eki got 8. He didn't even need the overtime with Yessi. He went in and took care of business on his own. Wins it for Finland by 1. And we got to hear from Eki. We got to hear from Cookie a few minutes ago. And I mean, Nick, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything that's just happened in the last 30 minutes. Like, genuinely, I am.
Yeah, me too. I'm a little bit. I'm probably as stunned as you are here with what transpired. So, yeah, it's just remarkable to see the performance here. We're gonna talk to Yesiel here shortly to get his thoughts on what we just saw.
Yeah, I would love to hear from him too, because I can't imagine what his reaction was. I mean, I know he had the 2 tough games and he dropped, unfortunately, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to remember, man, it's an aggregate-based scoreline. I know that Eki is going to get a lot of the credit and a lot of the shine, and he deserves to, but hey, remember something. If Yessi doesn't get a couple of those goals, it doesn't matter. USA is moving on. It is a team effort. It is a duo-based tournament. It takes one unit to really move on and succeed in this tournament. So Eki going to get a lot of the credit and a lot of the shine for his heroics, but you have to give Yessi his credit for what he did as well. Getting those 6 goals, and I respect that Eki said that as well. He mentioned that without Yessi doing what he did in terms of being able to put up 6 goals, he's not able to go in and do what he did. So it truly is a team effort. Really excited to hear Yessi just on his reaction and just some of his comments on what he looks forward to tomorrow facing off against Canada.
Yeah, as we'll, I guess we'll head back to the studio because I'm waiting to see if we're going to talk to Yessi here as we're getting him set up. We might just do audio if things don't work out. I guess we're having some technical difficulties, but man, heck of a performance there, Grizz. He said it best. If only Dodd scored 2 more goals, then we'd be in a different position than we were right now. And shoulda, woulda, coulda. I think the storyline there, and maybe to the detriment of Cookie's aggressive play style, throwing out the puck 4 times in 2 games and getting scored on all 4 of those times. I don't know if that was, you know, hindsight being 2020. We can Monday morning quarterback this thing all day long, but that is ultimately what did it in. And you don't make those mistakes, things might look a little bit different, Brandon.
Yeah, and if we want to go another quarterback reference, I think Cookie's going to hate going back on Monday and looking at the film on this one because there were some mistakes to where he let up, unfortunately, for Eki. And like I said, give Eki all the credit in the world. He deserved that win. He earned it. But there were also some mistakes on Cookie's end where it led to really quick and easy opportunities for Eki to take advantage of. And, you know, it's kind of why I asked him. You heard him say, you know, I want to play that aggressive style. My play style is aggressive. I didn't want to switch up from that too much despite the score. But, you know, you kind of have to wonder if maybe that aggression eared on the side of recklessness a little bit. There's a few times where he probably should have held it. You maybe wonder, I know Regs brought up a good point when Eki went up 3-0, wait to use that timeout. Make Eki go out with lines 3 and 4. But if you wonder what the momentum, maybe if that timeout slows things down a little bit and gets things calmed and cooled and collected. Because remember, Eki threw his 1 goal out as well. And you kind of wondered if maybe that was going to be the turning point for Cookie to just be able to hold on. But Eki doing Eki things. He got those 2 more goals, and it's unfortunate for Cookie. I know there's going to be some plays in that game he's going to look back on and really wish he could have back. But like I said, give Jesse and Eki all the credit in the world for putting up 18, and especially Eki with those heroics. He put up 9 goals in that game, and he needed literally every one of them. He couldn't have one left for it to turn out the way it did.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So let's do this. Let's talk to him. Let's talk to the hero from last week and the man who did his job this week to the best. Well, maybe not to the best of his ability, but put up 6 goals. And that, if you only needed one more, I guess you gave Eki the best chance there, and it worked. So let's bring him in. We're talking to Yessi L. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello.
Hello there. We want to know, how are you feeling after that performance from your teammate there, Eki, to get you guys to the finals?
It's unbelievable. He played very well. I'm so happy with that result, what he do.
Absolutely. Yessi, looking forward to tomorrow with the final. This being your first time in this tournament, how does it feel to be able to reach it to this point and have a chance to win the championship?
Oh yeah, it's so nice. So let's try to win tomorrow the game, and yeah, I'm speechless at the moment.
Speechless at the moment. Then I'll ask you just one last question. Then we'll be out of your way. How special is it for you to play for your country and to represent Finland on this tournament?
It's an honor to represent Finland this event. So this is so unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. Well, listen, go rest. I told Eki, he didn't know that the finals are tomorrow. So I'll tell you the same. The finals are tomorrow. You take on Canada and you take on Cad Cooks. So we wish you the best of luck in the tournament, and we will talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night. As Yessi L, everybody, speechless, as he said, as we set the stage for the finals, Brandon, for tomorrow.
Yeah, we set the stage for the finals, and we talked about it. This is going to be a really fun matchup. I mean, you have Finland, the back-to-back champions, looking for the three-peat. Yessi versus Cad, what should be a really interesting matchup against 2 players that are newcomers to this tournament this year, but 2 players that have definitely proven themselves to be the better players in the world. And then that matchup on the Xbox side, that if it comes down to a situation like today, would be potentially the one to decide it all. Eki versus Regs, the 2 champions in the GWC last year in 2022, the 2 finalists in that Isles tournament earlier a few months ago in December. They're familiar with each other, and they get to play for their country, representing to try to meet that final. Can Regs and Canada finally complete the story and get Canada to the mountaintop? The one thing that they have been missing as a country in the esports world, or will Finland be able to hold their crown for yet another year to be a 3rd straight IIHF eWorld champion? Nick, I can't wait for it. You, Sleeves, Grizz, and me on the call. This is going to be an absolute blast. Can we just go ahead and simulate to tomorrow? Can we just go ahead and do it now? Please.
We have to wait a little bit. Eki's not ready. As we learned, Eki's not ready yet. So we're going to wait for tomorrow for that to unfold. We want to thank our sponsors, Goda and Strauss, for everything they do to make this possible. We want to thank everybody behind the scenes running the back end. There's like 9 people that run the back end to make this reality. Want to thank them as well. Tomorrow we're going to be joined by Grizz and Cam alongside us for a big Festivus ending to this amazing tournament. Can't wait for that. Want to thank sportsgamer.gg and of course Guido for making that happen over on the Finnish side. 18-17, your final aggregate. Eki puts it home and advances Finland. As you mentioned, Brandon, can they go back to back? Can the dynasty be etched here for Finland, or will Canada get that one championship they've been missing out on? We will bring that to you tomorrow. 3 p.m. Eastern is your puck drop for game 1. 2:45 is the pregame, and you and Grizz, Brandon, will be on that pregame, leading us in and out of every single game. So that'll be really exciting. So on behalf of everybody here, for Brandon Bigsby, I'm Nick DeMeo, F5 Penguin. We will see you tomorrow. Be safe, be well. Join us back for the end of this IIHF eWorld Championship.